Chapter 1. Refreshing Negative States at Midnight. At 11:59 p.m., a robust and handsome man sat gravely on the edge of a bed in a rented room, a small knife poised against his wrist. Was this an attempt at suicide? Not at all. Mingyang merely sought to explore the extent of his abilities, curious about the nature of his newfound powers. He was not a native of this world, but had traversed here 3 months prior. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover that his rebirth seemed to have endowed his body with inexplicable changes. For instance, his recovery rate was remarkable. No matter how exhausting his day had been, he would awaken the next morning revitalized and brimming with energy. Through preliminary research and experimentation, Mingyang concluded that this extraordinary capability did not develop gradually during sleep. Instead, it occurred in an instant, precisely at midnight. Thus, he found himself sitting on the edge of his bed, knife in hand, contemplating a self-inflicted wound to test the limits of his remarkable ability. As the seconds ticked away, and with midnight fast approaching, his hand trembled slightly with hesitation. Despite the clarity of his thoughts, the moment of action bore a weight that made it difficult to proceed. To hell with it, he thought. If things go awry, a visit to the hospital will suffice. Besides, I know my limits. It might just require a couple of band-aids. Finally, in the last few seconds before the clock struck 12, Mingyang closed his eyes and made the cut. What the hell? He exclaimed as he opened his eyes to see his blood gushing from a wound deeper than a centimeter. Regret flooded his mind. Why did I close my eyes? I was too reckless. What if my ability fails me now? This wound will surely cost me a fortune. Pain surged through him, both from the injury and the realization of his folly, prompting him to grimace. Yet just then, the familiar chime of midnight sounded. As the numbers on his phone transformed into 4 zeros, an inexplicable wave of comfort washed over him, and the gruesome wound vanished before his very eyes. Witnessing this miraculous transformation left him in awe. Reflecting on the changes in his body over the past 3 months, it seemed he had been growing stronger each day. Particularly after exhausting days, he would awaken to find his capabilities enhanced. With deliberate high-intensity training during his recent unemployment, he had transformed from a flabby office worker into a man with visible muscle definition and even the beginnings of a six-pack. Ding! As he prepared for an early morning workout, Mingyang received a message from his landlady. Shaoli, the rent is due soon. When will you be able to pay for next month? Her tone, polite yet distant, was what one would expect from a landlord, a stark contrast to the overly kind characters often found in novels. In the bustling city, genuine warmth seemed a rarity. Of course, landlady, I understand, he replied, promptly transferring the month's rent of 1,500 yuan. Though his apartment in Guangzhou was modest, barely 30 square meters, the rent was reasonable for the location. Moreover, it included free internet, which was a significant factor in his continued residence. After transferring the payment, he gazed at his remaining balance and decided against going out. While exercise was beneficial, he knew that increased activity would lead to greater hunger, and with his current funds, staying home was the prudent choice at least until he secured a new job. Perhaps I should grab a bite downstairs and then check the job market, he mused. An hour later, seated before his well-worn laptop, Mingyang wore a look of bewilderment. In an era where job postings demanded at least a bachelor's degree along with experience, his status as a recent associate degree graduate at just 22 felt inadequate. After an extensive search, he found himself either unqualified for positions or uninterested in the roles available, such as security guard or assembly line worker, which did not align with his aspirations. Despite the potential of his extraordinary abilities, which he suspected could lead to unimaginable physical prowess with continued rigorous training, he was acutely aware of the increased appetite that came with it. Over the past 3 months, he had nearly depleted the modest savings he had accumulated before his arrival in this world. Without securing a higher-paying job, he feared he might starve in this city, often hailed as a paradise for workers. Chapter 2. Balancing strength training and earning a living. Boss, the Yangzhou fried rice, Mingyang ordered at the small, bustling eatery downstairs, which had become his regular dining spot. Though the establishment was modest in size, its cleanliness and hygiene were commendable. Crucially, the owners were said to be local landlords with numerous properties, indicating they were not in dire financial straits. Their venture into the restaurant business appeared to be more of a leisure pursuit than a necessity, which resulted in generous portions of delicious food. For just 10 yuan, one could indulge in a heaping bowl of fried rice. This place had become a favorite among local workers for its affordability, healthiness, and filling portions. There was truly no better place to dine. Ah, Chowli, 2 bowls again today? The owner asked with a tone of familiarity. Though framed as a question, it reeked of certainty. The generous servings usually satisfied even the most labor-intensive workers. Yet from his first visit, Mingyang had consistently ordered 2 bowls. Despite the bustling business and the constant influx of customers, the couple who owned the establishment distinctly remembered Mingyang, the customer with an insatiable appetite. Not to mention, Mingyang was quite the handsome young man once seen. He left a more profound impression than the average person. No. In response to the owner's inquiry, Mingyang solemnly shook his head. Just as the owner was about to ask if his lack of appetite was due to a bad mood, Mingyang raised 3 fingers. I'm a bit hungry today. I would like 3 bowls. Perhaps it was due to the healing of a wound from the previous day, but Mingyang felt an extraordinary hunger today, unlike the mild discomfort he experienced while job hunting earlier. Otherwise, his stomach would have revolted long ago. When he declared he would eat 3 bowls, he was resolute. Under the incredulous gazes of other patrons in the restaurant, Mingyang swiftly polished off 2 large bowls. Although his pace with the 3rd bowl seemed slightly slower than the first 2, he steadily consumed it, and it appeared he would finish without issue. Yesterday's order nearly exhausted me. I can hardly stand straight today. As Mingyang prepared to settle the bill and leave, he suddenly heard a familiar rural accent. Mingyang was not a local. He hailed from Guizhou province, where young people, particularly those from rural areas, were notably like him. While it was rare to encounter someone from his hometown in Guizhou, it was almost commonplace to see them in coastal provinces. However, to run into fellow villagers while merely descending for breakfast was unexpected for Mingyang. Who says otherwise? Although yesterday's order was lucrative, it was laborious. The building was steep and challenging to navigate, and carrying over 100 pounds on one's back is no small feat. It's a miracle we can even get out of bed today. Turning around in surprise, Mingyang saw a group of dark-skinned, middle-aged men, embodying the visage of typical laborers, with robust, muscular physiques. While they may not have the aesthetic appeal of gym-goers, their strength was unmistakable. Indeed, although it was tiring, the pay is decent if one is willing to endure hardship. I earned over 600 yesterday. If I could secure orders every day, I could work hard for 2 years and return home to build a house, even find a bride for the children. Despite indulging in simple fried rice and engaged in strenuous labor, the faces of these men were adorned with smiles. Huh, you old Lou, still taking on orders? Don't you consider if your body can handle it? With this workload, you should at least take a day off for every 3 days of work. Otherwise, you might end up in the hospital without having earned much. Hospitals can be ruthless these days. A single visit could wipe out a year's worth of earnings. Who says otherwise? It was evident that the men were merely engaging in casual banter, yet the nature of their work sparked a bright idea in Mingyang's mind. Of course, carrying loads. How had he not thought of this before? His physique was inherently suited for such labor. Moreover, with diligence, not only would his body strengthen rapidly, but his earnings could also increase at an impressive rate. Perhaps achieving a daily income of over 1,000 and a monthly salary of 30,000 was not merely a dream. This seemed to be the most fitting occupation for him, offering rigorous physical exercise without hindering his financial ambitions. It was an exquisite balance of earning and personal development. As he pondered further, Mingyang realized that despite having been in this world for merely 3 months, it bore striking similarities to his previous life. Douyin remained the same, and he himself was almost unchanged, save for a slight deviation in life's trajectory. His family's circumstances were poorer, and instead of being a medical student, he had become a college graduate muddling through life in Guangzhou. In this era, opportunities for earning were predominantly seized by those with substantial means, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to carve a path forward, especially for someone like Mingyang, who lacked both qualifications and skills. However, the internet appeared to offer a promising avenue. He recalled a fellow content creator from his past life, whose work revolved around laboring. By amassing over 1 million followers online, combined with his daily earnings, it seemed plausible to earn not just 30,000 a month, but potentially even 100,000 if he exerted himself and garnered a few more advertisements. Was this not a viable path laid out before him? A ready-made template to emulate? With this thought, Li Mingyang's gaze turned fervently towards the group of local uncles behind him, and without further hesitation, he confidently approached them. "Gentlemen, I overheard you discussing work involving carrying loads. May I inquire if you are in need of additional hands? To be honest, I am currently unemployed without any job prospects or special skills. All I have left is this strength. Do not be misled by my fair complexion. I am a true country lad, and I am more than capable of hard work." Chapter 1. Refreshing negative status at midnight. At 11:59 on a late night, a robust and handsome man sat gravely on the edge of his rented bed, clutching a small knife poised against his wrist. Was he contemplating suicide? Not at all. Li Mingyang merely sought to test the limits of his newfound abilities, curious to discover the extent of his powers. Li Mingyang was not a native of this world. He had traversed into it 3 months prior. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to find that, due to his reincarnation, his body had undergone inexplicable transformations. For instance, his recovery ability was remarkable. No matter how exhausting his day had been, he would awaken each morning revitalized and brimming with energy. Through initial experimentation, Li Mingyang deduced that this extraordinary ability did not develop gradually during his slumber, but rather manifested instantaneously at the stroke of midnight. Thus, he found himself seated on the edge of his bed, knife in hand, contemplating a self-inflicted wound to ascertain whether his remarkable capacity would endure. As the seconds ticked away towards midnight, his hand trembled slightly, betraying his hesitation. Despite the clarity of his intentions, the reality of inflicting pain upon himself proved daunting. Ultimately, he resolved that, should the worst occur, a trip to the hospital would suffice. After all, he was confident that he could manage the injury with little more than a couple of adhesive bandages. At last, with the final chime of midnight approaching, Li Mingyang closed his eyes and plunged the knife into his flesh. The next moment, an exclamation escaped his lips, a reaction not of valor, but of sheer shock. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a gaping wound, blood flowing freely, the depth of which exceeded a centimeter. Regret washed over him. Why had he been so reckless? If his abilities failed him now, he would face significant financial burdens for medical care. In that instant, the pain from the wound intertwined with the pangs of regret, prompting Li Mingyang to grimace. However, just as he grappled with his predicament, another exclamation erupted from him, not from pain, but as the clock struck midnight. As the digits on his phone transitioned to 4 zeros, an inexplicable wave of comfort coursed through his being. To his astonishment, the horrific injury he had inflicted upon himself vanished without a trace. Witnessing this miraculous event unfold before his very eyes left Li Mingyang utterly astounded. Reflecting on his bodily transformations over the past 3 months, he began to realize that his physical prowess seemed to strengthen daily, especially after particularly exhausting days. He would awaken to find his abilities noticeably enhanced. Through rigorous training, especially following his recent dismissal from work, he had transformed from a portly office worker into a figure with defined muscles and even the faint outline of six-pack abs. Ding dong! A sudden chime interrupted his thoughts. Li Mingyang, who had risen early to exercise, received a message from his landlady. "Shaoli, the rent is due soon. When will you be able to pay for next month?" Her tone was polite yet distant, a stark contrast to the overly kind or opportunistic landlords often depicted in novels. In the bustling metropolis, genuine warmth was a rare commodity. "Understood. I'll take care of it," he promptly replied, and without delay, he transferred the month's rent of 1,500 yuan. Despite residing in a modest 30-square-meter studio apartment in Guangzhou, this rental price was relatively reasonable for the area, especially given that it included complimentary internet, a significant factor in his decision to remain there. After sending the payment, he glanced at his remaining balance, 36.81. 36 yuan. Li Mingyang reconsidered his plans to venture out, realizing the necessity of frugality. With his dwindling funds, it would be wiser to remain at home until he secured new employment. With a resigned sigh, he decided to grab a quick bite before heading to the job market. An hour later, seated before his aging laptop, Li Mingyang felt a sense of bewilderment. In an era where job opportunities typically required at least a bachelor's degree alongside experience, his own status as a freshly graduated, 22-year-old vocational student rendered him at a disadvantage. After an extensive search, he found himself either unqualified for positions or dismissive of those offered. Security guards or assembly line workers were far beneath his aspirations. While his seemingly extraordinary ability hinted at the potential for remarkable physical achievement, he recognized that it came with an insatiable appetite. In the span of 3 months, he had depleted the modest savings he had painstakingly accumulated, and now he feared that without securing a higher-paying job, he might very well succumb to hunger in this city, often lauded as a paradise for workers. Chapter 2. A harmonious balance of physical training and earning money. Boss, the usual, Yangzhou fried rice. The small, unassuming eatery downstairs had almost become Li Mingyang's exclusive dining spot during this period. Though modest in size, it boasted cleanliness and hygiene. Crucially, the proprietors were rumored to be landlords in the vicinity, owning dozens of properties, and were far from financially constrained. Their venture into the food business seemed more about keeping themselves occupied than necessity, which ensured not only that their fried rice was clean and hygienic, but also generously portioned. For a mere 10 yuan, one could indulge in a substantial bowl of fried rice. Li Mingyang was not alone in his preference. Many laborers in the area cherished this establishment for its affordability, healthiness, and ample servings. There was truly no better dining option available. It's you, Shaoli. 2 bowls as usual today? The inquiry, although phrased as a question, was laced with confidence. The proprietor was well acquainted with this young man. Typically, the portions of fried rice were ample enough to satisfy even the most laborious workers with just 1 bowl. Yet Li Mingyang had consistently devoured 2 since his first visit. Despite the bustling business and a steady stream of customers, the owners had distinctly remembered this young man with an extraordinary appetite. Not to mention, Li Mingyang was rather handsome. Anyone who had seen him would surely remember him more vividly than an ordinary patron. No, Li Mingyang replied, shaking his head earnestly at the proprietor's question. Just as the owner was about to inquire if he was feeling unwell and lacked an appetite, Li Mingyang raised 3 fingers. I'm a bit hungry today. I'll have 3 bowls. Perhaps it was due to the recovery from an injury yesterday, but Li Mingyang felt far hungrier than usual, having been somewhat absorbed in his job search earlier. Otherwise, his stomach would have certainly protested. Without hesitation, he proclaimed his desire for 3 bowls. And under the incredulous gazes of other patrons, he swiftly polished off 2 large bowls. While he consumed the 3rd bowl at a slightly slower pace compared to the first 2, it was evident he would finish it without issue. Yesterday's job nearly exhausted me. I can hardly stand straight today. As he prepared to settle the bill and depart, a familiar rural accent suddenly reached his ears. Though not a local, Li Mingyang hailed from the province of Guizhou, where it was well known that young people, especially those from rural areas, were often like him. While they were seldom seen in Guizhou, they appeared almost everywhere in other provinces, particularly along the coast. However, encountering fellow countrymen while merely stepping downstairs for breakfast was an unexpected surprise for Li Mingyang. Indeed, that job yesterday was lucrative, but it was no easy feat. The building was steep and difficult to navigate, not to mention hauling over 100 kilograms on my back. Just getting up today is an achievement. Turning in surprise, he saw a few middle-aged men with dark skin, embodying the typical appearance of physically laborious workers, their sturdy muscles evident. While they may not possess the chiseled looks of gym-goers, their strength was unmistakable. True enough, although it was tiring, as long as one is willing to endure hardship, the pay is decent. I earned over 600 yesterday. If I could secure jobs daily, I could rebuild my house in the village and even find a bride for my child in 2 years. Despite indulging in the simplest of fried rice while engaging in strenuous labor, the smiles on the faces of these men were infectious. Haha, old Lou. You're still taking on jobs? You ought to consider whether your body can handle it. With this workload, you should at least take a day off after 3 days of toil. Otherwise, you might end up in the hospital. And these days, hospitals are truly mercenary. One visit could wipe out an entire year's earnings. Their banter was lighthearted, but the nature of their work sparked an idea in Li Mingyang. Of course, carrying loads. Why had I thought of that before? My physique is practically designed for physical labor. If I apply myself, my body will strengthen rapidly. My earnings could increase at an equally swift pace, even reaching the remarkable milestone of earning over 1,000 a day or 30,000 a month is not merely a dream. Surely, there could be no work more suited to him, an opportunity to both hone his physique and earn a living without conflict. The prospect of merging his financial aspirations with his fitness regimen was nothing short of perfection. As his thoughts flowed, Li Mingyang reflected on the past 3 months in this world. He realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous existence. The platform Douyin remained unchanged, and even he felt almost identical to his former self, save for a slight deviation in life's trajectory. His family's circumstances were slightly poorer, and he was no longer a medical student, but had instead become a college graduate, drifting aimlessly in Guangzhou post-graduation. In this era, opportunities for earning were predominantly monopolized by the affluent, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to carve a path forward, especially for someone like Li Mingyang, who possessed neither a degree nor particular skills. Yet, the internet seemed to present a promising avenue. He recalled a certain influencer from his previous life who had thrived in the very job he had just overheard, the work of carrying loads. By amassing over 1 million followers online and combining that with his daily earnings, achieving a monthly income of 30,000 or even 100,000 seemed feasible, provided he was willing to put in the effort and grow his audience. Was this not a pathway laid out before him? A ready-made template for success awaited, requiring only his imitation to follow. With this realization, Li Mingyang's gaze turned fervent as he regarded the middle-aged men behind him. No longer hesitating, he boldly approached them. "Brothers, I overheard you discussing the work of carrying loads. Are you in need of help? To be candid, I've recently become unemployed and lack any specialized skills. Only a strong physique remains." Chapter 3. Live Streaming and the Challenge of Earning 1,000 Yuan a Day. Initially, the brothers were quite wary of Li Mingyang, who had suddenly approached them. However, upon hearing his familiar hometown dialect, their expressions transformed into warm smiles. "If you wish to join us in our work, we have no objections. After all, there are no barriers to entry. Once we receive a job, we simply carry it out. The amount one can earn each day depends solely on one's skills and physical stamina. Yet, judging by your fair complexion, it seems you may struggle with the rigors of this labor." The uncles had no reason to doubt Li Mingyang's claim of being from the countryside. It was rare for anyone to leave their home and seek work elsewhere unless they hailed from rural origins. However, given his delicate appearance, it was evident that he likely had little experience with strenuous physical labor. Rest assured, uncles, my fair skin is merely a result of being unable to tan naturally, coupled with years spent working in an office. Thus, I may appear somewhat delicate, but I assure you, I still possess the necessary foundation. Please consider including me in your work. I promise not to hold you back. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Mingyang from Liangshan, a small town nearby. You may call me Mingyang or Shaoli. After all, we share the same roots, and there is no need for formalities. Having spent some time in society, Li Mingyang had developed a thicker skin than before. In his school days, or right after graduation, he would not have possessed the audacity to engage so freely with others. After chatting amiably with the uncles, Li Mingyang took the initiative to settle their bills. As it was a modest sum, as long as they agreed to have him join them in their work, he felt it was worth spending a few yuan on meals, even if it meant treating them to a proper dinner. Although the work of carrying loads required no particular qualifications, just a bit of strength, entering an unfamiliar field in a strange place without a guide could render one's vigor useless if no jobs were forthcoming. Glancing at the new contacts he had saved on his phone, it was not that Li Mingyang was unwilling to exchange WeChat information. It was simply that the uncles were remarkably unadorned in their lifestyle. None of them used WeChat, living as if they were trapped in a decade-old time capsule. Their wages would sit in their bank accounts, with cash being the primary medium of exchange. Even their mobile phones were outdated models, serving little purpose beyond making calls. During their earlier conversation, Li Mingyang had learned that the uncle's only leisure activity seemed to be watching television in their rental accommodations. Had he not encountered them by chance, he would have found it hard to believe that such middle-aged individuals still lived in this manner in today's world. Their frugality was ingrained in their very being. Nevertheless, working alongside these uncles provided Li Mingyang with some comfort. Their simple, honest nature and shared heritage meant he wouldn't have to worry about being deceived in this treacherous world. Upon returning to his rented room, Li Mingyang opened the Douyin app and looked at his account, which had been used solely for browsing. He decisively began to navigate the platform. Although he could lead a decent life through honest work alone, he recognized that as his physical capabilities evolved, he could potentially join the ranks of high earners simply by carrying loads. Earning 30 to 50,000 yuan monthly didn't seem insurmountable. Yet, Li Mingyang was acutely aware that such physical labor would eventually become obsolete. He had other aspirations, but those plans would not deter him from leveraging his online presence to supplement his income while continuing his primary work. Load-bearing God of War was the moniker he chose for himself, and in his profile he added a catchy tagline: live streaming load-bearing. Striving to be a man who earns 1,000 yuan a day, the realm of load-bearing labor resided on the fringes of society, with the vast majority of people lacking a true understanding of this work. Presenting himself with such a role, alongside setting an ambitious target, was bound to capture attention. Earning 1,000 yuan a day, which translates to 30,000 yuan in a month, positions one firmly within the high-income bracket, even in larger cities. In common perception, physical laborers were often viewed as low-income individuals, relegated to those lacking education or other reputable job prospects. Coupled with the eye-catching title of God of War, he believed that anyone who came across his videos would be intrigued enough to linger for at least a few moments. After completing these tasks and observing his follower count at 0, Li Mingyang pondered briefly before recording a short video of himself. To live stream on Douyin, one needed a minimum of 1,000 followers. Therefore, his immediate goal was to publish several videos to increase his follower count and eventually initiate his live streaming plans. Additionally, he needed to acquire streaming equipment, preferably wearable devices, as he was unlike typical outdoor streamers. He would be working while broadcasting. It was crucial that the equipment did not hinder his ability to perform his duties, rendering a standard mobile phone inadequate. As he contemplated his plans, he browsed the Douyin marketplace. Upon viewing the prices of the equipment, he could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" A moderately decent streaming device cost 2,000 yuan. It was evident that no matter the endeavor, a certain degree of investment was required before one could reap rewards. Although he felt a pang of regret at the expense, Li Mingyang resolutely made the purchase, knowing this small device would leave his dwindling savings nearly depleted. He hoped the uncles would prove to be reliable partners, securing jobs soon so that he could start earning. Otherwise, he might truly struggle to make ends meet. Chapter 4. A lucrative construction waste contract worth 12,000. Though it had been only a short while since he finished his meal, having devoured 3 large bowls, Li Mingyang found himself feeling hungry once more as he rubbed his belly. While he was uncertain how much he could consume, he believed that finishing a bowl of fried rice would not pose too great a challenge. If this trend continued, without a stable and reasonably lucrative source of income, he genuinely feared he might starve. Brothers, many of you might be curious about what laborers like us engage in when business is slow. I cannot speak for others, as I have only just entered this field today. To be even more precise, I have yet to embark on my very first job. However, one thing I am acutely aware of is the importance of possessing a robust physique in such professions. Hence, during this idle time, I resolved to maintain my physical strength through exercise. As the sun began to set, Li Mingyang held his newly purchased streaming equipment, and although it did not meet the requirements for a proper live broadcast, he spoke to it as if addressing an audience. This was not a live stream, nor was it merely a practice to bolster his confidence against stage fright. Rather, he was recording daily videos to edit and post on his account later. Although he was new to the profession and unsure what kind of content would captivate an audience, he figured it was better to try than to remain idle at home, as doing nothing would yield no rewards. Li Mingyang understood that in this era, to capture the audience's attention, one must stand out in some remarkable way. Thus, he set himself an exercise regimen that far exceeded that of an average person. While he might not compare to seasoned athletes who frequent the gym, his physical capacity was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary individuals. As the third day approached, Li Mingyang had yet to receive any calls from the elder gentleman. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, recalling clearly that after completing a job, they would need time to rest. The nature of such strenuous labor was not something a typical person could sustain with daily continuity. Not everyone, after all, possesses the extraordinary stamina that Li Mingyang had. Just as he finished breakfast and felt a bit lost regarding what to do next, his phone finally rang. Mingyang, we have secured a construction waste contract valued at 12,000 yuan. The client requests all debris be cleared from the house by tomorrow. However, they reside in an urban village where large machinery cannot access, and their apartment is on the top floor of a walk-up building. The area is sizable with considerable waste, and the narrow stairway is challenging to navigate. This contract is quite demanding compared to our usual jobs. Would you be interested in giving it a try? Upon hearing the genuine and heartfelt voice of the elder on the other end, a smile broke across Li Mingyang's previously expressionless face. Finally, the moment had arrived for him to tackle his very first substantial job. Despite the tedium of the past 2 days, which had been spent exercising and editing videos at home, he had not been entirely unproductive. Thanks to his rigorous workout routine, his follower count had already surpassed 500 in just 2 days. If he managed to complete this job and then edited another video, reaching 1,000 followers should not be an insurmountable challenge, he mused. Moreover, through these past 2 days of exercise, Li Mingyang had gained a better understanding of his physical capabilities. While he might not be able to earn 1,000 yuan in a single day, he confidently estimated that 500 yuan daily was within reach. This realization was pivotal in his decision to explore the physically demanding role of construction laborer. For him, this was undoubtedly a job where he could achieve commendable results without any significant barriers to entry. All right, elder, so it's in the urban village, right? I'll head over right away. In Guangzhou, a major metropolis in China, only a few urban villages remain. However, these remaining enclaves are like stubborn weeds, firmly entrenched in the city. The more developed the city becomes, the more exorbitant the real estate and land prices. Even if the government were to initiate demolition, these urban villages would present a monumental challenge. Upon receiving the precise address, Li Mingyang swiftly donned some old clothing, descended, and hopped on his electric scooter, racing toward the destination. Having previously worked as a food delivery driver, he was relatively familiar with the labyrinthine streets of the urban village, making it easy to locate his destination. As he navigated through the convoluted paths of the urban village, a place notorious among delivery workers, Li Mingyang maneuvered with remarkable dexterity, much like a nimble fish in water. In less than 15 minutes from receiving the call, he arrived at the location. "Uncle, is our job today on the 6th floor?" After exchanging a few casual words, he took a moment to survey the dark and narrow stairwell before him, involuntarily twitching at the corner of his eye. It was indeed a fitting representation of the urban village, perfectly aligning with Li Mingyang's expectations. Chapter 5. Physical Limits? Work until you drop. Indeed, the 6th floor, right at the top, but this task is no easy feat. The staircase, as you can see, is narrow and steep. Furthermore, we have already inspected the site, and the construction debris here is quite substantial. Each bag weighs at least 100 to nearly 200 pounds. However, the homeowner's offered price is not insignificant. For each bag carried down, we receive a transport fee of 10 yuan. Moreover, once we carry the bags down, we need not worry about disposal. They can simply be placed in the vacant area downstairs, where a garbage truck will come to collect them later. Understanding that Li Mingyang was encountering such work for the first time, the elder man provided a thorough introduction to the task while discreetly gauging Li Mingyang's expression. If he appeared unfit for the job, it might be best to send the young man home. After all, such labor is not typically suited for young individuals, especially considering that Li Mingyang is a university graduate. To toil alongside them in such arduous labor would be a waste of his academic credentials. 10 yuan per bag? Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Mingyang focused on the essence of the message. This price was indeed lucrative. Even he could not help but feel a spark of excitement. Although his Ursum boasted a daily target of 1,000 yuan, he understood that achieving this goal was not feasible in the short term. However, at a rate of 10 yuan per bag, even on his first day of work, earning 500 or 600 yuan should not pose a challenge, right? This income far surpassed the monotonous hours spent in an office, overwhelmed with endless tasks. Why delay any further? Let us commence work without hesitation. Time is money. and every minute wasted translates to a loss of earnings. Observing Li Mingyang's eagerness, the elder could not help but chuckle. Youth is indeed splendid, filled with such fervor for every endeavor. What are you rushing for? This is construction debris. Do you intend to carry it all down in one go? If so, you may find yourself overwhelmed before the day is out, likely after just 10 trips, bleeding from the strain of the debris. Here, take this. Don't dismiss it as old. It was used by me in the past. You should be familiar with it. Place this cushion on your back, and it will facilitate your work. As Li Mingyang received the yellow cushion from the elder, he paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. This must have come from my hometown, despite spending years in other provinces. I've never encountered this item. It seems to be unique to my region, and it truly is a valuable tool, alleviating strain and preventing marks on my back. With a smile, Li Mingyang accepted the cushion, realizing that utilizing tools was far superior to enduring pain through brute force. After all, that would be sheer foolishness. Gratefully accepting the elder's kindness, he recalled an old adage: heed the words of the wise, or face the consequences. He was not one to ignore sage advice. Come on, give this a try and see if the weight is manageable. This can be quite heavy. Those unaccustomed to it may struggle. Even though Li Mingyang had ascended to the 6th floor alongside several elders, there were also over 10 unfamiliar faces present. Judging by their accents, they appeared to be from his hometown as well, all collaborating on a substantial order worth over 10,000 yuan. Certainly not something a mere handful of individuals could accomplish. Even the hard-working compatriots were nearly 20 in number. Gazing at the room, nearly filled with uniformly sized woven bags brimming with debris, Li Mingyang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Such is the nature of the big city. Even a simple renovation generates this much construction waste. It seemed as if entire sections were being demolished and rebuilt. The weight of less than 200 pounds was easily manageable. Li Mingyang had indeed spoken truthfully about his experience with labor at home, though his family had engaged in small business ventures. His childhood circumstances had not been as favorable as they were now, and he possessed considerable experience in manual work. For instance, when carrying a heavy bag of debris, he knew how to position himself to conserve energy. Unlike some clumsy individuals who stood rigidly, he bent at the waist, allowing the weight to rest on his back rather than straining his arms. As the elders observed Li Mingyang navigating the staircase with ease, they exchanged glances of astonishment. Recognizing his potential, well, I must say this young man truly possesses a strong work ethic. His strength is unmatched among today's youth, and he certainly appears to have experience. Who would have thought? I initially believed he was joking, yet it appears he is indeed cut out for this. As they engaged in light banter, the elders continued their labor, one by one hoisting the heavy debris bags and making their steady descent. Before long, the clock struck past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Aside from the elders, the other compatriots began to look at Li Mingyang with newfound respect. They had been working tirelessly since morning, and most were already exhausted. The only thing keeping them going was sheer determination. Despite being recognized as the most industrious worker, Li Mingyang was also the one who had persevered from dawn until now. Though he was drenched in sweat, he had not uttered a single complaint about fatigue, nor did he show any inclination to stop. It seemed he was determined to complete all tasks before taking a break. While Li Mingyang could maintain this pace, others were struggling. Just as he prepared to carry another bag downstairs, having just placed one down and turned to ascend again, someone called out, "Li Mingyang, hold on a moment. Let's take a break and have something to eat before we continue. It is the hottest part of the day, and we should replenish our energy. This relentless pace is not advisable. We wouldn't want to risk heat stroke and end up in the hospital. At that point, forget about your wages. You might even find yourself having to pay for your own treatment." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang hesitated. He was acutely aware of his own limits. He had indeed pushed himself to the brink. However, he also understood his own unique resilience. Thus, from the outset, he had resolved that as long as he could endure, he would work until he could work no more. After all, come midnight, regardless of how fatigued or injured he might be, he would be able to rejuvenate and rise anew. Chapter 6. The Temptation of Pork Trotter Rice, devoured in 3 heaping bowls. All right, let's take a break. We shall resume our tasks after our meal. Though Li Mingyang sensed that he could persist for at least another hour or two, He naturally acquiesced to the suggestions of the elder gentleman. In mere seconds, a realization dawned upon him. While relentless toil does yield momentous results, his ambition was not to exhaust himself completely. Instead, his goal was to earn 1,000 yuan in a single day. To achieve this, it was prudent to extend his working hours while allowing for brief respites, thus enhancing his stamina for sustained effort. This approach would facilitate the timely accomplishment of his daily goal. Moreover, a flicker of concern lingered in Li Mingyang's mind. Although he was aware that he could recuperate after midnight, he worried that overexertion might alarm the elder gentleman. Should they be frightened away, future opportunities might elude him, and his lack of understanding in this field, alongside his limited avenues for securing work, would leave him at a disadvantage. Many assignments required a collective effort, necessitating a reliable team to complete tasks within the client's time frame. Thus, during his initial foray into this profession, he found himself reliant on the assistance of the elder gentleman. In truth, he occupied a role akin to that of a mere laborer, lacking the capability or connections to secure substantial contracts independently. To ensure longevity in this line of work, Li Mingyang resolved to maintain a low profile. "Uncles, what shall we feast upon today? We cannot simply return home to dine, can we?" While the fried rice at Fatty's is generous and economical, the distance renders it rather inconvenient. It was only upon halting that Li Mingyang's hunger surged forth, his stomach protesting audibly. After enduring such intense labor, his energy reserves had dwindled significantly, teetering on the brink of depletion. Every organ within him clamored desperately for sustenance. "Huh, so you too experience hunger." The rumble of Li Mingyang's stomach resonated in the tranquil afternoon, eliciting a hearty laugh from one of the elder gentlemen. Initially, they had perceived him as a tireless machine, impervious to fatigue. Yet, it became evident that youth merely afforded him resilience. "Li Mingyang, I understand that young folks yearn to earn more, but carrying heavy loads is no trifling matter. Excessive strain can genuinely harm your health. Do not assume that your youth renders you invincible. You must cherish your body. Otherwise, by the time you reach your 40s or 50s, you may find yourself besieged by ailments, struggling even to walk normally." The elder gentleman held a genuine admiration for Li Mingyang, recognizing his industrious spirit and endurance. They looked upon him with a touch of sympathy, perceiving in him the reflection of their own hometown's youths, students disinterested in their studies, whose dismal academic prospects would inevitably lead them to toil in the big city. "Come, Mingyang, we shall treat you to something delicious." The true culinary gems of this metropolis are hidden within the urban villages, delicious and reasonably priced. I know of a particularly exquisite pork trotter rice shop. Though it costs slightly more, at 12 yuan a serving, the flavor is unparalleled. The trotters are delectably tender and imbued with rich flavor, sure to leave you in a state of blissful stupor. After reclining in the shade for over 10 minutes and consuming nearly half a bottle of water, the elder gentleman finally felt replenished. They rose decisively, beckoning Li Mingyang to follow as they led the way. Winding through the narrow alleys of the urban village, they eventually halted at an inconspicuous little shop nestled in a corner. The establishment lacked any sign, and though its hygiene appeared average and its size modest, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. Instantly, Li Mingyang was captivated. He was certain that the culinary skills here were exceptional. Yet, the allure of the scent intensified his hunger, making his stomach roar in protest. The small eatery exhibited remarkable efficiency within mere minutes of being seated. A generous bowl of pork trotter rice was placed before Li Mingyang. Eagerly, he mixed the tender trotters with the rice, shoveling mouthfuls without pausing to savor each bite. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Under the astonished gaze of the elder gentleman, Li Mingyang devoured 3 heaping bowls of pork trotter rice in rapid succession. "Ah, what a delight! I finally feel rejuvenated." After polishing off a large bowl of pumpkin soup, Li Mingyang contentedly patted his belly, reclining back in his chair with a look of utter relaxation. Chapter 7. Late Night Settlement. 680 yuan. Are we not going to start working yet? Li Mingyang initially assumed that the older men merely meant to take a short break after their meal, perhaps just an hour or so. However, he did not anticipate that. After finishing their meal at 3 o'clock, they would find a shaded spot to recline, leaning against their cushions, and sleep until just past 5. Even at that hour, there was still no indication they intended to rise and resume work. Unable to contain himself, Mingyang decided to inquire directly. Let's wait a bit longer. We can continue working at 6 o'clock. The weather is still too hot right now. This was, in fact, a small strategy employed by those working in construction. Unlike the typical office workers who labor during daylight hours, they took advantage of the cooler mornings to work until the afternoon heat set in, resting until the evening when it was more bearable to resume their tasks. In winter, the situation was quite different. Workers would seize the day, knowing that evening temperatures would drop even lower. Noticing that Mingyang was unable to sleep and showed no signs of resting, one of the older men straightened up, leaning against the wall behind him, and began to engage Mingyang in conversation, primarily to clarify some of his uncertainties regarding the job. After listening to the man's insights, Mingyang glanced outside at the setting sun. Although it was twilight, the heat still lingered. Indeed, rather than toil under such oppressive temperatures, it was wiser to utilize this time to rest and recuperate, saving their energy for the evening's cooler conditions. Additionally, taking a longer break could allow them to accomplish more physical labor in a single job, thus increasing their earnings. Such wisdom was the result of years of accumulated experience, and Mingyang was determined to thrive in this field. At least, that was his short-term plan, and he listened intently. All right, everyone, it's time to rise and prepare for work. It's already 6 o'clock. Today's task is substantial, and we must act swiftly. If we don't complete it today, our reputation will suffer, making it harder to secure future jobs. While Mingyang and the older man were sharing a cigarette and hydrating to replenish lost fluids, the foreman suddenly sprang to his feet and bellowed, urging the workers still resting on the ground to quickly rise and begin their duties. The task at hand was a significant order worth 12,000 yuan, which equated to 200 packages of debris. With only about 20 workers, this meant each person was responsible for an average of around 60 packages. The clients had granted only a single day for completion, demanding that all construction waste be cleared before dawn the next day when the construction crew would arrive. Thus, despite it being only 6 o'clock and the air still radiating the sun's residual heat, though significantly cooler than at noon, conditions were still sweltering. While waiting until around 7 o'clock would have been ideal for work, the foreman had to spur the workers into action to ensure the job was completed that day. To survive in this sprawling city, even the most humble laborers had to adhere to a code of conduct, maintaining a respectable reputation. Otherwise, even with strength, securing jobs would be futile. Let us move quickly and get to work. Opportunities like today's substantial order are rare. The more we accomplish, the more we earn. If we perform well, others will reach out to us for future jobs, as everyone desires capable workers in their teams. This is the best assurance for timely completion of assignments. Upon hearing the foreman's call to action, the older man promptly rose, deftly slinging his cushion onto his back while encouraging Mingyang to hasten his preparations. Although it is often said that teaching a disciple can lead to the master's downfall, the labor involved in these tasks inherently lacks complexity. Moreover, the older man, being advanced in age, could not labor much longer. Thus, offering a few pointers to his young compatriot could help Mingyang avoid unnecessary pitfalls. These were simply casual remarks that could foster goodwill, and why not? However, whether Mingyang would heed this advice was entirely up to him. After all, they were merely acquaintances, and the older man's willingness to share insights was indeed a rare occurrence. Should Mingyang choose to dismiss them, it would not concern the older man. Yet, as Mingyang began donning his filming equipment, a flicker of curiosity crossed the older man's face. He wondered why this young lad would bring such items to work. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of asking little and observing less, the older man merely glanced at him before returning to his own tasks. Rather than ponder these matters, it would be far more productive to lift another package. After all, each additional package represented 10 yuan. I cannot believe it. Despite beginning work early at 6 o'clock, they had barely managed to clear half of the construction debris. As the clock struck 10:30, Mingyang finally carried the last package of debris downstairs. His clothes were drenched in sweat, even his sneakers soaked through, making each step feel slippery. At that moment, he understood why the older men opted for flip-flops. It was simply a means to dissipate sweat. Observing his trembling hands and legs, and feeling his body reach its limits, Li Mingyang gazed at the dark corridor ahead. Although his body screamed for rest, even lifting a hand felt like a monumental task. He resolutely chose to press on. Finally, as noon approached, Li Mingyang hoisted the last package of debris down the stairs, officially concluding the monumental task. At that moment, it was the most exhilarating time for the weary workers. Despite their bodies being pushed to the brink, each face lit up with joy upon seeing the foreman holding a stack of crisp bills. "This is yours, a total of 680 yuan." As Li Mingyang waited in line, receiving the various denominations of cash from the foreman, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. This was the first time he had earned such a substantial sum in a single day, and he felt a profound sense of reality in this money-s arrival. "Young man, keep up the good work. For your first job, you've earned quite a bit. If you continue to strive, in no time, you'll be able to return home and build a grand house. Alternatively, one might consider saving some money to return home and embark on a business venture. In this era, young individuals like you, who are willing to endure hardships and work diligently, are bound to have a promising future. By the way, let us exchange contact information. Should similar substantial orders arise in the future, I shall ensure you are included." The foreman patted Li Mingyang on the shoulder, his face radiating admiration. Chapter 8. The Strengthening Physique. "Thank you, foreman. I will continue to strive diligently. If there are similar large orders in the future, please remember to call on me." As for the sincerity behind the foreman's words, Li Mingyang was not entirely certain. In this society, everyone values face, engaging in theatrical flattery that should not be taken too seriously. However, adhering to the principle of making the most of every opportunity, since the foreman had said so, Li Mingyang decided to climb higher on this ladder of affirmation. It is often said that the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. Knowing more people could lead to more opportunities, wouldn't it? "Boss, 3 bowls of fried rice with extra chili, please." Returning to his residence on his little electric scooter, Li Mingyang was overjoyed to see that the small restaurant downstairs was still lit. He abruptly halted his scooter at the entrance and dashed into the establishment. "Hey, you lad." The owner, upon noticing Li Mingyang's late arrival, intended to tease him, but upon seeing his dusty visage, his teasing fell silent. "You really went to work on the construction site today? I thought you were just joking around with those older fellows earlier." Having operated this restaurant for many years, the owner was acutely aware that most patrons were from the lower echelons of society, and he recognized the implications of various occupations. Observing Li Mingyang's appearance, the owner quickly deduced the truth of the matter. "How can you handle such labor? This kind of physical work isn't suited for someone as young as you. If you lose your job, you can always look for another. There's truly no need to take on such backbreaking labor. If it comes to that, I can introduce you to a couple of jobs. Although the pay might not be substantial, at least they offer stability and ease." The owner, being a local and a veteran of the city's urban village transformations, opened the restaurant mainly to keep himself occupied, and he was not lacking in financial resources. As a local figure, his connections were not to be underestimated. For someone he found likable like Li Mingyang, he wouldn't mind taking a moment to provide a decent job referral. No, I've discovered that I might actually be quite suited for this. Compared to a life of sitting in an office, laboring without earning much, I think this job is more fitting for me. Not only is it more flexible in terms of time, but it also pays better. On just my first day, I earned 680 yuan. At this point, a radiant smile broke through the dust on Li Mingyang's face, revealing a set of exceptionally bright white teeth that elicited both laughter and sympathy from the owner. "You lad, all right, if you feel good about this work, then continue with it. Should you ever feel it's too much, you can always come to me. Though I may not be a person of great means, helping you find a job is certainly within my capabilities." Li Mingyang reciprocated the owner's warmth with enthusiasm. "Certainly. If I need assistance, I will not hesitate to trouble you. After all, I consider myself a regular here." The bond of years of camaraderie meant that the owner would not wish to see Li Mingyang return home in such a disheveled state. Hissing in pain, after finishing his meal and returning home, Li Mingyang finally managed to drag his weary body into a quick shower and collapse onto his bed. He had merely intended to rise for a glass of water, but the simple act of getting up made him involuntarily gasp. Soreness, numbness, swelling pain. Li Mingyang felt as though every muscle and even every bone in his body was overwhelmed with a cacophony of agony, akin to a spice rack overturned in the kitchen. The discomfort that had been unnoticeable during work now surged forth with the release of tension. It felt as if the adrenaline had worn off, like awakening after a major surgery, with all the pangs of suffering crashing down at once. The pain was utterly unbearable. In that moment, Li Mingyang felt a flicker of regret for choosing this line of work and for his relentless dedication to it. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was not an ordinary individual. He possessed a golden finger of sorts. He turned on the small television hanging by his bedside, which had not been used in months, and attempted to distract himself with awkward television programs. It was not that he wished to avoid his phone. Even the simple act of lying down while using it was an immense challenge for his sore arm muscles. Endure. Damn it. Pain is temporary. I just have to hold on until midnight. As time passed, nearly a month had elapsed since Li Mingyang entered this profession. Unlike the obscure figure he once was, he had established a reputation within the construction community through his increasingly robust physique and extraordinary recovery abilities. Now, he was acquainted with numerous individuals who would not forget his name when faced with challenging contracts. Chapter 9. The Parallel of Short Videos and Live Streaming. From initially taking 2 or 3 days to receive a single order, to now almost receiving orders every day. Although each day is exhausting, pushing the limits of his physical endurance, Li Mingyang persists even when he has clearly reached his limits. One could say he endures daily torment. Nevertheless, the rewards of such self-imposed labor are substantial, starting with his income, which has exceeded 15,000 yuan in just 1 month, an amount he previously struggled to earn in 2 months. Furthermore, Li Mingyang's physical condition has improved, both his strength and stamina, while only slightly better each day, are steadily progressing. This daily pursuit of becoming stronger is indeed addictive, especially alongside the significant financial gains it brings. After more than a month of development, Li Mingyang has taken to editing videos of his work whenever he finds a moment. Each completed order results in a full short video, and to date, he has released 21 such videos. In today's digital landscape, this type of content is relatively novel, and coupled with Li Mingyang's commendable appearance and the consistent display of income and achievements in his videos, his follower count has risen appreciably. Although it has only been slightly over a month since he began posting short videos, his follower count has already surpassed 15,000. He has long reached the requisite number of followers for live streaming. Yet Li Mingyang finds himself in a state of indecision. Editing a day's worth of work into a single video might appear fulfilling, but dedicating an entire day to live streaming could render his content monotonous. Most critically, live streaming would significantly hinder his work efficiency. A live stream is inherently an interactive process between the host and the audience. Should he focus on his tasks, the stream would become even more tedious. This could potentially yield adverse effects on his account rather than the positive ones he hopes for. Furthermore, if he engages with the audience, does he need to pull out his phone to monitor comments? Working is already a physically and mentally taxing endeavor, and introducing a phone, even if secured, would undoubtedly detract from his productivity. The adage of you cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw rings true. The pursuit of both could lead to expending considerable energy without achieving anything, like drawing water with a basket. Such an outcome is not what Li Mingyang desires. Thus, despite having surpassed the 1,000 follower threshold for live streaming, he maintains his current routine, documenting his work through videos and editing them at home to share on his account. However, he has never contemplated live streaming. At times, he imagines what it would be like to be a prominent influencer with over 1 million followers, or even a modest one with hundreds of thousands. Would he then be able to hire a live streaming assistant? This arrangement would not only preserve his work efficiency, but also ensure a certain quality in his streams. Unfortunately, these notions remain merely thoughts, as Li Mingyang currently lacks the resources. Lying in bed, he opens his Douyin dashboard once more. observing the meager income that has just barely surpassed 3 digits. His enthusiasm for work diminishes under the weight of the competitive nature of the online industry. When might he become an influencer with over 100,000 followers? Gazing at the figure of 15,231 followers, he lets out a deep sigh. Achieving 100,000 followers is considered the most basic threshold for becoming an influencer in today's digital realm. Yet, for Li Mingyang, this number has become a significant goal. As reaching it is essential for his account to generate meaningful income. Only after crossing this threshold might he attract advertisements and earn revenue beyond mere video views, transforming his short video earnings into a substantial supplementary income. Navigating to his works page, he notes that his best-performing video is one released a few days ago, where his daily earnings first surpassed 800 yuan. This marks a substantial step toward his goal of becoming a man who earns 1,000 yuan a day. Boasting an impressive 260,000 views, considered quite favorable for his current account. The comments number over 200, with likes exceeding 10,000. However, amidst the positive feedback, there are still a few detractors and trolls, individuals who perhaps feel unsatisfied in their own lives and seek validation in the online realm. They instinctively criticize anything that doesn't align with their preconceived notions, convinced they're the only enlightened ones amidst a sea of ignorance. Li Mingyang remains indifferent to such comments. For instance, he encounters remarks like, "This is too fake. With that physique, how can he earn over 800 yuan a day? If such income were truly attainable, why do laborers live in such hardship?" He refrains from engaging with these blatant misunderstandings, acknowledging that such comments are prevalent across his videos. They are often accompanied by a chorus of agreement from other users, leading Li Mingyang to conclude that many online are simply misguided. Yet, these criticisms unexpectedly spark an idea in Li Mingyang. While maintaining a live stream without engaging content may not benefit his account, he could consider occasional live streams, not for any other reason than to validate the authenticity of his work. Even then, many would likely dismiss it as staged, as some individuals exist solely within their own limited perspectives. However, with the right approach, he could draw inspiration from past internet personalities and share memorable phrases, such as, "Just do it. I'm all about authenticity." This might indeed stir a small wave of discussion and excitement online. In summary, as long as he approaches it creatively, even familiar concepts might yield novel results. At this moment, inspiration floods Li Mingyang's mind, akin to a torrent unleashed. He has even contemplated the timing of his first live stream, planning it for when he achieves his initial goal, successfully reaching an income of 1,000 yuan in a single day would certainly be a noteworthy milestone. However, if one were to commence a live broadcast at this juncture to validate the authenticity of their work, the cumulative effect may not merely be a simplistic 1 equating to 2. Rather, it could potentially lead to a significant surge in one's follower count. This could facilitate the attainment of the threshold necessary for monetization through short videos, thereby laying a solid foundation for future career transitions. Chapter 10. A challenging order worth 20,000. Hello? Is this Mingyang? Just as Li Mingyang was about to put down his phone and retire for the night, the familiar ringtone abruptly rang out. It was Ma Datu, the foreman he had encountered when he first entered the industry, known by that moniker. Li Mingyang was uncertain of his actual name, only aware that his surname was Ma, and he typically referred to him as Brother Ma or Foreman Ma. "Brother Ma, what is the order about? Is it yet another challenging and intricate task?" Although he was merely a newcomer with less than 2 months in the field, Li Mingyang had already garnered a reputation. Generally, he would not be approached for tasks that lacked complexity. Everyone was well aware that mundane orders did not pique his interest. What clients sought were high stakes, demanding jobs that could yield several hundred yuan in earnings with each completion. Indeed, this order is quite formidable. The difficulty level surpasses that of our previous assignments. However, the compensation is substantial, a whopping 20,000 yuan. Yet, one must possess a certain courage to undertake it, as the working environment can be somewhat intimidating, and those lacking fortitude may encounter unforeseen mishaps. Upon seeing this order, I immediately thought of you, Mingyang. I will send you the specifics shortly. Are you interested? If so, please return my call before midnight. We plan to gather at the small square at the entrance of the urban village around 8 a.m. tomorrow. We can charter a vehicle together, and the client will reimburse our travel expenses, which is quite convenient given the distance. After relaying this information, Foreman Ma hastily ended the call, confident that Li Mingyang would not decline the opportunity. However, to secure this lucrative order, he needed to contact additional workers, as a shortage of hands would render the task impossible. Moreover, careful consideration must be given to the selection of laborers. Those who merely drift through life were certainly to be avoided. Foreman Ma had ascended to his current position through diligence and a commitment to his reputation in the city. Any failure to execute an order as planned would tarnish his credibility, making it increasingly difficult to secure future jobs. Li Mingyang was the first worker Ma sought out, for he was undoubtedly one of the most industrious and earnest individuals he had encountered. As long as the offered price was satisfactory and promised ample earnings, Li Mingyang would unhesitatingly accept even the most arduous tasks. He consistently exerted maximum effort in his work, striving to attain the highest wages possible. Wow, I was already mentally prepared for this so-called challenging order, which I assumed would be manageable. After all, in the past month, I have encountered numerous daunting environments. However, upon reviewing the specifics of this order, I couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Is this a matter of moving a building or participating in an obstacle course challenge? This order was distinctly different from all previous ones Li Mingyang had undertaken. It was not a typical building or located in a tourist area. Instead, it originated from a factory, which explained the exceptionally high compensation due to its elevated difficulty. The initial hurdle alone would likely deter the majority of individuals. Although the height to be climbed was not particularly daunting, only 2 stories, approximately 5 meters, navigating the staircase was arduous, requiring one to crawl through in a hunch position. However, the challenges did not end there. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, one would have to weave through a maze of complex machinery, traversing a narrow steel plate merely 50 centimeters wide. Just to complete a single round trip would take at least 10 minutes, assuming one maintained sufficient stamina. As fatigue set in, a single journey could extend to 20 minutes or more. For such a task, without adequate compensation, Li Mingyang would typically lack interest. Fortunately, the remuneration offered at the conclusion of the order did not disappoint. The simplest material, cement, was required. It remained unclear what was to be constructed that necessitated such a quantity. But for each bag of cement transported, the payment was a generous 20 yuan. With such a significant order, if he performed well today, he might just realize his aspiration of earning 1,000 yuan in a single day. Contemplating this, Li Mingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he retrieved his recording equipment, meticulously cleaning it in anticipation. Today, he was determined to capture a compelling work video, fueled by a premonition that if he achieved his goal, this footage would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Chapter 11. The God of Heavy Lifting. Overcoming challenges with a 200-pound load. Here we are. Your task is to transport the cement from the entrance to this location. It was merely 8:30 in the morning when Li Mingyang arrived at the work site with the convoy. The first sight that greeted him was an impressive stack of 1,000 bags of cement. One could only wonder what the factory intended to do with such a vast quantity. However, the purpose behind it was of no concern to Li Mingyang. The working conditions here were indeed harsh. The information he had seen on WeChat the day before had been rather understated. The staircase was nearly vertical, requiring a near-crawling ascent. But that was merely a prelude to the real challenge. Upon reaching the upper level, they were informed of a narrow, 50 centimeters steel plank path. While such a path existed, it was surrounded by a grid, meaning that the workers had only 50 centimeters of maneuvering space. With both sides tightly enclosed, they had to adopt a fixed and specific posture to transport the cement to its destination, severely limiting their movements. This scenario imposed considerable physical demands on the laborers, transforming what should have been a straightforward transportation task into a grueling ordeal. It was no wonder that the offered price was a substantial 20 yuan per bag of cement. Each bag weighed a hefty 100 pounds, and such an exaggerated load was hardly manageable, even on normal terrain, let alone on this challenging route. Despite the daunting nature of the task, excitement flickered in Li Mingyang's eyes. Higher difficulty often translated to higher pay. With this in mind, he surveyed the route and inquired if anyone had questions. If not, they should hasten to work. He had checked the weather forecast and noted that today was the last sunny day before rain was expected tomorrow. Thus, it was imperative to transport all the cement to its designated location today. Any issues should be raised promptly for resolution. Otherwise, once the contract was signed, failure to complete the task would result in the workers being liable for the full cost of the cement. While the employer's words were somewhat blunt, they reflected the industry's standard practices. If one lacked the capability to take on such a job, it was better to clarify matters up front, ensuring a smooth parting. If the task was accepted but not completed, the resultant losses would inevitably fall upon the workers. However, this did not concern Li Mingyang. Their responsibility was merely to work, while the contractor would bear the burden of any contractual obligations. Becoming a foreman was no simple endeavor. It required meticulous management of the difficulty and volume of each task. Too many workers would compromise individual earnings and make future recruitment challenging, while too few would jeopardize task completion and the employer's satisfaction. Crucially, one often had to shoulder the risk of loss. Nevertheless, being a foreman did come with its advantages. For instance, this particular job involving 1,000 bags of cement could yield around 1,000 yuan in income, even if the foreman did nothing more than secure the contract, earning approximately 1 yuan per bag. However, this sum was a product of negotiations between the foreman and the employer, ensuring that the workers' wages adhered to market standards. This was no small amount, especially considering that, despite Li Mingyang's current capabilities, achieving such a target was impressive for an ordinary individual. Not all contracts guaranteed a fixed 1 yuan commission. Some offered lower prices, naturally reducing the foreman's earnings. Many foremen, often stemming from labor backgrounds, would not only secure contracts but also work alongside their teams, leading to significantly higher overall earnings. Such small foremen might appear indistinguishable from regular laborers, yet their total income was commendable. If they worked steadily for 2 to 3 years, building a house and purchasing a vehicle upon returning home would not be an insurmountable challenge. However, becoming a foreman necessitated a certain network and accumulation of connections, ensuring the ability to secure contracts and find reliable workers while maintaining a degree of respect. It was crucial that those under their supervision remained obedient. Otherwise, a few dissenters could lead to substantial financial losses. Let us get to work. Although the task was demanding, the remuneration was attractive at 20 yuan per bag, which included meals for midday and afternoon. After surveying the route with the management, the workers, while acknowledging the difficulties, were equally enticed by the offered compensation. They were all eager to start, brimming with enthusiasm. Despite the challenging path, their years of experience in heavy lifting provided them with ample strength and skill. Opportunities like these were rare. It would be unwise not to seize the chance for a lucrative payday. Listening to the familiar voices of his mentors, seasoned veterans of the industry, Li Mingyang felt no surprise. Their presence was expected on such a significant job. All right, let's all get our best today. After finishing the work tonight and earning some money, we can indulge in a barbecue. In the urban village where Li Mingyang resided, a barbecue restaurant run by a fellow villager catered to many workers yearning for a taste of home. The establishment was renowned for its generous portions and quality, making it quite popular. A barbecue sounds nice, but with this extra cash, it might be wiser to buy some potatoes to fry at home. Only you, the slipper god of war, can afford such indulgences. For us older folks, we have families to support. The physically demanding nature of their work and their appetites meant that a barbecue outing would likely cost over 100 yuan per person if they wished to eat their fill. Never mind, it's just not worth it. Li Mingyang was not surprised by the response. Aside from himself, nearly all the laborers shared the same frugal mindset. Every yuan earned was hard-won, so they naturally tended to be economical with their spending. However, he caught on to a key phrase in the conversation. Slipper god of war? Is that referring to me? Who coined that name? It carries a certain flavor reminiscent of middle-aged urban novels. I could just as easily call myself Dragon King Returns. Chapter 12. shedding layers to reveal a sculpted form upon encountering this rather vulgar title. Li Mingyang felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of individual could conjure such an explosive moniker? Observing the disdain etched across Li Mingyang's face, the middle-aged men around him could hardly contain their amusement, feeling as though the burdens they carried had lightened considerably. It was evident that these gentlemen also found the title somewhat inappropriate, and the jesting tone behind it added a playful layer to their labor. Beginning their toil at 8:30 in the morning, they lined up like passengers retrieving train tickets, each taking their turn. Even when exhaustion set in and the desire for rest became overwhelming, the challenging terrain compelled them to grit their teeth and persevere, unwilling to impede the progress of others. Rest could only be contemplated after completing their designated tasks, as pausing even for a moment was not an option in this unique setting. Remarkably, this very environment, coupled with their resilient mindset, rendered the day's work more enjoyable than typical labor. Of course, the question of how much motivation stemmed from the modest remuneration of 20 yuan per package remained unanswered. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang found himself energized, despite the predictable muscle soreness that accompanied his daily return home. Gradually, he seemed to acclimate to this sensation, even developing an almost euphoric attachment to it. To him, it transcended mere physical discomfort. It symbolized his progress. Each night, as the clock struck midnight, he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his bodily strength. Li Mingyang was not privy to specific metrics, as he lacked both the financial means and the leisure to procure a gym membership or hire a professional trainer for precise assessments. Yet, each time he stepped into the shower, he could not resist admiring his reflection. Compared to his previous appearance, marked by an unsightly belly, he now embodied the essence of a muscular man. His physique, distinct from the chiseled forms of bodybuilders, showcased clear muscular definition. A snug t-shirt would reveal his robust build, though his physique bore the hallmark of functional strength rather than the extreme, sculpting seen in professional athletes. Wow, it seems this 20 yuan is not easily earned. Initially, he and T felt the strain, but the relentless climb up and down the stairs had truly tested his endurance. Upon returning to the factory entrance, witnessing the diminishing pile of cement, Li Mingyang stretched and let out a genuine complaint. How come a young lad like you is already feeling the strain in your back? Shouldn't that be the concern of us older fellows? The older men who had been trailing him could not help but join the banter, though their jests were directed at Li Mingyang rather than the arduous terrain. As noon approached, a food cart arrived, laden with an impressive spread of dishes. It was undeniable that the factory demonstrated a commendable generosity, providing a hearty meal that appeared to be prepared with care. A large pot of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried green peppers and potatoes, and a serving of mapo tofu accompanied by a generous bucket of 3-flavor soup awaited them. The rice was plentiful, inviting them to indulge as long as they ensured not to waste. Many exhausted workers felt a surge of energy upon seeing the meal, realizing that if they had to fend for themselves, they likely wouldn't have treated themselves to such a feast. Wow, this food is truly delightful. Clearly, the factory's chef possessed considerable culinary skill, as even modest eateries would struggle to match the enticing aroma of these dishes. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mingyang, oblivious to the layers of dust and grime on his body, eagerly joined the throng waiting for food. Under the astonished gaze of the staff serving the meals and the bemused expressions of his fellow workers, he piled 3 generous plates of food onto his tray and found a shady spot to indulge. Of course, he did not forget his filming duties, promptly removing the camera from his head and placing it opposite him. Over the past month, he had certainly reaped rewards, such as his remarkable appetite and the way every dish appeared delectable while he ate. It seemed that whenever his eating segments featured in his videos, the viewership and comments surged. Gradually, recording his daily meals became a routine for Li Mingyang. However, today was slightly different, perhaps due to the sweltering heat and the demanding workload. His short sleeves were drenched with sweat, prompting him to instinctively shed his shirt, revealing his impressive physique. Chapter 13. 1180 yuan. The man who earns 1,000 a day has succeeded. Wow, you sly fellow. I never noticed it when you were dressed. But now that you've stripped off that shirt, look at those muscles. No wonder you've made quite a name for yourself in just over a month. It's clear you are made for hard labor. Observing Li Mingyang's muscular physique, the surrounding older gentlemen couldn't help but cast envious glances. While their own muscles remained firm, they paled in comparison to Li Mingyang's impressive build. And the unfortunate reality of age had left them with soft bellies and flabby chests. Even in their youth, they had never possessed such a physique as his. Without the aid of technology or professional training, such a physique is largely a matter of innate talent. Haha, isn't that the truth? If I had met a few brothers sooner, I might have struck it rich in this line of work. Just look at this physique of mine. It's clearly the muscle of the working class. If I don't engage in the labor that such muscles are meant for, wouldn't that be a disservice to them? Gathering around were a group of burly men, many of whom mirrored Li Mingyang's actions. Thus, despite being teased a couple of times, Li Mingyang showed no signs of embarrassment. He preferred to enjoy a couple of minutes of fresh air, shirtless, rather than suffer in clothing. After all, it would help dissipate some of his body heat. Sometimes, heat stroke is not merely caused by high external temperatures. Rather, it can result from an excess of internal heat that cannot escape. Thus, even in cooler seasons, one might still be susceptible to heat stroke, let alone during the sweltering summer months. In light of that, Li Mingyang prioritized his health over any trivial concerns about appearances. Delicious. I must say, the large manufacturers are indeed remarkable. They not only provide meals, but the quality is exceptional as well. The flavors are even superior to those found in many restaurants. Initially, I thought it would be an ordinary lunch, perhaps with slightly better dishes, but the delightful taste genuinely surprised Li Mingyang. He couldn't stop himself from indulging, savoring bite after bite, simply because it was so delectable. It wasn't until he had polished off 2 large plates of food that he finally found a moment to express his astonishment. You're just dreaming, aren't you? If we could enjoy such treatment every day, I fear the competition in our field would double. For us, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. The more people there are, the more intense the competition becomes, and with more workers, the number of jobs available diminishes. Most importantly, with increased numbers, the wages for the same work may not even match the current 80 we earn. As he spoke, the older gentleman wore an expression of profound contemplation. If given the choice, who would willingly engage in such grueling labor? Working in a factory would be far preferable to selling one's labor directly in the city. A few years ago, even though the older gentlemen were somewhat advanced in years, securing factory work was not a concern. However, in recent years, the economic climate has soured, and job opportunities have dwindled, leading to a growing number of individuals seeking work. Naturally, the influx of workers has increased competition for the fewer available positions, and factories have begun to select only the most capable laborers, leaving these older men at a disadvantage. They found themselves relegated to cramped accommodations in urban villages, sharing small rooms and barely scraping by in the sprawling city. It is true, these days, regardless of the profession, one must avoid becoming embroiled in competition. Hearing this, Li Mingyang echoed the sentiment, reflecting that if those individuals hadn't been so competitive, he wouldn't have been forced to resign. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I feel utterly drained. Initially, we thought the remaining work wouldn't take long, but we all overestimated our remaining stamina. Compared to the efficiency of the morning, the afternoon workers moved like sluggish zombies, and the productivity was abysmal. In the end, they relied solely on sheer willpower to push through, mechanically laboring with only one thought in their minds: to finish clearing all the cement. Yet, even with such determination, when the last bag of cement was finally moved, it was already 10:30 p.m., having started at 8:30 a.m., excluding a short lunchtime and about half an hour for dinner. They had toiled for over 12 hours of strenuous labor. Even Li Mingyang, with his increasingly extraordinary physique, groaned audibly after dropping the final bag of cement. Every muscle in his body, neck, shoulders, arms, thighs, and especially his aching back, felt as though it no longer belonged to him. What had once been mere soreness had escalated to a state of numbness. He moved like a rusted machine, each action awkward and uncomfortable. Thank you all for your hard work. Come forward to collect your wages. Afterward, take the time to rest and treat yourselves. Next, I will call the names of those who can come to receive their payment. I must say, The foreman is quite considerate. He knows everyone is exhausted and has avoided the unnecessary formality of lining up. Instead, he simply reads off his list, allowing each person to step forward as their name is called. If your name isn't called, you can find a spot to collapse and rest. Finally, as the minutes ticked away, Li Mingyang heard his name announced. Li Mingyang, well done, you sly fellow. Just as you joked before, it would have been a shame if you hadn't entered this field. While I anticipated this day might come, I truly didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly. Upon glancing at the names and the sums listed, even the seemingly worldly foreman couldn't help but express his astonishment. Li Mingyang, 59 bags of cement. Payment, 1180 yuan. Upon hearing that figure, Li Mingyang himself was momentarily taken aback. His initial goal of becoming a man who earns 1,000 a day. Had he truly achieved it? Had he really accomplished it? Though he felt a glimmer of hope upon arriving, the reality of reaching his goal left him in a daze. Chapter 14. A viral sensation, gaining 180,000 followers overnight. Upon returning to his modest rental apartment, Li Mingyang found himself momentarily entranced by the small bundle of cash clutched in his hand. It had only been a short while since he set his first modest goal, yet his account still showed little progress. Although gaining over 10,000 followers in just a month was commendable compared to the average person, for Li Mingyang, such a meager achievement was far from satisfactory. He yearned to edit and share the video he had recorded that day, relishing in the joy of reaching his goal. But exhaustion overwhelmed him. Despite a burgeoning hunger, he lacked the energy to prepare a meal and collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling while his mind wandered aimlessly. He lay there in the stillness, awaiting the arrival of midnight. This day had been the most grueling since he embarked on his journey in this industry. Previous challenges had merely pushed his physical limits, but this time, he had truly transcended them. After the clock struck 12, Li Mingyang felt rejuvenated, diving into editing his video while simultaneously ordering takeout. The hunger he had felt earlier transformed into an insatiable appetite, as if his stomach were home to a dozen ravenous sharks, clamoring for sustenance. While engrossed in editing, he stumbled upon an unexpected highlight in the footage. During lunch, the heat compelled him to shed his shirt. This marked the first occasion he had viewed his physique from such an alternative perspective. Without exertion, his muscle definition was rather subtle, but with the slightest effort, his muscles sprang forth, breaking free from the layer of subcutaneous fat and revealing a formidable visage. Even Li Mingyang found himself momentarily captivated, replaying the footage several times before exclaiming, "These muscles are undeniably impressive." In that instant, inspiration struck him. While idly scrolling through short videos, what captivated him most? The alluring figures of women flaunting their physiques. Thus, if those women could tantalizingly dance on the edge of propriety, why shouldn't he showcase his own well-defined muscles? Resolutely, he decided to incorporate the lunch footage into the video he was preparing for release, adding several close-ups. What began as a brief 5-minute video now featured nearly a minute and a half dedicated solely to his lunchtime antics. By the time Li Mingyang completed his work and satiated his hunger, it was already 3 in the morning. Without hesitation, he clicked to publish the video, unconcerned about the timing, as he felt no need to delve into its intricacies. He simply believed in putting out quality content. Although he held a glimmer of hope for the video, he did not expect it to achieve viral success. Yet, sometimes surprises and delights arrive with astonishing swiftness. When Li Mingyang opened his eyes the following afternoon, he intended to check the time and perhaps order some food. Feeling justified in indulging himself after achieving his modest goal of earning 1,000 yuan in a day, he planned to take a break from accepting new orders and evaluate the performance of his video. If it fared well, he might consider hosting a live stream to demonstrate his prowess. However, upon unlocking his phone, he was met with disbelief. His device had frozen. What on earth? This is the brand new phone I just purchased for 3,000 yuan. He exclaimed in frustration. The quality of domestic phones was said to have vastly improved. Yet here he was experiencing such a setback. In a panic, he worked diligently to access his Douyin account, and when he finally did, he was rendered speechless by the numbers displayed before him. Ignoring the view count, which had become inconsequential, He was astounded to discover that his follower count had surged past 200,000. A mere moment of slumber had propelled him from being a small-time account to one on the brink of 210,000 followers. The comments section exploded with over 300,000 responses. No wonder his phone had been sluggish. Staring at the astonishing results, Mingyang was utterly stunned. The virality on Douyin had arrived with such unexpected fervor. Chapter 15. Transforming into a beast at an observable speed. What splendid muscles of the working class, I adore it. This is far superior to those foolish giants in the gym. Such a handsome lad, coupled with that physique. Slurp. Oh, my friend with that body. I'm harmoniously strutting behind you like a locomotive. As Mingyang perused the comment section, a plethora of bizarre remarks paraded before his eyes, one of which left him utterly speechless. Why are there so many of these insufferable individuals these days? It feels as though their presence permeates every comment section. And this familiar, nonsensical language. Could it be that their influence has extended to the vast Northwest? Despite his inner monologue of complaints, a smile remained steadfast on Mingyang's face. Regardless of whether the comments were complimentary or disparaging, he viewed them all with a beaming smile. What did it matter what they said? Each comment was a stepping stone to increasing his followers. The more comments, the more viral his video became, and naturally, his follower count would swell. Soon, he would be able to pocket a little extra cash, leading to an ever more comfortable existence. Thus, in Mingyang's eyes, every word in the comments radiated a golden glow. He could almost envision countless red bills beckoning to him. If previously his modest following of over 10,000 lacked any potential for monetization, now he could contemplate such matters. With over 200,000 followers, he had become a notable figure on the platform. He possessed the qualifications to earn a decent living, at least securing a few sponsorships each month and showcasing some items in his store. Conservatively estimating, his account could generate several thousand yuan a month, and during fortunate times, even surpassing 10,000 was not out of the question. Coupled with his current job, he felt as though a glimmer of hope had emerged in his life. Mingyang, grinning like a fool, scrolled through the comments of his video. He continued until the sky outside gradually darkened, at which point his stomach could no longer tolerate the foolish grin on his face and began to protest. Only then did Mingyang muster the willpower to tuck his phone into his pocket and venture out to seek sustenance. The benefits of a viral video were immense. As his follower count surged, he noticed a significant increase in views on his previously lackluster videos. The number of comments was also growing at an observable pace. It was clear that the success of this video would undoubtedly yield him several thousand yuan in revenue. No wonder so many aspire to make a living online. Once a video goes viral, the influx of followers seems as effortless as eating and drinking. Hey, what joyous occasion have you encountered today? Ever since you walked in, even while eating, that smile hasn't left your face. Have you perhaps found yourself a lovely girlfriend? The owner downstairs had grown quite familiar with Mingyang. So upon witnessing his exuberance, he teased without hesitation. Girlfriend? Who in their right mind would bother with such nonsense? Those creatures only serve to hinder my ability to earn money. Mingyang replied nonchalantly, still devouring his meal without looking up. Oh, judging by your tone, it seems you've struck it rich. I suppose your visits here for meals will become less frequent. The owner chuckled, for with increased income, one standard of living naturally rises, and he feared his small eatery might not keep up with Mingyang's newfound lifestyle. Upon hearing this, Mingyang assured him, "Fear not, boss. Unless something unexpected occurs, I shall remain a regular patron of your establishment. After all, genuine eateries like yours are rare. The flavor is unmatched, and the portions generous. If I can't enjoy your cooking, I doubt I will sleep soundly at night." Compliments flowed easily between them, and Mingyang had no intention of retorting. Since the owner had chosen to run a restaurant, it was evident he possessed a passion for cooking. For a chef, nothing brings greater joy than praise for their culinary creations. True to this sentiment, upon hearing Mingyang's words, the owner humbly insisted otherwise. Yet his actions spoke volumes as he retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge. Seeing you thrive after all this time is a delight. Such happiness warrants a small gesture from me. Here, have a drink on the house. Don't refuse. Consider it a token of my appreciation, given your status as a loyal customer." Li Mingyang cast a bewildered glance at the owner. "Me be polite with you? I would even know how to express that here, though I have achieved a modest success. I am far from foolish enough to treat a landlord of several buildings with decorum over a mere few yuan." Without hesitation, he accepted the soda and chugged nearly half of it in one go. "Boss, this is a bit stingy, don't you think? You're well aware my appetite is larger than just this bottle of soda. It's barely a snack." The owner, both amused and exasperated by Li Mingyang's jest, pointed at him. "You, my friend, it's no wonder you've managed to get ahead in this place. You already possess one of the essential traits of a successful individual, an impressively thick skin, eating for free and still managing to complain." Though he couldn't help but scoff, the owner nonetheless opened the freezer to retrieve a larger bottle of soda for Li Mingyang. Chapter 16. Li Mingyang's first sponsor video. It is not that Li Mingyang truly lacks emotional intelligence or is entirely oblivious in conversation. Rather, his behavior reflects a certain camaraderie, as what was merely a bottle of soda became a source of light-hearted banter among friends. Adding a dash of flavor to an otherwise monotonous existence is indeed a delightful prospect. When the meal concluded and the bill was settled, Li Mingyang also took the liberty of paying for the second bottle of soda. While jesting is all in good fun, one must recognize the potential discomfort that such small advantages might cause the proprietor. The first soda was graciously offered by the owner, and thus Li Mingyang could naturally accept it. However, the second soda, it's essential to understand the boundaries of jest. Upon hearing the notification for payment, the owner couldn't help but smile as he watched Li Mingyang's retreating figure. It is no wonder that among the many patrons who dine at his establishment, he finds Li Mingyang particularly endearing. In fact, during Li Mingyang's period of unemployment, the owner even contemplated whether to recommend him for a job, providing him with a transitional opportunity rather than returning home in defeat, allowing the young man a chance to breathe and recalibrate. The affinity between the two stemmed from Li Mingyang's extroverted nature and his ease of conversation, which quickly fostered a rapport with the owner. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Li Mingyang's sense of propriety. He could joke freely yet maintain an air of professionalism when it mattered. From the owner's perspective, a person like Li Mingyang, even if not destined for greatness, would likely carve out a niche for himself, proving to be quite capable. In any case, securing a job was merely a matter of a few words, a fortuitous connection worth nurturing. However, it was unexpected that Li Mingyang would resolve his situation independently, and with such vibrancy. The owner was well aware of the source of Li Mingyang's elation today. He had been following Li Mingyang's burgeoning online presence. After all, Douyin features a people nearby function, and during his leisurely scrolling through short videos, the owner had indeed stumbled upon Li Mingyang's content. He had even taken a step to follow him, thus contributing a small brick to Li Mingyang's digital edifice. Thus, the owner's awareness of Li Mingyang's sudden rise to fame was not surprising. Despite his advancing years, the owner maintained a youthful mindset and was quite attuned to the evolving digital landscape. He recognized that with this newfound account, even if Li Mingyang chose to pursue no further endeavors, as long as he could sustain his following, his monthly income would undoubtedly surpass that of the majority of wage earners in the city. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Mingyang? May I inquire if you are open to advertising opportunities?" Following his viral video, Li Mingyang naturally received an influx of private messages, ranging widely in content. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed, amusedly sifting through the messages, some of which were indeed less than savory. Nevertheless, Li Mingyang brushed off the more distasteful comments. Yet he did manage to uncover a nugget of useful information. To his astonishment, just a day after his sudden fame, he had a potential sponsor reaching out. Upon reading the message, Li Mingyang sprang upright from his bed, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of seriousness. This was a matter pertaining to his first sponsored video, and he felt compelled to adopt a professional stance. Surely, a modicum of ceremony was in order. "Hello, I am Li Mingyang. Are you indeed interested in advertising? If convenient, could you please send over your product details?" In truth, Li Mingyang was a novice in the realm of content creation, lacking any acquaintances within the industry. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for a direct response. Advertising, you say? He had anticipated a delay in the response, but was taken aback when it arrived almost instantaneously. If you're considering advertising, then embrace the opportunity. Young man, work diligently. You are well on your way to becoming a prominent content creator. Upon reading this reply, the initial glimmer of hope in Li Mingyang's eyes faded, replaced by disappointment. He had thought that the moment for his first sponsored video had arrived, only to discover it was a playful jest from an online acquaintance. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. The teasing was a testament to his newfound popularity. After all, reclining once more on his bed, a smile returned to Li Mingyang's face. Even though he understood the jest, he replied with optimism. Understood. I will strive to become the million-follower creator you envision. What a pity. I thought my first sponsorship was upon me, and I nearly jumped out of bed. Li Mingyang maintained a positive outlook, accepting the humor in the situation. Given his recent viral success, he need not fret about attracting advertisers. Typically, the subsequent video following a viral sensation garners considerable views. Should businesses seek to capitalize on this momentum, the timing could not be more opportune. Clearly, the sender was unprepared for Li Mingyang's response and demeanor. What a delightful attitude. I expected you might take offense. All jest aside, I genuinely wish to discuss advertising opportunities with you. I have observed your previous videos. Your dedication is commendable, and our factory specializes in labor products, specifically knee and wrist supports, as well as ice silk sleeves. Thus, I thought to approach you for an advertisement. Taking advantage of your current surge in popularity, the advertising cost would be more economical at this stage. A modest benefit for both parties. Upon reading the reply, Li Mingyang found himself momentarily skeptical. Really? After a prolonged pause, he managed to respond with those two words. Indeed, you may check your back end. The specific collaboration requirements and our pricing have been sent your way. If you find it agreeable, let us look forward to a fruitful partnership. Chapter 17. The awkward advertising slogan. Upon hearing those words, Li Mingyang skeptically accessed his author backend, only to discover a request for advertising collaboration from Edo. However, it seemed that the content of this advertising partnership diverged somewhat from what had been previously conveyed. Wasn't the counterpart claiming to specialize in sports products? How had the product now transformed into something else entirely? While it did tangentially relate to the realm of sports, the notion of his first advertisement felt rather embarrassing. As Li Mingyang hesitated, he suddenly noticed a string of numbers below, a mere advertisement insertion. Yet the offer was a staggering 5,000 yuan, given his current follower count. This amount represented a generous proposition. After all, it was not a long-term commitment, merely an insertion within a video. With just over 200,000 followers, the typical rate for such advertisements hovered around 2,000 yuan. There were even instances where, during less prosperous times, individuals accepted 1,500 yuan for a similar deal. This offer was indeed more than double the market rate. Thus, even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the value of money. This sum could equate to nearly a month's salary from his previous job. All he needed to do now was record a video and promote a product. Was this a daunting task? Not at all. Even factoring in editing time, the advertisement would take no longer than 20 minutes. Who would refuse such a lucrative opportunity? Moreover, the men's underwear in question was a brand Li Mingyang was familiar with. He had worn their products for quite some time. The quality was commendable, and they were quite comfortable. Promoting a product he had genuinely experienced alleviated any moral burdens he might have felt. Are you certain your company specializes in sports goods? The advertisement you sent seems somewhat incongruent, he remarked, after regaining his composure. After a brief pause, the playful individual who had teased him earlier responded without a hint of embarrassment. Hey, athletic underwear is indeed sports-related. You could simply mention the term sports and be done with it. Besides, we also manufacture those items I previously mentioned. They're just secondary to our main focus. And I believe my offer is quite fair, 5,000 yuan. That's enough to hire influencers with millions of followers. Initially taken aback, Li Mingyang quickly regained his composure. Though he had recently gained some popularity, he understood the importance of remaining grounded. Seizing the opportunity for monetization was imperative. Despite the counterpart's somewhat cheeky demeanor, this was indeed his first significant sponsorship, and he needed to maintain a professional attitude. You're right. I should have been more considerate. Are there any specific requirements for the advertisement? Please feel free to share them, so I can tailor it to your preferences. Although not from Sichuan province, Li Mingyang had absorbed some of the local culture, including the art of adapting quickly. Ideally, we would like the advertisement to be inserted while you're working. The selling point for our athletic underwear is its quick-drying capability, making it perfect for such a scenario. After a brief silence, the counterpart promptly sent over their requests. Upon reading the message, Li Mingyang fell silent, wanting to chastise himself for speaking too freely. What had initially seemed like a simple advertisement now came with the awkward stipulation of promoting it during his work. He could already envision the bewildered expressions on his colleagues' faces. However, this was 5,000 yuan on the table. He couldn't let pride get in the way of such a sum. Moreover, if he aspired to flourish as a content creator, he would inevitably encounter similar advertisements in the future. He recalled a famous figure from the last century, known for his heartfelt performances, who had even donned women's clothing to sell products before achieving fame. Though the advertisements he accepted might be embarrassing, they would simply serve as milestones on his journey. After mentally preparing himself, Li Mingyang responded with a slightly trembling finger. "No problem. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you." Despite the awkwardness, this first advertisement held significant importance for him. If he could deliver an effective promotion, even if his follower count lagged behind that of larger influencers, the success of his advertisement could elevate his pricing above that of his peers. This was a matter of his livelihood, meriting his utmost diligence. Thus, after a day of rest at home, when Li Mingyang returned to his familiar workplace and toiled under the sweltering sun, he began to reflect on his audience's needs. If my friends are often engaged in physical activities or labor-intensive tasks and find themselves drenched in sweat, especially in their underwear, what should they do after an intense workout? While I cannot speak for others, as a fellow enthusiast, I would like to recommend our brand of athletic underwear. At lunchtime, amidst the bemused expressions of his colleagues, Li Mingyang suddenly retrieved a box of brand-new underwear from his bag and pulled out a pair to showcase it to the camera. The level of awkwardness surpassed mere embarrassment, venturing into the realm of the absurd. Chapter 18. Breaking Limits Daily, Daring Hypotheses. After Li Mingyang completed the advertisement shoot, even his thick-skinned demeanor could not withstand the subtle, yet inquisitive glances of his colleagues, prompting a flush to rise upon his cheeks. Even the few older gentlemen, who had always shared a cordial rapport with him, found themselves at a loss for words. They instinctively wished to inquire further, yet hesitated, unsure of how to articulate their curiosity. It seemed that Li Mingyang's conduct today had ventured beyond the confines of their understanding. One elderly colleague, hailing from a rural background, could not suppress a whisper within his mind. Could this lad be possessed by some malevolent spirit? How else could he suddenly become so peculiar? Or perhaps he had suffered some setback that had rendered him somewhat unhinged. Of course, these musings remained unspoken, but to them, Li Mingyang's behavior certainly appeared quite bizarre. Li Mingyang had mentally prepared himself for such scrutiny, knowing that his companions were generally of an older generation. Few among them were adept at using smartphones, let alone had the luxury of browsing the internet daily. Even those who occasionally indulged in short videos did so merely for amusement, seldom delving into the intricacies of these digital realms, much less recognizing them as legitimate professions that could yield substantial financial rewards. Nothing much, as you know. I've been recording videos and posting them online while working. After some time, I've garnered a modest following, he explained. A company approached me to produce an advertisement, requiring me to film it while I was working. Hence, the earlier situation. While it may seem a tad embarrassing, it's all in the name of making a living. Li Mingyang was keen to dispel any notion among his older colleagues that he might be mentally unstable. Gossip, after all, could wield considerable power. Should rumors circulate, he might find himself branded as a lunatic, and any future lucrative opportunities could slip through his fingers. Upon hearing the term advertisement, the older gentleman appeared momentarily taken aback. They were familiar with advertisements, primarily those broadcast on television. Could it be that a young person in their midst was akin to a television star, capable of securing such endorsements? Though none voiced their thoughts, Li Mingyang discerned the unspoken implications in their expressions. They perceived his modest online endeavors as insignificant, considering the mere 2,000 yuan he mentioned, far from the earnings of true internet celebrities or renowned stars. Yet, to him, 2,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum. It represented a slight dent to his pride while working. Moreover, these men had always treated him with kindness, and he doubted they would mock him for such a trivial matter. After all, countless individuals were willing to engage in even the most embarrassing tasks if there was a profit to be made. Li Mingyang opted for a blend of truth and embellishment in his explanation. Red-eye disease is a common affliction among humans. As the saying goes, a brother's failure is indeed a cause for sorrow, but a brother's success brings genuine heartache. Thus, he concealed his actual earnings of 5,000 yuan, presenting it instead as 2,000. Yet, even this figure incited envy among his companions, who earned every penny through their hard labor and did not possess Li Mingyang's extraordinary stamina. For them, 2,000 yuan was sufficient for 3 or 4 jobs. Meanwhile, Li Mingyang merely had to produce a few light-hearted remarks while brandishing underwear before the camera, an effortless endeavor they too wished to partake in. Of course, the 2,000 yuan was a result of the client's specific demands, thus the inflated rate. Typically, endorsements did not yield such bountiful rewards. He added that securing advertisements was not a regular occurrence, with some months yielding none at all. This last statement proved to be a decisive blow. Many were initially intrigued and even eager to learn how Li Mingyang profited online. However, upon hearing that such opportunities might amount to only 1 or 2,000 yuan a month, they quickly extinguished their aspirations, reasoning that it would be more prudent to seek part-time work instead. With this, the older gentlemen shifted their focus, exchanging light-hearted banter about Li Mingyang's unabashed demeanor. In truth, they were poking fun at his audacity, that he could so nonchalantly discuss underwear advertisements in such a public forum. Relieved that the matter was no longer pursued further, Li Mingyang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This way, he could continue to seize advertising opportunities without fearing the envy of his companions. Xiao Li, this is for you. 1,346 yuan. Impressive, young man. It seems your earnings have consistently exceeded 1,000 yuan lately. The foreman remarked with a hint of envy as he transferred Li Mingyang's share of the wages to his phone. While the foreman's income appeared commendable, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary capabilities of Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang paid little heed to the foreman's jest, for fatigue permeated his every fiber. Achieving daily earnings of 1,000 yuan was no simple feat recently. He had been pushing his physical limits to their extreme. Following his last breakthrough, he discovered that although he needed a day of rest afterward, the subsequent day required him to consume 5 or 6 meals to meet his heightened energy demands. Despite the toll it took on his finances, each time he surpassed his limits resulted in a palpable enhancement of his physical condition. Since making this discovery, he had made it his mission to continually test his boundaries, driven by an audacious thought. If he could persist in this manner and further fortify his physique, might he one day transcend into a truly superhuman existence? Chapter 19. The first attempt at solo deliveries, although the notion briefly flickered in Li Mingyang's mind, it seemed to have taken deep root in the very depths of his soul. Uncertain of whether such an idea could ultimately come to fruition, he was acutely aware that, with each successive breakthrough of his physical limits, his corporeal prowess was evolving into something extraordinary, gradually veering toward the realm of the superhuman. His current physical condition was undeniably superior to that of an average individual, even outshining the capabilities of seasoned athletes in the gym. After all, their training adhered to a scientific regimen, while Li Mingyang was audacious enough to push his body to its extremes. However, a persistent concern plagued him, despite his burgeoning strength. His appetite had similarly escalated. Once, 3 large bowls of fried rice sufficed, consumed thrice daily. Now, he could easily devour 4 bowls in a single sitting, and on occasion, he found himself eating 4 times a day. He couldn't help but worry that he might transform into a literal bottomless pit. The thought of spending his days either eating or en route to a meal sent a shiver down his spine. Furthermore, as he continued to strive for greater physical limits, the challenge became increasingly formidable. along with a growing need for nourishment. In essence, he would require more sustenance, preferably of a nutritious variety. Li Mingyang harbored a genuine concern that he might not be able to meet his body's demands, even if he consumed copious amounts of food daily. In summary, while his body appeared capable of continual enhancement, the question lingered: could he indefinitely grow stronger? Would he still be able to control his own physical evolution? These uncertainties loomed large in his mind. Nonetheless, he need not dwell on such matters for the time being. While his appetite had indeed increased, his physique was concurrently strengthening. At worst, when he reached a certain threshold, he could simply pause his relentless pursuit. After all, the journey of self-improvement did not come with a capricious system imposing obligatory tasks. His progress was solely dictated by his own will. Hence, these thoughts faded from his mind as quickly as they had arrived, though they planted a metaphorical seed within him, a seed that would guide him toward a promising future through his physical prowess. Though he recognized that his current condition might still require refinement, he believed that as he continued to grow stronger, his destiny would inevitably transcend mere laborious toil. In every domain, achieving one's limits heralds great potential. Yet, that was a concern for another day. For now, he needed to focus on his work. Given his current appetite, without a lucrative and stable job, it would not be long before his modest savings were depleted, leading him to a state of perpetual hunger. Was there a suitable opportunity awaiting him? After a period of diligent training, Li Mingyang had garnered a modicum of recognition within the industry, positioning himself as a seasoned veteran. Unlike the simple porters, he had immersed himself in the intricacies of the trade since his entry. He had discerned the optimal locations for securing assignments and, through research, discovered a local app bustling with activity where numerous jobs were posted. Without hesitation, he downloaded it. After all, why forego an opportunity? As his physical form grew more formidable, a thought crossed his mind. Should he venture into solo deliveries? This would not only serve as a significant challenge, but also promise greater financial rewards. As both the laborer and the contractor, every penny earned would flow directly into his pocket. Most importantly, his video channel had hit a plateau. Despite occasional showcases of his physique, his follower count had stagnated around 300,000, oscillating without substantial growth. Thus, he resolved to explore solo assignments, curious whether this endeavor might stimulate an uptick in his follower base. It is worth noting that Li Mingyang had rebranded his live streaming persona from a man who earns 1,000 yuan a day to a man who earns 2,000 yuan a day, as he had achieved the former goal and now sought a new aspiration. With his body continuously strengthening, he firmly believed he could reach this elevated level of income. Earning over 1,000 yuan daily through arduous labor was already remarkable enough to draw attention. Now, with his consistent earnings surpassing 1,000 yuan per outing and a new target established, should he succeed, it could create another small sensation. Moreover, he had begun to receive occasional advertising offers. Whenever he worked alongside his colleagues, he noticed their mixed reactions, some envious, others bemused. However, he recognized that such attention could become burdensome over time, as envy might arise among his peers, and filming in crowded environments posed its own challenges. Thus, he sought smaller, manageable jobs that would also yield a favorable return on investment and present a challenge. Ideally, these tasks would be compelling enough to inspire viewers to exclaim in admiration upon witnessing the difficulty involved. He stumbled upon a promising opportunity, estimated to be worth around 500 yuan, with a considerable degree of difficulty, requiring manual labor in a city village. It felt like the perfect chance to test his limits. Li Mingyang browsed through various postings on the app and, after a thorough search, discovered a fitting job in an unassuming section. Typically, foremen on such platforms had their own teams and tended to overlook smaller jobs unless they were hard-pressed for work. Yet, Li Mingyang found himself in a relatively uncompetitive niche, making it quite feasible to locate a suitable solo assignment. Indeed, there was no shortage of opportunities on this app. Chapter 20, 18 hours. A man earning 2,200 daily. Greetings, are you the workerly? Have you come alone? According to our agreed time, Li Mingyang swiftly arrived at the worksite on his electric scooter. Upon noticing that Li Mingyang was alone, the other party involuntarily displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes, accompanied by a touch of hesitation. Although the job was not extensive, amounting to just over 2,000 yuan, it seemed implausible that one person could accomplish it alone. Furthermore, he was pressed for time and required the work to be completed today. If Li Mingyang was by himself, it would evidently not meet his time constraints. Li Mingyang, sensing the other's uncertainty, promptly replied, "Of course, I am not alone, boss. Rest assured, with so many items to move today, I will not be able to complete it by myself. Reputation is crucial in this line of work. I have called 2 colleagues to assist, and we will certainly transport everything for you today. Once we finish, we will call you for inspection." Li Mingyang chose to slightly embellish the truth, for it was clear that the other party lacked confidence in his ability to finish the task alone. Admitting to being alone might lead to unnecessary complications, and there was a real risk of losing the job altogether. Ultimately, it was sufficient to complete the move, regardless of the number of helpers involved. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's assurances, the boss appeared visibly relieved. "All right, as long as everything is moved before I arrive tomorrow morning, you can come by for the inspection. Provided there is no damage, I will settle the payment on the spot. Of course, if you finish early today, feel free to call, and I will come to settle the bill." As for the items, they were merely tiles, but one should not underestimate them. Each box weighed over 100 pounds, nearly 200 pounds. Additionally, care must be taken when handling them, especially since the stairway was rather narrow, making it challenging to maneuver. The payment was indeed as stated online, 20 yuan for each item moved to the 6th floor. The boss grimaced slightly at this last statement, but given the location in the urban village, with its narrow alleys and stairwells, it was a necessary cost. While the price of 20 yuan per item was relatively steep, it seemed that Li Mingyang was the only one willing to take the job. The boss felt fortunate to have found someone ready to work. He had even considered raising the price to 25 yuan per item if no one else accepted the job after today. However, Li Mingyang's timely arrival spared the boss a considerable amount of money. There were over 100 items, and even a mere 5 yuan increase per item would amount to several hundred yuan in additional expenses. Although the boss was not short on funds, it was prudent to save where possible. "Very well, boss. You can come to inspect the work tomorrow. Although we can finish tonight, it may be late by then, so I will refrain from disturbing you this evening. We will reconvene for the inspection in the morning." Agreed. But let us set the record straight. If any tiles are damaged during the move, you will need to compensate accordingly. Certainly, if such a situation arises, I will take full responsibility and compensate you as per industry standards. With that final assurance, the boss left satisfied, and Li Mingyang commenced his work. Having engaged in similar labor before, Li Mingyang had moved tiles on numerous occasions. However, this particular batch was notably larger. The tiles appeared to be large floor tiles, measuring 1.5 meters in length and 80 centimeters in width, which explained why this job had remained unclaimed online for several days. It was likely that even if someone had seen it, they would have simply shaken their head and walked away, as the 20 yuan payment was not particularly enticing. For most individuals, handling these tiles alone would be unmanageable. 2 people were required for each item. Calculating it this way, each person would earn only 10 yuan per item, which was evidently inadequate for the workload. Thankfully, despite their weight, Li Mingyang found the task manageable. Each tile weighed around 200 pounds, yet he was able to lift and carry them with ease. Li Mingyang arrived at the site at 9 in the morning. Being the sole worker allowed him greater flexibility in managing his time. Moreover, since all the tiles were stacked at the stairway entrance, he was not hindered by the sweltering heat, as the stairwell remained relatively cool. Thus, even under the midday sun, he simply took a brief meal before resuming work. Initially, he thought he could finish by around 10 in the evening, but he underestimated the demands of this 2,000 yuan job. 18 hours. A full 18 hours. Li Mingyang worked tirelessly from morning until the early hours of the next day, finally moving the last tile upstairs. He could confidently assert that without his unique ability to recover energy at midnight, he would have struggled to complete the job. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, he endured intense hunger as he pushed through the night. Today, Li Mingyang undoubtedly exceeded his limits once more. He labored for a total of 18 hours, moving 110 tiles, earning a total wage of 2,200 yuan. Chapter 21. Becoming a symbol of inspirational manhood. When Li Mingyang awoke from his slumber, the clock had already edged into the afternoon of the following day. Having worked past midnight, he found himself still bearing the weight of fatigue, even after a long rest. The latter part of the night had demanded several hours of strenuous labor, and without any extraordinary assistance, it was inevitable to feel weary. However, he had grown accustomed to this exhaustion over time. Despite the lingering aches in his body, it was bearable. After a simple descent to the kitchen, he devoured 4 bowls of fried rice before retreating to his rented room to edit the work video from the previous day. This was his longest working duration to date, and consequently, the length of the video was exceptionally extended. Moreover, this marked his inaugural breakthrough of earning over 2,000 in a single day. Therefore, he poured his heart into the editing, carefully selecting the soundtrack and the most captivating segments, as he aspired for the video to gain some traction. He did not demand much, but a modest increase in his follower count would be a welcome achievement. While he did not expect to surpass 400,000, crossing the threshold of 350,000 seemed a feasible goal. Achieving this would elevate his advertising rates, and Li Mingyang had always approached profitable endeavors with utmost seriousness. As he completed the editing process, he noticed that night had enveloped the world outside without his realization. Following the events of the previous day, he resolved to handle future orders independently, as collaborating with others had proven to be rather unfulfilling. Regarding the payment situation from yesterday, Li Mingyang initially planned to rise early to settle the account. However, he was taken aback to discover that the employer had already taken the initiative to visit and promptly transferred the 2,200 yuan to him. Exhausted from his labors, he succumbed to a deep sleep that extended into the late afternoon. This experience of taking orders had revealed its sweet rewards. Not only did he receive a higher salary, but he also felt less constrained while filming. He could even inject a bit of humor into his work, which evidently contributed to enhancing the viewership of his videos. Unlike when he worked alongside others, where he often felt inhibited by their scrutinizing gazes, he now embraced his identity with clarity. He understood that his focus would shift towards short videos, as his primary occupation had transformed from manual labor to managing his video account. With the gradual rise of his video platform, his potential for profit was also on the ascent. The laborious task had evolved into a means of creating content rather than a primary source of livelihood. Eventually, he anticipated discovering a more suitable approach, perhaps rendering his previous work obsolete. Thus, Li Mingyang prepared to take on orders independently, granting him greater freedom and the ability to select the content he wished to create. His videos would steadily improve in quality, marking a significant enhancement from before, with an abundance of newfound autonomy. The following morning, Li Mingyang awoke with a series of exclamations of astonishment. He had anticipated that surpassing the 2,000 yuan daily threshold might lead to a modest viral moment for his short videos. Yet he could not have fathomed the extent of what transpired. Sometimes, one's fortune is a matter of mere serendipity. Had he merely released the video on his own, the outcome would likely align with his expectations, a minor success. However, after its release, the official national account had taken notice, sharing and promoting his video. Most significantly, the account had even edited his content, casting him as a figure of inspiration. In light of the current employment climate in the country, where many find themselves unemployed, the government encourages individuals to shed the traditional constraints of work. As long as one can earn a living, the nature of the job becomes secondary. The serendipitous alignment of his video with the prevailing governmental narrative led to its discovery by relevant authorities, resulting in an organic surge of attention. Li Mingyang, a humble individual, found himself bewildered by the implications of this newfound attention. He recognized that his account had garnered explosive popularity, now backed by official endorsement. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as he avoided self-sabotage online, his account had acquired a protective charm. Without any compelling reason, the platform would likely refrain from penalizing him and might even extend promotional support. 1 million. 1 million. Incredible. From morning until night. No matter what Li Mingyang was engaged in, even while bathing, he could not resist the urge to check his short video metrics. eager to see how many new followers had joined his ranks. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, as he approached exhaustion, he witnessed his follower count break through the 1 million mark. Had it not been for the late hour, he might have leapt in celebration, knowing that in this era, while millions of content creators on the platform boast of similar follower counts, reaching this milestone undeniably elevated his status. In summary, Mingyang had transformed from an ordinary, recently unemployed worker into a celebrated content creator with 1 million followers in just a few months. Even in the most humble of occupations, he had managed to rise above and distinguish himself within the industry. To encapsulate it succinctly, Mingyang had indeed become a sensation, at least in the days that followed. His account and his persona thrived in the digital realm, particularly on Douyin. Chapter 22. The Emergence of the Tower-Bearing War God, what on earth are you so engrossed in? Brother, I've called you several times, yet you remain oblivious. In a dormitory of a second-tier university, Zhang Tao was about to invite his roommate to dine out, only to discover this fellow sprawled on the upper bunk, utterly absorbed in something. After several failed attempts to get a response, Zhang Tao, unable to tolerate such negligence, decisively delivered a sharp slap to his roommate's arm. Goodness, when did you sneak up here? You startle me. Pray tell, what captivates your attention so? You can't even hear me calling you for dinner, as if I were summoning you to class. Zhang Tao's dissatisfaction with his friend's behavior was palpable. Typically, during mealtime, his roommate was the epitome of enthusiasm. What could possibly have rendered him so distracted today? Could be heartbreak? Yet that seemed implausible, as this guy was notoriously attached to him, a well-known single among their peers. Surely, he hadn't clandestinely entered a relationship behind Zhang Tao's back? If that were the case, such treachery would be unforgivable. Even if he were heartbroken, he would deserve it for daring to betray their brotherhood, as if being a noble singleton were not sufficient. Why must one endure the pangs of love? I just stumbled upon a video of the tower-bearing war god. Initially, I had no interest, but this fellow truly astounds. Even though we are athletes, I doubt we possess such stamina. He seems less human and more like a beast. Surely, he should resemble a nuclear power machine like the T-800, for even a beast could hardly match his extraordinary endurance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's curiosity was piqued. When had such a prodigious talent emerged online? He and his roommate had always dismissed fitness influencers, believing that while outsiders might marvel at their impressive physiques, many of them were merely superficial. Indeed, some could be easily identified as having resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Even among ordinary fitness enthusiasts, Zhang Tao and his roommate could rival their muscularity when stripped to the waist. Thus, Zhang Tao found himself genuinely intrigued by this extraordinary individual who had elicited such admiration from his roommate. Before long, Zhang Tao too became engrossed in the videos. Unable to extricate himself, he watched from the earliest uploads to the most recent, witnessing the transformation from earning a mere few hundred yuan daily to surpassing 2,000. The timestamps revealed this remarkable progress occurred in less than 2 months. At this juncture, Zhang Tao found himself questioning the authenticity of the videos. Yet, given that they were shared by an official account, and the materials showcased were undeniably authentic, whether cement, construction debris, or other materials, he could not dismiss their legitimacy. Consequently, after absorbing all the videos, Zhang Tao felt a wave of despondency wash over him, even forgetting the prospect of dinner. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, "What have all our years of effort been for? Since middle school, I've dedicated myself to athletics, yet every minuscule advancement has demanded immense sweat, and now, at a young age, I'm already burdened with injuries. Ultimately, I have merely gained admission to an ordinary second-tier university, barely standing out among my peers." At that moment, his longtime friend, having regained his composure, heard Zhang Tao's lament and interjected lightly, "This is entirely normal. In any field, there exists a disparity between prodigies and the average. To me, the tower-bearing war god in that video is undoubtedly a genius, possessing an almost superhuman capacity for recovery. His physical potential is remarkable. After only a short time engaging in high-intensity labor, his physique visibly strengthens. Frankly, to see him laboring in such a manner feels like a waste of his talent. It would not be an exaggeration to call it squandering. If he were to pursue athletics, I have no doubt he would achieve significant results swiftly. Should he find a suitable competitive arena, I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the Olympic stage someday. As he concluded, even his tone bore a hint of awe, yet unlike Zhang Tao, he seemed more accepting of reality. Having faced setbacks throughout his life, he was never among the most distinguished in his age group. Thus, regarding Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical gifts, he could only express admiration without further envy. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the nation as the fervor surrounding Li Mingyang reached unprecedented heights. Any user of Douyin would inevitably encounter videos related to him, whether from his official account or derivative creations. Regardless, anyone who spent enough time on the platform could not escape content connected to Li Mingyang. After nearly 2 days of trending, the moniker of the tower-bearing war god had firmly established itself, catching the eye of many professionals who couldn't help but be captivated by Li Mingyang. Seeing him as an unrefined gem, a talent waiting to be discovered, many felt compelled to seek him out for a conversation. Chapter 23. The fire goes viral. Is it a desire to ride the wave of popularity? Naturally, these thoughts are merely held by a select few. For the vast majority, Li Mingyang is perceived as being past his prime. Even though he has exhibited remarkable potential, he is already in his 20s. How much more can be unearthed from such a physique? Thus, for most, their attitude towards Li Mingyang is simply one of amusement. There are those who lament the missed opportunity. Had they discovered such a talent a decade earlier, or even just 5 years prior, perhaps they would have sought him out to nurture his abilities. Who knows, he might have graced the international stage in representation of his country, just as internet users have speculated. However, at present age is indeed a factor, and it is a pity. Li Mingyang remains oblivious to these sentiments. And even if he were aware, he would likely be indifferent. His thoughts have never wandered in that direction. While being a professional athlete is certainly appealing, and achieving the pinnacle of success would undoubtedly enhance his life, one must consider the plethora of athletes both domestically and globally. How many truly reach the summit? Regardless of the field, there can only be one world champion in the realm of sports. Even with silver and bronze medals included, there are only 3 titles to be claimed. Moreover, how many people remember the so-called second and third place winners? It is the champions adorned with gold medals that capture the public's fascination. And even then, this glory must come from widely recognized sports. In less popular disciplines, even if one claims victory, the impact on personal life may not be significantly transformative. While it is certainly an improvement, the dream of financial freedom seems elusive. Amidst the clamor of the internet and reality, Li Mingyang remains unfazed. He understands that his sudden rise to fame necessitates a consolidation of popularity. After merely resting for a day at home, he resumed his quest to find projects that suit him, not only in terms of remuneration, but also considering the workload and the nature of the tasks, ensuring they are engaging. He aims to capitalize on this surge in popularity by releasing several videos to enhance the loyalty of his followers. Ideally, he hopes to further increase his visibility during this fervent period. However, despite his diligent research into local opportunities well into the night, he found nothing suitable. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he decided to take a break and scroll through Douyin to relax. Sometimes, inspiration does not emerge from strenuous thought, but rather strikes unexpectedly during moments of leisure. Since he could not find an appropriate project immediately, he opted to unwind. Although consolidating his popularity is urgent, it is not immediate. He believes his popularity will steadily rise over the next few days. Thus, he has ample time. And if he appears overly eager, focusing solely on the quantity of videos rather than their quality, it may backfire rather than assist him. Having reached this juncture, every subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution. As a newly minted influencer with 1 million followers, if Li Mingyang manages this account wisely, he could potentially earn a modest sum annually. In other words, he could live quite comfortably relying solely on this platform. Therefore, during such a pivotal moment, he must remain humble and vigilant. A porter at Taishan? Sometimes, surprises and opportunities arise unexpectedly. Li Mingyang had intended to watch videos for a while, before sleeping and pondering his next steps. However, while scrolling, he stumbled upon a profession that seemed perfect for him and was currently trending. This was not merely due to the profession itself, but rather the inherent allure of Taishan as a renowned location. If one were to name a mountain of significance in the hearts of the Chinese people, it would undoubtedly be Taishan. Throughout history, emperors of note have sought to perform the ritual of Fengshan at Taishan, despite a certain foolish emperor tarnishing its reputation. Nevertheless, this legendary mountain retains its esteemed status in the minds of the populace. Each year, countless tourists flock to its slopes, and the challenge of summiting Taishan has become a popular topic online. Many influencers travel great distances to undertake this ascent, and typically, such videos garner impressive viewership, particularly in relation to their follower counts. Thus, upon discovering the role of a porter at Taishan, Li Mingyang's interest was piqued. If he could participate in this endeavor and showcase his abilities, it would be an excellent opportunity to amplify his performance in the videos. He considered adjusting his schedule to work during the late-night hours, allowing him to rejuvenate by midnight. With his enhanced capabilities, his performance would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Having identified his next filming location and project, Li Mingyang felt a wave of relief and returned to browsing short videos. In this digital era, there are indeed numerous enchanting figures online. Their physiques and styles, whether enhanced by effects or not, are seldom seen in real life. On the internet, he can indulge without expense, requiring only a bit of bandwidth to access a plethora of content, even selectively choosing what to watch. Ignoring such an opportunity would be a disservice to the advancements of the digital age and an affront to the brilliance of platforms like Douyin. After Li Mingyang's meteoric rise, he has also captured the attention of many across the nation. Generally, individuals with over 1 million followers are no fools. While they may not fully grasp the trends, they understand the importance of following the crowd. The recent surge in official video shares has been a blatant indicator. Most crucially, they have keenly sensed the influx of traffic, a significant boon for those in the realm of social media. For them, traffic translates into profit. Thus, numerous influencers have begun to contemplate whether to seize this opportunity to reach out to Li Mingyang. Although they approach him with the intent of capitalizing on his popularity, their own follower bases are considerably larger. A collaboration could prove mutually beneficial, creating a win-win scenario for both parties. Why would anyone not embrace such an advantageous partnership? Chapter 24. A fitness influencer seeks collaboration. Many influencers have contemplated the idea of collaboration, yet only a few have taken immediate action, as the majority remain hesitant. Keen to observe how long the favorable winds brought forth by Li Mingyang will last. A pivotal factor is that, although Li Mingyang's follower count has surpassed 1 million, this number remains modest compared to their own fan bases, which often exceed several million or even tens of millions. To approach him for collaboration without clarity on who stands to gain more could lead to complications. Thus, despite the allure of capitalizing on this trend to gain popularity online, only a select few have mustered the resolve to act promptly. Among these rare individuals is a prominent influencer known affectionately as Gongzi, who boasts over 10 million followers. Upon viewing Li Mingyang's video, he was immediately captivated. Gongzi, renowned for his role as the principal of a martial arts school and his philanthropic endeavors in mountainous regions, is affectionately referred to as Principal online alongside his real name and pseudonym. Despite his imposing physique, Gongzi's character is commendable, as evidenced by his charitable actions, which highlight his compassionate nature and amiable personality, a delightful contrast to his rugged exterior, perhaps contributing to his substantial following. After witnessing Li Mingyang's impressive display, Gongzi felt a strong desire to nurture such talent. He believed that if someone with Li Mingyang's natural athleticism did not train diligently, it would be a tremendous waste. Observing Li Mingyang's work ethic indicated to Gongzi that he hailed from humble beginnings, as his labor was genuinely undertaken, unlike the staged antics of many so-called influencers. Li Mingyang's remarkable physique was evidently sculpted through hard work, without the benefit of structured training. Recognizing him as an inspirational figure, even praised by national media, Gongzi felt compelled to extend a helping hand to this seemingly inexperienced young man. Regardless of what the future held for Li Mingyang, establishing a positive connection seemed prudent. After all, More friends equate to more opportunities. While Gongzi may not currently require assistance from Mingyang, the unpredictability of the digital landscape suggests that the tides could shift unexpectedly. One day, an influencer may bask in the adulation of millions, only to find their account banned the next. Brother Gongzi, you wish to collaborate on a video? You aim to challenge yourself with some heavy lifting? And you aspire to become a man who earns 1,000 a day? When Mingyang received Gongzi's call, astonishment was etched across his face. Despite his claims of being a major influencer with 1 million followers, he recognized that true titans like Gongzi, with their millions of fans, operated on an entirely different level. The very notion that someone of Gongzi's stature would approach him for collaboration felt surreal, akin to a fortuitous windfall. However, amidst his elation, Mingyang's clarity returned. Brother Gongzi, just to clarify, I am quite impoverished and cannot afford much. If this collaboration requires any payment. Before he could finish, Gongzi responded, "Ha, my friend, your words are truly amusing. The reason I reached out is simply to collaborate. There are no ulterior motives. I merely wish for us to create a video together, without complicated interests involved. Moreover, you have been quite popular online lately, and I thought to ride this wave of success alongside you. As long as you don't mind my presence, it is a tremendous opportunity. There will be no fees involved. I, Gongzi, am not that kind of person. So, what do you say? It's merely a matter of a single word. I initiated this on a whim, so if there are any inconveniences on your end, feel free to decline without any burden on your conscience. After all, it is I who have been a bit presumptuous." Chapter 25. Let's dive into a 2 million deal. No, it is my honor that you took the initiative to contact me just now. Such matters benefit both of us. If we were to analyze the situation, it seems I'm the one who stands to gain. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I must admit I would feel quite embarrassed. As for timing, I am available at your convenience. Feel free to arrange it as you see fit, for I am ready to welcome you at any moment. Upon hearing Gongzi's words, Mingyang was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that this was indeed a splendid opportunity. It was far superior to any plan he had previously contemplated regarding riding the wave of Taishan's popularity. While challenging Taishan does possess a certain allure, it pales in comparison to collaborating with someone like Gongzi, a prominent influencer with millions of followers. The allure of challenging Taishan loses its significance when juxtaposed with the potential benefits of working with such a well-known figure. The critical point is that Taishan will always be there, accessible whenever one desires, whereas securing a collaboration with someone like Gongzi, especially without the favorable winds of this moment, will be quite a daunting task. Even if avenues existed, the financial requirement would be beyond my means. Thus, the answer regarding which opportunity holds more weight became evident to Mingyang. All right, brother, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I genuinely admire individuals of your caliber. Instead of waiting for the perfect day, let us seize the moment. Since we're not too far apart, how about we plan for tomorrow or the day after? If we act swiftly, I should be able to arrive by tomorrow afternoon, though I notice that your work seems to commence early in the morning. Given that we are embarking on a challenge, we cannot afford to indulge in frivolity. Everything must reflect reality. Therefore, let us reserve the actual video shoot for the morning of the day after. I would appreciate it if you could find a task that presents a greater challenge. After all, Gongzi is a well-known fitness influencer, and the physique he showcases is not merely for show. If the challenge is too simple, it lacks intrigue. Although I may not achieve the astonishing feat of working for 18 hours straight, I do believe it is not unreasonable to set a modest goal of earning 1,000 in a day, is it? It must be said that Gongzi's personality aligns well with his appearance. His forthright nature is quite refreshing, while some may not appreciate it. For someone like Mingyang, who prefers straightforwardness, it makes interactions feel more relaxed. All right, when you arrive tomorrow, please give me a heads up so we can enjoy dinner together. We can also discuss the work details in advance, as this is our first collaboration, and we must ensure we produce noteworthy results. Mingyang's suggestion was not solely for Gongzi's benefit. It was primarily for his own advantage. His main task over the past few days had been to stabilize his popularity. If he were to squander the opportunity presented by a prominent influencer like Gongzi, it would indeed be foolish. However, Leveraging this opportunity requires a certain finesse. His suggestion serves as an opening for Gongzi, facilitating their future collaboration. Li Mingyang did not intend to allow Gongzi a comfortable return. Captivating the audience's interest is rather simple. One need only observe numerous current variety shows in the entertainment industry. Their collaborative short videos can be perceived as a form of entertainment. As a creator with a substantial following, Gongzi naturally carries a certain allure for his fans. However, for casual viewers, the sentiment is often less favorable. After all, a large follower count suggests significant earnings, and while many struggle, it can be disconcerting to see someone enjoying a more affluent lifestyle. It is futile to claim that influencers do not earn money. We live in the advanced digital age of the 21st century, and netizens are astute enough to recognize this reality. Therefore, to successfully capture the audience's attention, the protagonist in the video must appear to be in a dire situation. Thus, Li Mingyang intended to exploit this opportunity to put Gongzi in a challenging position. Internally, he felt a sense of anticipation, wondering if a memorable moment might arise from it. Given Gongzi's mindset, he should be cooperative, right? Although such memorable moments often translate to a creator's missteps. One only needs to look at the journey of certain infamous influencers to understand that being infamous can also lead to a form of notoriety. Sometimes, when a joke is overplayed, it can elicit genuine emotions, and if a catchphrase gains traction, it may foster an unexpected sense of familiarity among casual viewers. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Mingyang hastily pulled out his phone to explore potential opportunities. Previously, he could only secure jobs worth around 2,000, a limit of his capabilities. However, with Gongzi joining his team, a muscular powerhouse, the goal of earning 1,000 in a day, though challenging, seemed plausible. Consequently, he could expand his target range to around 3,000, significantly broadening his options. Despite his optimistic outlook, Li Mingyang scoured the website but found no suitable jobs. Had it just been him, he might have unearthed a couple of decent opportunities, but with Gongzi's involvement, the endeavor required a certain level of excitement. In other words, the tasks needed to be sufficiently challenging. Otherwise, the audience would not engage with Li Mingyang, the emerging influencer. Perhaps he should consider pursuing a larger job. After all, during his time working, he had made several connections. Even if he were to take on a substantial task, he could rally enough people to assist. Furthermore, should any unexpected issues arise, such as delays, Li Mingyang's current savings would be adequate to cover any minor setbacks. Compared to the potential financial loss, he valued his prospects in the realm of short videos far more. Even if he accepted a daunting task, it did not guarantee a breach of contract, did it? Shifting his mindset, Li Mingyang swiftly identified a fitting opportunity, a substantial job worth a staggering 20,000, located within a factory. The difficulty level seemed comparable, if not greater than a previous factory visit Li Mingyang had undertaken. Chapter 26. This is indeed a purebred beast. Brother Gang, it is an honor to finally meet you in person after having admired your reputation from afar. Seeing you in videos, I had always envisioned you as a true tough guy. Yet in reality, your stature surpasses even my expectations. Li Mingyang has an astute understanding of the psyche of fitness enthusiasts. Why do these individuals toil relentlessly in the gym, sculpting their muscular physiques? Simply to earn the admiration of others. Thus, upon meeting Brother Gang, Li Mingyang candidly complimented his impressive musculature. Brother, your physique is truly commendable, but in my opinion, your muscles are the very epitome of strength. Although they may not appear vast in dimension, the density is certainly unparalleled. And let us not overlook your extraordinary stamina. Working at high intensity for a continuous 18 hours is beyond what I can fathom. When he uttered this last statement, Brother Gang's expression was one of genuine admiration. Unlike many online creators who might envy Li Mingyang's rapid rise to 1 million followers, Brother Gang, being a serious fitness enthusiast, recognized the true prowess reflected in Li Mingyang's videos. What astonished him most was not the process of Li Mingyang's ascent, but rather the sheer physicality of Li Mingyang himself. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such extraordinary physical potential. It seemed as though Li Mingyang had no physical limitations. It appeared that with his determination, he could perpetually improve. After all, for an ordinary person to exert themselves as Li Mingyang does would likely lead to muscle breakdown in mere days. Reality is far less forgiving than fiction, where tales of breaking physical limits abound. Though Brother Gang is a straightforward person, Li Mingyang valued his hospitality. Not only did he arrange accommodations at a five-star hotel, but he also took Brother Gang to a renowned local restaurant. Despite its modest size, this establishment is immensely popular, and had Li Mingyang not reserved a table the day prior, they might have faced a lengthy wait for their meal. Li Mingyang's enthusiasm stemmed from a specific purpose. Brother Gang, after considering your advice yesterday, I believe it is essential for us to approach our first collaborative video with utmost seriousness. Our viewers do not wish to see us effortlessly complete tasks as if on a leisurely vacation. Therefore, to enhance the video's impact, we ought to raise the difficulty level of tomorrow's work. Since yesterday, he had contemplated this matter and scoured the internet for suitable tasks. Fortunately, after several hours of meticulous searching, he finally discovered a challenging assignment. The difficulty is sufficiently high, and I am confident that it will generate ample discussion when we create short video. Pausing for a moment and noticing no signs of dissent from Brother Gang, rather, a glimmer of anticipation, he felt reassured to continue. Here is the task I have prepared for us tomorrow, Brother Gang. Please take a look, and if anything seems amiss, we can certainly make adjustments. I am still a novice in the realm of short video creation, despite having achieved a modicum of success, and I welcome any corrections you might have without hesitation. Li Mingyang's eloquence was striking. Every word seemed to exude humility while simultaneously elevating Brother Gang's status. In essence, he was extending an olive branch, for as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Even if Brother Gang found the task daunting, he would likely hesitate to refuse. Furthermore, Li Mingyang had cleverly safeguarded his position, should Brother Gang be reluctant to accept the assignment. His last statement would serve as a polite retreat. After all, maintaining amicable relationships is vital for future endeavors. Tarnishing one's reputation with an unfavorable collaboration could hinder Li Mingyang's prospects. Fortunately, Brother Gang was not one to wear a dual facade online and offline. Upon reviewing the task Li Mingyang presented, he displayed no signs of displeasure, but instead, a broad smile illuminated his face. Haha, I knew you would resonate with my preferences. Brother, simple tasks do not reflect our essence as true men. A real man tackles the most formidable challenges. I find this task quite appealing. Moreover, as you rightly pointed out, sufficient difficulty will elevate the appeal of our inaugural collaboration, ensuring that the resulting short video is of superior quality. At that moment, Brother Gang's demeanor was nothing short of exuberant. Although the task's difficulty appeared substantial, who was Brother Gang? He was a muscular titan, accustomed to high-intensity training. A mere challenging assignment could hardly daunt him. However, as the clock struck noon the following day, Brother Gang cast a glance at Li Mingyang, his eyes betraying a sense of existential doubt. Although he had anticipated a disparity in stamina between himself and Li Mingyang, he had not foreseen the extent of the difference. To enhance the quality of the video, Brother Gang has been diligently matching Li Mingyang's pace, subtly vying for supremacy, as that is what today's audience craves. Yet, he was taken aback by Li Mingyang's relentless vigor. From 8:30 in the morning until now, aside from a few sips of water, there had been virtually no respite. Engaged in strenuous labor, Brother Gang noticed that despite his own drenched attire, Li Mingyang appeared to be nowhere near his physical limits. Chapter 27. A memorable scene. The noodle-legged Gongzi. Bro, big brother, I can't go on any longer. Let's take a break. After witnessing Li Mingyang return downstairs, seemingly ready to continue hauling more items, Gongzi could no longer endure. At this moment, he had come to a profound realization. The exertion in the gym is entirely different from the labor of work. The two should not be conflated. The gym is merely a place for muscle training, while manual labor, if one does not employ a degree of finesse, it can indeed be utterly exhausting. Although Gongzi had gradually mastered some techniques, The weight of the items remained constant throughout the day. As his strength waned, the workload showed no signs of abating. Having worked tirelessly since dawn, both his physical stamina and internal energy were nearing their limits. Thus, when he saw Li Mingyang preparing to press on with the work, Gongzi could no longer hold back and made an earnest request for a respite. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang paused, momentarily taken aback, as he had thought Gongzi could persevere a while longer. Perhaps it was the questioning look in Li Mingyang's eyes that pricked at Gongzi's pride. After all, with such a muscular physique, how could he falter here? Initially intending to rise and assert his capability to continue for another couple of hours, the moment he exerted himself, he was met with the sharp ache of his thigh muscles, compelling him to abandon the notion. Ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. It was time for a break. Having labored all morning, he needed sustenance and hydration before resuming. This was not to suggest he would cease entirely. Rather, it was essential to replenish energy before continuing. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang glanced at the time and realized it was indeed mealtime. Moreover, he harbored his own thoughts on the matter. If he pressed Gongzi to continue working at this juncture, it was unlikely that his colleague would last much longer. Consequently, the entertainment value would diminish significantly. However, if Gongzi were granted a brief respite, perhaps he could exert himself even more fiercely when they resumed their tasks in the afternoon. The prospect of pushing his body to its limits could yield a plethora of entertaining moments, not just for today, but perhaps even for the following days' behind-the-scenes footage. Capturing Gongzi's condition post-labor could create a striking contrast, potentially generating a buzz online. Look at you, Gongzi. With your massive frame and muscles, you cannot claim to be incapable. Keep pace with the rest of us and strive harder. You cannot let these older gentlemen outdo you. As the clock approached 5 p.m., nearing 6 p.m., only about 1/10 of the substantial order remained. At this point, it was evident that not only Gongzi, but nearly everyone was nearing their limits. The laborious movements had noticeably slowed compared to the morning, yet everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. This is the nature of the trade. If one does not succumb, they must toil on, for such lucrative orders are not easily obtained. If they did not seize this opportunity to earn more, they might struggle to meet even their basic living expenses. Observing Gongzi's trembling legs ahead, Li Mingyang could not suppress a mischievous grin, moving with a lightness that contrasted starkly with Gongzi's struggle. As he trailed behind Gongzi, he playfully teased him. Gongzi yearned to retort, yet he was on the brink of collapse. Even uttering a few words would be a tremendous drain on his dwindling energy. Thus, he merely quaked, and continued his labor, ignoring Li Mingyang's jests. Half an hour passed, and it was evident that Gongzi's strength had nearly reached its breaking point. However, with the work unfinished, he could only grit his teeth and endure. After all, to abandon the task midway would render him a figure of ridicule. Not to mention Li Mingyang's relentless prowess. Gongzi had long lost the spirit to compare himself to him. Initially, he could barely keep pace with Li Mingyang, but now, both his expression and spirit had become numb. Watching Li Mingyang pass him repeatedly, Gongzi had long since lost count of how many times he had been overtaken. Yet, within Gongzi, a final vestige of resolve remained. Though he could not rival Li Mingyang's extraordinary abilities, attributing this to innate physical gifts, he could not allow himself to be outdone by the leaner older gentlemen around him. If they could persist, so too could he. At that moment, Li Mingyang once again approached Gongzi from behind, but this time he remained silent, instead adjusting his camera with one hand. A somewhat mischievous expression adorned his face as he aimed the camera at Gongzi's robust legs. In stark contrast to the firm muscles, those legs quaked like noodles, each step sending violent tremors through them, as if they might buckle beneath him at any moment. Li Mingyang struggled to contain his laughter, finding the scene utterly comical. This spectacle was not only amusing, but promised to become a memorable highlight. Gongzi's online persona had always been that of a tough guy, effortlessly overcoming challenges. However, this depiction of noodle-like legs was likely a first. Once edited, it would undoubtedly garner significant views and stir conversations. Moreover, Li Mingyang was confident that after Gongzi had pushed himself to such extremes today, he would not recover by tomorrow. He envisioned filming a short farewell video the following day to pair with today's footage, creating a compelling juxtaposition. The entertainment value would be assured. Chapter 28. The Checkout, an astonishing threefold disparity. Regarding Li Mingyang's subtle actions, Gongzi was certainly aware of them. If an ordinary individual were to find themselves in such an embarrassing predicament, they might react with indignation upon discovering they were being filmed. However, both he and Li Mingyang were anything but ordinary. They were content creators in the realm of social media. In these challenging times, where financial gains are scarce, they understood that sacrifices were necessary to garner more followers and increase video views. Just as an average person expends their intellect or physical labor in their job, these digital creators also invest their mental faculties and, often, their dignity. Gongzi could easily comprehend why Li Mingyang resorted to such measures. It was simply because the audience relished such antics. Given that the viewers found it entertaining, what did it matter if Gongzi lost a bit of face? After all, he had faced similar embarrassments in the past. In fact, it was not uncommon for content creators to seek out humorous moments, even if it meant concocting scenarios that might appear embarrassing. The bottom line was straightforward. They were in it for the money, and there was no shame in that. Though merely 1/10 of the items remained to be moved, a task that could have been completed in just over an hour earlier that day. Now, in the evening, after nearly a full day's labor, everyone's stamina had been nearly depleted. Despite the minimal workload left, the clock had already approached 8 or 9 o'clock at night. At this hour, even Li Mingyang felt himself nearing his physical limits, let alone Gongzi, who was tackling the rigors of this labor for the first time. Although Gongzi's robust physique hinted at strength, endurance and stamina were not necessarily his strong suits compared to seasoned workers who had honed their skills over the years. They had not only mastered technique, but had also conditioned themselves physically for such demanding work. Nevertheless, moments like these were often filled with joy. Exhaustion was a sign of a fruitful day. The allure of crisp, red bills was irresistible at any hour. As they worked, the homeowner was generous with payment, offering cash as per their agreement. With 20,000 yuan in hand, Li Mingyang began distributing wages to the older gentlemen assisting them. Each bag carried earned 10 yuan, and these experienced workers ensured none received less than 500 yuan. Once the payments were nearly completed, the once substantial sum of 20,000 yuan dwindled to a mere handful of notes. The remaining amount was for Li Mingyang and Gongzi, whose wages were piece rate. Thus, Gongzi was already well aware of what he had earned. He had carried a total of 63 bags, leaving him utterly exhausted. Even seated, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and the slightest movement caused waves of muscle soreness. Yet, when Li Mingyang handed him the 630 yuan, Gongzi instinctively reached out to accept it. Gazing at the scant bills in his hand, and then at the thicker wad Li Mingyang held, Gongzi felt a faint blush creep across his cheeks. Prior to arriving, he had considered the prospect of earning 1,000 yuan in a day to be quite attainable. He had believed that, despite a possible gap in earnings, it would not be significant, as he had diligently maintained his fitness and cultivated a reputation as a formidable online figure. However, upon engaging in the labor, he realized that the work was far more challenging than anticipated. Now, with only 630 yuan to show for his efforts, he observed that Li Mingyang likely earned at least twice that amount. Truth be told, after years of striving, he had reached a level of accomplishment where 600 yuan seemed trivial. Yet, this particular sum felt especially precious, highlighting the harsh realities faced by those at the bottom of the economic ladder. Pausing momentarily, Gongzi's previously resolute demeanor became even more steadfast. Children born in the mountains ought to be encouraged to study diligently, ensuring they secure decent employment in the future. They should not have to endure the backbreaking labor that their forebears faced merely to survive. Education in remote areas must be prioritized. While it may not match the resources available in large cities, it is imperative that these children receive the opportunities they deserve. Realizing that such sentiments might not be well received by Li Mingyang, Gongzi quickly shifted the conversation towards the subject of wages. To be honest, I hope you won't laugh, but before coming here, I truly believed earning 1,000 yuan a day would be simple. Yet, after a grueling day, I've only earned 630 yuan. I am curious, though, what is your wage? It must be at least double mine, right? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang couldn't suppress a smug grin. Indeed, do you think I earned the title of lifting God without merit? While I didn't quite reach the goal of 2,000 yuan today, I came remarkably close. 1,860 yuan. I reckon with continued training, I'll consistently achieve the 2,000 yuan mark. As he concluded, Li Mingyang's face beamed with pride. The thought of nearing 2,000 yuan in daily earnings was once a mere dream for him. Gongzi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wear a bittersweet smile. He had initially thought a twofold disparity was already quite astonishing. However, he was now confronted with the reality of a threefold difference. With Li Mingyang still having some left over, truly, the adage held, comparisons could be disheartening. Chapter 29. The Unrelenting Surge of Guanzi. It must be said that Li Mingyang's intellect is quite commendable. He adeptly seized the opportunity presented when Guanzi took the initiative to visit. With a series of seamless, fluid maneuvers, whether it was the work-related video or the farewell video shared the following day, he ignited an impressive wave of popularity online. Thanks to the outstanding performance of the program, Li Mingyang has firmly established his reputation as the god of building battles. Of course, Guanzi also reaped benefits from his venture. The video not only garnered him a modest surge in fame, but also resulted in an increase of over 100,000 followers. He even acquired the moniker Noodle Guanzi, as his earlier video featuring his noodle-like legs had been transformed into a plethora of memes. In a mere span of a day or two, it had proliferated across the internet. Faced with this situation, Guanzi exhibited no signs of annoyance. Rather, he placed several calls to Li Mingyang, expressing his gratitude profusely. Although his previous videos had performed well, none had achieved such explosive popularity. Rather than lamenting the memes created from his animated clips, Guanzi chose to encourage this trend. After all, the longer the memes circulated, the more familiar and favorable he would appear to audiences, thus benefiting his long-term development. Li Mingyang, on the other hand, enjoyed even greater gains, as his follower count surged by over 300,000. Given Guanzi's larger fan base, even a fraction of his followers could substantially elevate Li Mingyang's numbers. Additionally, the virality of the videos attracted numerous businesses eager to capitalize on the opportunity. The scenario mirrored the previous instance, with freshly arrived merchandise complemented by 2 more viral videos. It was evident to discerning observers that Li Mingyang's future held boundless potential, and those seeking collaboration now would undoubtedly secure the most favorable rates, especially compared to what they might face once Li Mingyang fully matured in his career. Moreover, Guanzi's approach, supported by the undeniable success of these 2 videos, showcased Li Mingyang's true capabilities, dispelling any notions that his rise was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, advertisers need not fret about the efficacy of their investments. Should the next video achieve similar acclaim, their profits could be substantial. Consequently, aside from resting at home, Li Mingyang spent his days fielding various calls, with approximately 80% originating from different brands, all with the singular aim of inserting their advertisements into his videos. The offers were quite lucrative, with one brand quoting an astonishing price of 40,000 per ad. Faced with such tempting figures, Li Mingyang felt a strong allure but ultimately declined, prioritizing long-term considerations over immediate gains, as the brand's reputation left much to be desired. After all, even though he was merely a small fish in a vast ocean, it was precisely such small fish that were easily crushed upon shore. Additionally, numerous internet celebrities sought opportunities to collaborate with Li Mingyang, having recognized his potential and intellect following Guanzi's proactive outreach and the subsequent viral success of 2 videos. No influencer could resist the allure of acquiring over 100,000 active followers, regardless of their own proclaimed statistics. The addition of such a substantial follower base could significantly enhance their income, especially in an era where internet personalities primarily profited through product promotion. Even if merely 1% of those followers made purchases, it would translate into thousands of transactions, yielding considerable profits. As evening descended, Li Mingyang found himself sifting through potential advertising partners on his Douyin backend. Although he lacked a dedicated team, he possessed a fair understanding of these advertisers. In this digital age, a simple search could provide a general overview of their brands. Yet even through his stringent selection process, numerous advertisers emerged as frontrunners. After another round of price evaluations, Mingyang was astonished to discover that his advertising slots were already booked out for at least a month. Should he manage to secure all these deals, he could potentially amass a modest fortune. Although the reality before him was stark and tangible, Mingyang could not suppress his gleeful chuckles, feeling as if he were in a dream. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary worker, even facing involuntary unemployment. Now, in such a brief period, he found himself on the brink of impressive earnings. Though the money had yet to be deposited into his account, he could confidently declare himself among the ranks of those with a monthly income exceeding 6 figures. For this, he could only express his gratitude for his newfound fortune. Despite the simplicity of the process and the occasional challenges encountered, Mingyang had grown fond of the invigorating sensation of daily improvement. This was merely the first step in his professional journey. The truly prosperous days lay ahead. After all, as a man who does not harbor dreams of residing in opulent homes, driving luxurious cars, and being flanked by 2 beautiful companions, although he may not yet possess the means to realize these aspirations, Mingyang firmly believed that such a day was not far off. Having completed the selection process for advertisers, it was now time to evaluate potential collaborators. Mingyang's criteria were straightforward. He prioritized those with the highest follower counts, regardless of their reputations. For him, the quality of the partner's fan base outweighed their public perception, as long as their follower count was substantial and the video quality commendable. Such collaborations would be immensely beneficial. In fact, the less favorable reputation of a partner could even generate additional buzz around his videos. Chapter 30. After Tax 460. 000. The Internet truly brings quick wealth. Hello, this is the situation due to the recent influx of advertisers seeking my services. If your esteemed company wishes to place an advertisement, you may need to queue up. Early the next morning, Mingyang had a light breakfast before picking up the phone to contact these advertisers. Although he was eager to accept all the advertisements, he understood that he could not compromise the quality of his videos for the sake of profit. After much contemplation, Mingyang decided to speak candidly and ascertain the willingness of the advertisers. If they were amenable to waiting, cooperation could proceed smoothly. If not, he would regretfully inform them that they would have to wait for another opportunity. Of course, Mingyang was no fool. He prioritized advertisers based on their bids, with the highest offers receiving precedence. In cases of identical bids, he would consider the brand's reputation and standing. In essence, he aimed to secure the most advantageous deals for himself. He intended to grasp as many opportunities as possible, and if he could not capture them all, there was no need for regret, as future chances would inevitably arise. Currently, numerous prominent influencers are eager to collaborate with me, and you may be familiar with a previous collaborative video with Gongzi. I assure you, while the upcoming videos may not reach the same level of virality, the topics they generate will certainly be compelling. Choosing to advertise with me, bolstered by these influencers, would undoubtedly be a wise decision, as opportunities like this do not come frequently. Indeed, I anticipate that there will be a maximum of 2 advertisements per video to maintain quality. After all, if there are too many ads and the video underperforms, you would not want to see your investment go to waste, would you? To retain these advertisers, Mingyang employed all his persuasive skills, demonstrating his eloquence to the fullest. Regardless, he aimed to entice them, hoping to secure all the contracts. Once the funds were transferred, the advertisers would have little room for reconsideration. When it came time to produce the videos, it would ultimately be his discretion. They had agreed to wait, so they would have to be patient. This arrangement was not necessarily disadvantageous for the advertisers. As Mingyang's video output increased, his follower count would surely rise, leading to greater viewership. The advertisers might not suffer losses. In fact, they could even gain a small advantage. Mingyang could have opted to wait until he had developed further before negotiating with these advertisers, potentially earning even more later on. However, having been financially constrained in the past, Mingyang was overwhelmed by the prospect of such a substantial sum before him, readily available for the taking. Unable to contain his excitement, he sought to secure the advertisers' funds as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, after a brief moment of hesitation, over 80 of the advertisers agreed. After all, this collaboration was unlikely to be a financial detriment for them. Even if luck were to falter, the losses would be minimal. Once Mingyang finalized all the contracts with the advertisers, he was astonished to discover that within just a few short days, his income had surged to an astonishing figure. After tax, over 460,000. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in his bank account, Mingyang found himself momentarily dazed. Combined with his previous earnings and savings, his bank balance was nearing 600,000. Such a figure was unimaginable just a few months ago when he was earning a mere 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Even if he had subsisted solely on savings, it would have taken nearly a decade to accumulate this amount. Yet now, in the span of just a few days, this fortune had materialized. Although he had yet to produce any advertisements, Mingyang calculated that even if he completed all the projects, it would take no more than a month, possibly even less with a more streamlined release schedule. It felt surreal, lying in bed. Though he had checked the figure countless times, Mingyang could not resist the urge to revisit his online banking account. Each time he did, his smile widened, reflecting a joy he had never experienced before. This was a sum he had never even dreamt of, transforming his previously frugal existence into one of abundance. Mingyang remained grounded, a testament to his matured mindset from living two lives. Should he seize the moment and purchase a car? He was not only jubilant, but also began to contemplate the allocation of this newfound wealth. Buying a house was out of the question. In his current city, this amount would barely cover a restroom. Returning to his hometown to purchase property seemed unnecessary, as neither he nor his parents would require it. Thus, his options appeared limited to 2 vehicles. However, after a fleeting consideration, this idea was swiftly dismissed. Having lived in the city for several years, Mingyang was acutely aware of its dreadful traffic conditions. Acquiring a car would not only complicate his life, but also incur monthly parking fees that could easily reach hundreds. He might not even find an opportunity to drive it out more than once a month. Therefore, it seemed wiser to postpone any car purchase until he returned home for the new year, allowing him to buy a vehicle there that could be used by both himself and his parents, rather than wasting money on a mere decoration in the city. Chapter 31. Secondary Growth. The surge in height and weight. Uncle, as usual, I'll have 4 bowls of fried rice. Although Mingyang had money in his pocket now, he refrained from extravagance when it came to food. Every morning, he continued his routine of visiting the small shop downstairs. It must be said that the fried rice prepared by Uncle's family was truly exceptional. After all this time, he had never grown tired of it. You've made quite a name for yourself, haven't you? With 1 million fans, you've become a major internet celebrity. Are you planning to stay here for a while longer? Despite his age, Uncle was surprisingly well-versed in the trends of the online world. He observed that many influencers often engaged in various challenges to diversify their content, frequently traveling across the country. I think you could learn from them. At the very least, it would help solidify your popularity or even grow your fan base. It's rare for someone as fortunate as you to build an account so quickly. You must seize this opportunity. Uncle was indeed an interesting character. Even though he had never ventured into this industry, he spoke with remarkable insight, indicating that he had done his research on these matters. I haven't thought about that yet. If I do, it might be a while. These plans aren't commercial secrets, and I don't mind sharing my excitement with someone like you. Recently, many prominent influencers, particularly in the fitness sector, had reached out to him for collaboration. So, I expect to stay around here for a bit longer. As for the future, I suppose I'll follow the path of most influencers. While I may not be traveling everywhere all the time, I will certainly be going out occasionally to shoot some videos. However, when that time comes, I might not be able to enjoy your fried rice anymore. Compared to the bustling city, I believe my hometown might suit me better. As he spoke these last words, a hint of an indescribable emotion crossed Mingyang's face, perhaps a touch of melancholy and reluctance. When he first arrived in the big city, he aimed to make a name for himself and establish roots. Ironically, he had succeeded in carving out a niche for himself and had taken the first step toward financial freedom. Yet, his current desires were starkly different. He yearned to return to his hometown. Returning home sounds wonderful. No matter how glamorous the outside world may seem, nothing beats the comfort of one's hometown. And now that you're a major internet celebrity, returning home could be quite the triumphant homecoming. Perhaps the local government will even reach out to you once you return. Whether it's promoting your hometown or engaging in other endeavors, you'll realize that while your fan base on Douyin may not be particularly impressive, you will hold a significant status back home. Upon hearing this, Mingyang paused, struck by a thought he had not previously entertained. However, after some reflection, he found the idea appealing. Contributing to the promotion of his hometown, even without financial gain, could earn him some goodwill from the local elites. After all, social interactions often begin with a little give and take. Before he could respond, Uncle looked at him with surprise. Speaking of returning home in glory, I hadn't even noticed. How long has it been since you changed your clothes? Did you buy that during your school days? It clearly doesn't fit you anymore. Don't tell me you still haven't made enough money to buy new clothes after all this time. Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. That couldn't be right. He had only purchased these clothes about a year ago. How could they not fit? Especially considering he had previously struggled with a slight belly. He believed he should still fit comfortably into his clothes. Glancing down at himself, he soon realized the issue. His clothes indeed felt a size too small. It was akin to a high school student trying to wear middle school attire. No wonder he had been feeling a bit odd lately, as if his clothes were constricting. Yet, Mingyang had never been one to fuss over his appearance. Unlike many girls who meticulously prepare with full-length mirrors before heading out, he mostly worked at construction sites and paid little heed to such matters. Had Uncle not pointed it out, he might never have noticed. Could it be that he was experiencing a second growth spurt? A bold thought crossed Mingyang's mind. After all, he possessed extraordinary abilities and often pushed his body to its limits. A surge in height and weight didn't seem too far-fetched. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he swiftly finished the remaining fried rice and dashed back to his rented room. Upon stepping onto the scale, he couldn't help but exclaim, 89 kilograms, nearly 180 pounds. Even accounting for his slippers and clothing, he knew his weight must exceed 175 pounds. Just a while ago, he had been around 150 pounds, and now he had gained over 20 pounds while still maintaining a decent physique. Next, he measured his height with a tape measure. Thankfully, he had one at home, allowing him to gauge his stature. 186 centimeters. He couldn't suppress another exclamation. He was acutely aware of his height. The average height in his hometown was not particularly tall, and upon graduating college, he had only measured 176 centimeters. Yet now, he had genuinely grown an additional 10 centimeters. His height and weight had surged just as he had imagined, ushering in an unexpected second growth spurt at the age of 20-something. Chapter 32. The Fitness Queen, with millions of fans, is coming. Mingyang has always harbored a sense of dissatisfaction regarding his height. Previously, when he was back in his hometown, such thoughts seldom crossed his mind. After all, standing at 176 centimeters, he was considered relatively tall, especially since the majority of people around him measured around 170 centimeters, with some even shorter. His height of 176 centimeters did not seem diminutive in that context. However, after moving away for studies and work, he began to feel a tinge of resentment about his stature. He vividly recalls a remark made by a female colleague from the north. From a distance, I thought Mingyang was quite tall, but upon closer inspection, I realized he's not that tall, even matching my height. This comment nearly plunged Mingyang into a state of self-doubt. He longed to argue that 176 centimeters was certainly not short. Yet from the tone of his colleague, it was evident that in the north, his height might even be overshadowed by several women. Now, having experienced a sudden growth spurt that elevated him to 186 centimeters, Mingyang felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Nevertheless, amid this joy, he harbored concerns about this newfound ability, which he referred to as his golden finger. He was aware that every day at midnight, his negative states would refresh. Throughout this continuous process, both his height and weight had risen rapidly over the past 2 to 3 months. He couldn't help but wonder if he would continue to grow taller and heavier if he maintained this pace. An unsettling image flashed through his mind, a terrifying giant, muscular and weighing 300 to 400 pounds, towering over 2 meters. The mere thought of such a transformation sent a shiver down his spine. While he yearned to become a muscular man and was progressively moving toward that goal, he felt that becoming the figure in his imagination was unnecessary, as it appeared rather grotesque. If that day were to come, finding a partner might prove challenging, considering that such a fearsome appearance would likely deter most women. However, these thoughts troubled Li Mingyang for only a fleeting moment, as he understood that, more than concerns about his appearance, he prioritized the quality of his life. He was determined to forge ahead on the path of physical enhancement, not solely for the purpose of attaining a robust physique that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, but also because consistent exercise would significantly improve his overall well-being. After all, no man is devoid of a desire for strength. If embodying that image could grant him absolute power, he found it somewhat acceptable, as long as he remained affluent. He believed he would never lack the things he desired, be it wealth, status, or the beautiful women he often longed for. In summary, Li Mingyang's mindset was rather zen. He preferred to go with the flow and take things step by step. Ultimately, he did not overly concern himself with the person he might become. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Li Mingyang?" "Yes, this is Li Mingyang. How may I assist you?" Just as Li Mingyang was collecting his thoughts to arrange for his next collaborative video, an unfamiliar call came in. The caller immediately addressed him by name, sparking a sense of curiosity within him. Surely, this was not a telemarketing call? Perhaps it was another influencer seeking collaboration? Li Mingyang's intuition proved accurate. The caller was indeed an influencer interested in partnering with him. Moreover, she was a renowned figure with nearly 20 million followers in the fitness realm, even holding the title of the most beautiful woman in that domain. The purpose of her call was straightforward. She wished to join forces with Li Mingyang, aspiring to become the second influencer to collaborate with him, following the first. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Mingyang quickly acquiesced to her request. Firstly, her considerable following made her an appealing partner. Secondly, collaborating with such a prominent figure could potentially elevate the video's popularity beyond that of his previous collaboration. The dynamic between men and women often sparked fascinating chemistry. He was unsure whether this beauty had genuine talent or was merely a pretty face, but regardless, it would not significantly impact Li Mingyang's plans. He was resolute in maintaining his standards for partnerships, undeterred by her gender. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement, determined to secure a collaboration that would be more challenging and far superior to his previous endeavor. The thought of a stunning beauty in a less-than-flattering scenario intrigued him. Surely, many viewers would be eager to witness it. With this notion in mind, a mischievous smile crept across Li Mingyang's face. Chapter 33. Truly a colossal justice with millions of followers. Having spent a considerable time navigating the online realm and achieving a modicum of success, Li Mingyang cannot claim to grasp the sentiments of netizens with absolute precision. However, he is certainly attuned to their thoughts to a significant extent. His interest in the phenomenon known as rabbit tooth has been well researched. After all, the overwhelming aura that accompanies her every movement is undeniably compelling, prompting an eagerness to delve deeper into her persona. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Li Mingyang had previously agreed to collaborate with such enthusiasm. He is confident that if he captures the essence of the video adeptly, he need not fret over viewership, should he succeed in creating captivating content. He believes his follower count will undoubtedly see a marked increase, as he is, in a sense, providing a boon to his peers. Given the sacrifices he has made for this benefit, it does not seem excessive to expect a bit of attention in return from his audience, inviting them to join his growing legion of fans. Rabbit Tooth, on the other hand, is evidently anxious, likely intent on releasing the video while her popularity is at its zenith, hoping to ride the wave of traffic and garner additional followers. Thus, it was merely the following morning when Li Mingyang received a call from her, announcing her arrival at the airport. Although taken aback, he promptly made arrangements, acknowledging that work would be impossible today due to time constraints. Nevertheless, they could sit down to discuss the project at hand. "Hello, Miss Rabbit Tooth. It is a pleasure to meet you. You appear even more stunning in person than on screen," Li Mingyang remarked upon their first encounter. He could hardly contain his admiration for her beauty, accentuated by meticulous makeup and sophisticated attire, exuding an air of confidence befitting a social media influencer with millions of followers. Yet, the most striking aspect remained her alluring presence, which compelled Li Mingyang to exclaim, "It is evident why you have garnered such a massive following." "Hello, Mr. Li. I wonder if you have any plans concerning our collaboration?" she inquired. Since this was their first meeting, their familiarity was minimal, and her visit was purely for the sake of collaboration. Li Mingyang, interpreting her tone, understood that she wished to keep things strictly professional. This suited him perfectly, as the more straightforward the business arrangement, the easier it would be for him to navigate the project without unnecessary reservations. Upon hearing her words, Li Mingyang instantly donned a professional smile, producing his phone to share the details of several suitable project proposals he had selected the previous day. "Miss Rabbittooth, if you are agreeable to this collaboration, I believe we must create a project with significant thematic depth and contrast. Given your beauty, wouldn't the audience expect me to assign you lighter tasks? Instead, we shall embark on a more challenging endeavor, one that surpasses the difficulties faced by our previous collaborator. Such an approach would not only generate substantial buzz around our video, but would also benefit you immensely, Miss Rabbittooth. If you can persevere through this undertaking, your image among the audience will undoubtedly improve, even among casual viewers who will likely develop a favorable impression of you after witnessing your performance." As Li Mingyang observed Rabbittooth and her assistant, he skillfully articulated his points, ensuring that each statement considered her perspective. Despite the advantage this provided him, his words remained sincere and truthful. Upon hearing his proposal, Rabbittooth hesitated momentarily, engrossed in the content displayed on Li Mingyang's phone. It was clear that he had crafted formidable challenges, each task more demanding than those faced by the previous participant. Having seen the outcome of those videos, she could not help but shudder at the thought of what her own experience would entail if she were to accept one of these assignments. Would her petite frame be able to endure such trials? The uncertainty loomed large. However, Rabbittooth had ascended to her current status through sheer tenacity, evident in her physique that suggested unparalleled discipline, something that many could only dream of achieving. After a few moments of contemplation, she steeled herself. Chapter 34. Women, they merely affect the speed at which I earn money. Come, let us commence our labor. Li Mingyang did not disappoint Tizia. He decisively accepted the most challenging order at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, when it came time to work the following morning, he showed no signs of gentleness. Observing Tizia, who appeared somewhat hesitant, Li Mingyang called out to her. As she approached him with uncertainty, he effortlessly hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of cement onto her shoulder. The once meticulously applied makeup on her face was soon obscured by the sudden cloud of cement dust, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. The contrast was stark, as she had previously maintained her image as a fitness goddess even while sweating profusely at the gym. This single bag of cement had abruptly brought her down from her lofty perch back to reality. Seeing the outcome of his actions, Li Mingyang wore a satisfied smile. This was precisely how it should be, creating an instant buzz of conversation. Was this not the most disheveled appearance she had faced since beginning her online career? Confronted by Li Mingyang's robust, straightforward demeanor, Tizia shot him a glare, wishing to voice her thoughts. Yet, recalling that this was her own request, she swallowed her words. Fortunately, he was indeed a tough individual with high expectations of himself. His commitment to fitness was genuine, not merely for show, and the explosive strength he possessed was undeniably real. Thus, the 100 pounds of cement did not seem excessively burdensome for her, although it was certainly a different matter compared to the hulking figure of Gongzi. There remained an undeniable disparity in strength between men and women, but her capabilities had already surpassed those of most ordinary men. Watching her ascend the stairs with the cement, Li Mingyang could not help but smile in admiration. Tizia proved to be commendable. At least she could hold her own. If it had been some other high-profile female influencer, they would likely balk at even the thought of shouldering such a load, much less an actual bag of cement. They might even disdain the environment itself. How are you holding up? If it's too much, feel free to take a break. While I cannot offer you any special treatment, you are, after all, a woman. It is entirely natural that your physical strength differs from that of men. This is dictated by biological structure and cannot be entirely altered through training alone. If you truly feel exhausted, Do not hesitate to rest. It is not shameful. Li Mingyang was taken aback to see Tizia working diligently since 8:30 in the morning. And now it was nearing 11 o'clock. Over 2 hours had passed. She continued to grit her teeth and persevere, navigating the narrow, steep staircase of 8 floors while carrying the hefty bag of cement. Even Li Mingyang felt the strain of physical exertion. Although Tizia was a fitness influencer with millions of followers, the sheer volume of work was immense. Her ability to persist thus far was truly commendable. He worried that she might overexert herself and end up injuring her body, which would certainly lead to disastrous consequences. If such an incident occurred, not only would he not gain followers, but he might also find himself facing serious repercussions. I can manage. My training has not been in vain. Though I am indeed fatigued, I'm still able to push through. Do not worry about me. I am well aware of my limits. If I tire, I will reduce my pace, and if it becomes too much, I will take a break. Ultimately, I am merely here to shoot a video. There is no need to risk my well-being over it, right? Surprised by Li Mingyang's sudden concern, Tizia glanced at him, expecting him to be a typical ironclad man devoid of emotional intelligence. Yet, to her astonishment, he showed genuine care for her well-being. Although she was breathless and weary, she accepted his words and, after a brief sip of water and a 2-minute respite, resumed her work with a hint of struggle. Li Mingyang, you have truly made a name for yourself. Not only are you earning money, but you also have a girlfriend now? Just as Li Mingyang was lost in thought while observing Tizia's back, an older man approached him with a mischievous grin. What girlfriend? Li Mingyang instinctively paused, momentarily bewildered by the man's comment. Realizing the potential misunderstanding regarding his relationship with Tizia, he quickly clarified, Sir, you seem to be mistaken. She is merely collaborating with me on a video due to my recent popularity online. Do not underestimate her. She is a renowned influencer with over 10 million followers. I have a great deal of respect for her. Despite her delicate appearance, she has shown remarkable perseverance in her work, not complaining about the dirt or the fatigue. Her work ethic is truly commendable. Li Mingyang chose to dismiss the older man's teasing remarks outright. He had already made it clear that notions of a girlfriend were far from his mind. His focus was solely on work and earning money. Women, regardless of their substantial follower counts or potential contributions to his career, would only serve to hinder his financial pursuits. Furthermore, even if he entertained such thoughts, it was uncertain whether someone like her would ever consider him. After all, despite their seemingly harmonious interaction, a significant disparity existed between their follower counts, over 1 million versus 10 million. Li Mingyang had merely been fortunate to engage with this wave of attention brought on by national policies, allowing him to frequently interact with high-profile influencers. To assume that such interactions would spark any romantic connection would be a gross underestimation of his intelligence. Chapter 35. 3 sentences earned the title of Titanium Alloy Straight Man. After all, countless predecessors have imparted their wisdom, reminding us that when one has yet to achieve success, it is prudent to refrain from investing one's limited energy into romantic pursuits. At such a juncture, such endeavors are the least valuable, and regardless of the effort expended, one may find themselves discarded like refuse. Conversely, once one attains success, romantic entanglements remain equally inconsequential. At that point, even a lackadaisical attitude may attract a myriad of admirers, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Thus, Li Ming's mind was exceptionally clear, and he understood that matters of the heart were not his current concern. Instead of wasting precious time, he resolved to further hone his physical prowess, striving to transcend the limits of the human body. As long as he continued to progress, the pinnacle of success would draw ever nearer. Moreover, the formidable rabbit tooth was clearly focused on her work, eager to capitalize on her current online popularity to amass wealth. As for the arrangement of her future life, that could be deliberated upon after her peak had passed. When faced with the choice between career and love at this crucial moment, even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the over 10 million fans and the financial rewards at stake. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Li Mingyang returned to the monotony and weightiness of his tasks, yet he remained vigilant, observing Rabbit Tooth's condition. Having been in this profession for an extended period, he was well acquainted with the limits of human endurance and the nuances of pushing beyond them. Though he lacked formal medical training or diagnostic tools, simply by observing Rabbit-Tooth's activities, he could ascertain her current physical state. As noon approached, it became evident that Rabbit-Tooth's stamina was nearly depleted. However, in Li Mingyang's view, her condition had yet to reach its true limit. Rather, it was merely a testament to her willpower. There remained a considerable distance to her physical limits. Observing her trembling legs, he kindly inquired, "Are you all right? If you're struggling, perhaps you ought to rest instead of forcing yourself. There's no need to risk exhausting your body and requiring my assistance to take you to the hospital. Moreover, at this efficiency, I must say, navigating this narrow staircase truly hampers my productivity." By the end of his statement, a hint of exasperation crept onto Li Mingyang's face. This remark had spontaneously emerged from Li Mingyang's mind, and he was well aware of the implications behind Rabbit-Tooth's gaze. She was subtly insinuating that he was a quintessential straight man. Since she had cultivated such a notion, it would be remiss of Li Mingyang not to align with this persona. Furthermore, these words could potentially become a catchphrase during the video playback, enhancing both its appeal and viewership. Following their previous exchanges, Rabbit-Tooth recognized that Li Mingyang was not lacking in emotional intelligence. Yet, his deliberate choice of words indicated a deeper intention, which she quickly grasped. Fortunately, being a seasoned professional, she adeptly seized the opportunity to respond. Rolling her eyes, she mustered her remaining strength to retort, "Mind your own business, you titanium alloy straight man." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. While he was pleased with her response, as it undoubtedly elevated the program's entertainment value, he had not anticipated her retort to be so unreserved. Nevertheless, it did effectively clarify the theme of their interaction. As evening fell, Li Mingyang and Rabbit-Tooth, both weary, sought refuge in a modest roadside diner for dinner. "How you feel about today?" Initially, they were not particularly familiar. Their camaraderie had been a facade cultivated by the demands of their work. However, once the cameras were off, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Fortunately, neither Li Mingyang nor Rabbit-Tooth was particularly shy, and with Li Mingyang initiating a casual conversation, they managed to maintain a somewhat congenial atmosphere. "Not bad, I must admit. You truly possess the talent for short videos. Your insights into topics and video impact are remarkably astute. Honestly, I never would have imagined that even a profession like carrying loads could thrive on short video platforms. It's astounding how such content has garnered such immense popularity. Had you entered this field a few years earlier, you would likely have already achieved great success." As she concluded her thoughts, Rabbit-Tooth couldn't help but express her admiration. After spending these days together, she had come to regard Li Mingyang as a potential rival. Although he was currently at a lower level than her, she believed that with some time, he would swiftly catch up. His performance today demonstrated not only his intelligence, but also a unique skill set that set him apart from others. His exceptional physical capabilities were not easily replicable, even for those who aspired to follow in his footsteps. Once Li Mingyang amassed a substantial following, he could pivot to other ventures, leveraging his physical attributes to excel as a fitness influencer or in other domains, undoubtedly emerging as a refreshing presence in the industry, potentially soaring to unprecedented heights, leaving others in his wake. Chapter 36. In Yang's eyes, there exists only an insatiable craving for pork knuckle rice. 2 days have swiftly passed, and, as anticipated by Li Mingyang, this latest video, enhanced by the presence of an extraordinarily beautiful woman boasting over 10 million fans, has yielded remarkable results. The synergy between the two during their collaboration, whether in executing comedic antics or crafting clever dialogues, was commendably harmonious. Consequently, upon its release, this video garnered significantly higher metrics in views, likes, and comments compared to the earlier episode featuring Gongzi. Of course, this comparison pertains to the same time frame, as Gongzi's video had already been circulating for several days, while this new one had just debuted. Though the total views cannot surpass those of the previous 2 videos, it is noteworthy that within the same time frame, the recent release has outperformed the collaboration with Gongzi. Indeed, the internet is replete with talented individuals. Li Mingyang possesses a curious habit, whether it is good or bad, of rewatching his previously released videos during moments of idleness. This involves not only viewing the content, but also perusing the barrage of comments, often finding the commentary in the comment section to be far more entertaining than the videos themselves. Additionally, he seeks to identify areas for self-improvement, for only with an objective perspective can one truly discern the truth. While the viewers are undoubtedly more impartial than the creator, Mingyang remains unfazed by the occasional harsh critiques. In fact, he sometimes finds merit in some negative feedback, contemplating whether it reflects his shortcomings that could be addressed for future enhancements. Presently, as he watches the video, it captures a moment during lunch. The camera faithfully documents the scene of Mingyang and Rabbit Tooth enjoying their meal. Despite having worked tirelessly that morning, Rabbit Tooth's appearance is somewhat disheveled, and her dining etiquette appears rather unrefined. Nevertheless, her beauty and physique shine through, rendering her messy demeanor oddly appealing to certain viewers. Consequently, many netizens found themselves salivating at this sight, with comments and bullet screens that, at times, bordered on the indecent. Yet, a significant number of viewers focused their attention on Mingyang's demeanor. In Yang's gaze, there exists solely a fervent desire for pork knuckle rice, devoid of any inclination towards the stunning woman before him. Pork knuckle rice has become a recurring motif in Mingyang's videos. For indulging in a fragrant bowl of this hearty dish after a grueling physical exertion is a true delight. This affinity not only caters to Mingyang's personal taste, but also serves to create memorable elements in his videos. Over time, a legion of pork knuckle rice enthusiasts has emerged among his fanbase. Their interest is not driven by admiration for Mingyang's extraordinary stamina or the video's content itself, but rather by his culinary exploits. Mingyang's hearty appetite, coupled with the visually appealing presentation of pork knuckle rice, compels viewers to unwittingly crave additional servings of rice. Thus, a community centered around this dish has naturally formed. Many fans find themselves unable to resist watching Mingyang's videos during their own meals, often skipping to the parts where he eats. Even when their appetites are lacking, they manage to consume a bit more while viewing him eat. Perhaps this is the enchantment of live streaming? Mingyang is somewhat perplexed by his fans' peculiar culinary preferences, yet he is more than willing to accommodate such interests. He has even begun to consider the possibility of incorporating food-related content into his videos, contemplating whether to occasionally host a buffet or indulge in culinary delights to enrich his offerings. However, developments often unfold in unexpected ways. The carefully crafted persona of the titanium alloy steel straight man that he and Rabbit Tooth created failed to capture significant attention. In this era, not only is it challenging to garner views as a straight man, but even the so-called Sigma male struggle to attract an audience online. Trends evolve rapidly. What may initially garner substantial views soon succumbs to audience fatigue as trends are quickly imitated. Surprisingly, although the straight man persona did not resonate with viewers, Mingyang's singular focus on pork knuckle rice became a source of amusement for many. In fact, the meme took on a life of its own. Within a mere afternoon, numerous memes began to populate the comment section, such as, "Women? What are women? In my eyes, there's only pork knuckle rice. And no matter how grand the distraction, nothing compares to this bowl of pork knuckle rice." Such expressions proliferated, much to Mingyang's delight. Regardless of the memes circulating, the fact that viewers are engaged with the content signifies their fondness for the video. Naturally, this enthusiasm translates into increased views and a growing fan base for Mingyang, propelled by these amusing memes and expressions. Chapter 37. It's merely a purely commercial collaboration. Hello, brother gang. What prompted you to call your younger brother today? Could it be that you've recently recovered and wish to film another challenge video together? It has been just over a month since the collaboration with Rabbit Tooth, and during this time, Mingyang has undoubtedly become one of the most popular influencers on Douyin. He has adeptly seized the opportunity of newfound wealth, and numerous influencers seeking collaboration have been seamlessly accommodated by him. Each video produced has yielded commendable results, resulting in a rapid increase in Mingyang's follower count over the past month. Today, he can proudly declare that he has indeed become a significant influencer, Even if he isn't a top-tier influencer, he can at least be considered a major content creator, as he has yet to engage in live streaming. His realm of expertise lies solely in short videos. Yet even so, his follower count has surpassed 5 million. This is a testament to the benefits of riding the wave of national policy. Although Douyin may seem like a colossal entity, it appears even more formidable in the eyes of these content creators. Even influencers with millions of followers must contend with the whims of Douyin, which can drastically diminish their status if the platform decides against their success. There exists the possibility of being banned for any misstep, which is not an uncommon occurrence. However, despite Douyin's massive presence, it pales in significance before the machinery of the state. As it aligns itself with national policies, Douyin naturally extends a degree of support to Mingyang, who has already received commendation from official media. Additionally, Mingyang possesses a commendable level of intelligence and maturity, eschewing the arrogance that often accompanies a surge in popularity. Instead, he has chosen to remain grounded and follow the current trends to capitalize on this wave of traffic. This strategic approach has propelled him from a budding influencer with just over 1 million followers to a prominent content creator with over 5 million followers in just a little over a month. As for Brother Gang, the first established influencer to approach him for collaboration, he has found that their personalities and values align quite well. As a result, Mingyang has maintained contact with Brother Gang, and their relationship has flourished. Collaborating on short videos might not be the best idea. Even after all this time, I still feel a lingering soreness in my muscles. Although I know it's just a sensation and my body is fully recovered, I'd rather not put myself through that again. Your work intensity, my friend, would leave anyone astounded. I'm well aware of my own limits. It's one thing to dabble in the gym as a novice, but to face you. Brother Gang's expression turned sour at the memory. When he first approached Mingyang for collaboration, he was somewhat naive, believing that as a fitness influencer, his muscles would surely allow him to keep pace with Mingyang. He thought that while he might not surpass Mingyang, he should at least not lag too far behind, pushing himself through fatigue. That experience truly humbled Brother Gang. It took him over half a month to recover from the bruising of both pride and body. He often wonders how Mingyang manages to maintain such high-intensity work. Brother Gang can only attribute this to natural talent, as he has witnessed Mingyang's capabilities firsthand. He understands that there are no tricks involved. Mingyang's physical prowess is simply extraordinary. Among everyone he has encountered over the years, there is no one who can rival Mingyang's abilities. Thus, despite their amicable relationship, Brother Gang resolutely declines any proposals for collaboration, expressing a desire to avoid further hardship. Although their previous video garnered impressive views and effective results, it also led to a hiatus of over half a month for him. The sensation of muscle soreness from even the simplest movements was something Brother Gang was reluctant to endure again. I'm calling to ask if you have any influencers approaching you for collaboration lately. Since we worked together on a video before, I thought it was my turn to invite you. Would you be interested in coming over to film an episode with me? I'm currently working on a fish pond challenge, but my views have significantly dropped lately. I thought perhaps I could bring in a couple of notable guests to enhance the video's performance. Naturally, you were the first person I thought of since you're quite the sensation online at the moment. I'd love to leverage your traffic, but as I mentioned, I'd also like to preserve my well-being and not wear myself out. Upon hearing Brother Gang's proposition, Mingyang hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing. This dilemma is not unique to Brother Gang. Mingyang faces the same challenge. The work of lifting buildings is limited, and while initial excitement may captivate audiences, prolonged exposure leads to viewer fatigue. Mingyang has noticed his video views entering a decline. As a relatively new influencer, he understands that without fresh content, he risks fading into obscurity. Brother Gang's invitation could serve as a refreshing change for his followers. Since he currently lacks any particularly brilliant ideas, he might as well join in and test the waters. However, conversations between two men often veer off course after discussing business. With a sudden grin, Brother Gang remarked, "I've been keeping up with all your recent videos, and I must say, you've collaborated with quite a number of beautiful women. You certainly know how to charm them, regardless of their type. After visiting you, they almost all left in wheelchairs, even if they occasionally feigned strength. Their legs were trembling like noodles. With so many lovely ladies around, haven't any caught your eye? Although you're still young. There's no harm in experiencing the bittersweet nature of love. Seeing Brother Gang's lecherous grin, Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that what you think I desire? I'd be embarrassed to call you out, but it seems you are the one eager for, well, let us say, something else. Brother Gang, I've made it clear that these are merely routine commercial collaborations. My focus is not on such matters. Rather than squandering my time and energy on trivial pursuits, I prefer to devote more effort to developing my videos and account. When the day of success and fame finally arrives, what could one possibly desire? If one allows these trivial matters to derail their journey, isn't that a folly only the irrational would commit? Chapter 38. The video discovered by my parents. It must be said that Mingyang is undoubtedly a paragon of clarity in this world. While society often proclaims the importance of establishing a family and a career, this phrase ought to be inverted across any era. The correct approach is to establish a career before embarking on family life. For in any age, it is only after achieving a certain standing that one can find a more suitable and admirable partner. Take ancient times as an illustration. If one were merely a destitute and unrefined youth from a rural background, even obligated to serve labor duties at certain times of the year, what sort of spouse could one hope to attract? The most likely match would be another peasant from the surrounding area. However, should one pursue education and attain some degree of scholarly recognition, even the modest title of a shiotsai would signify a remarkable social advancement. In that era, becoming a shiotsai not only exempted one's family from labor duties, but also relieved the individual from the burden of taxation. It can be said that upon achieving the status of a shiotsai, one not only gains a certain social standing, but also acquires inherent means to ascend to wealth and prosperity. The mere absence of tax obligations opens numerous avenues for one to amass substantial landholdings, even if such land were not truly one's own. This privilege could allow for a life free from worry. The phrase poor scholar is somewhat misleading. In ancient times, being a scholar was far from impoverished. This notion likely arises from the stark comparison to those of higher scholarly ranks, such as Jiren or Jinshi. In those days, a shiotsai was a figure of considerable esteem within a 10-mile radius, deserving of the title master. At such a social standing, one's matrimonial prospects would surely expand. Even if one could not align with the so-called elite, marrying the daughter of a landlord would hardly pose challenge. This is precisely why Mingyang perceives the order of establishing a family prior to a career as misguided. Prioritizing family over career often proves to be a hindrance rather than an aid. After engaging in a brief conversation with Gongzi, they mutually agreed that Mingyang would not be able to set off today. After all, he still had a video that required editing and other preparations to consider, such as organizing his clothing and arranging travel accommodations. Thus, he resolved to depart the following day. Upon hanging up the phone, Mingyang prepared to immerse himself back into his work, only to be interrupted by another incoming call. Initially assuming it was Gongzi, perhaps with a matter left unaddressed, he was surprised to find it was his parents on the line. To be frank, Mingyang felt unprepared for this call from his parents. Despite having spoken with them recently, there was an inherent awkwardness. As a man in his 20s, the sudden reemergence of his parents felt jarring. Although others might perceive him as having grown up closely with his parents, Mingyang alone understood the peculiar reality. In a certain sense, his biological parents felt like strangers. Even with all of the original memories he had inherited, the sensation was akin to that of an observer, as if watching a film, leaving him with a sense of emotional detachment. Thus, he grappled with an unsettling discomfort. Nonetheless, despite this awkwardness, Mingyang harbored a strong sense of filial piety. Regardless of the circumstances, he had inherited this body and, naturally, must assume the responsibilities that come with it. Demonstrating respect for his parents was merely the most fundamental obligation. Hello, Mom and Dad. What prompted you to call me today? Is there something on your mind? After taking a few moments to steady himself, Mingyang answered the phone with an air of nonchalance. However, he was taken aback by the tempestuous barrage of inquiries from his usually gentle parents. You rascal. I knew something was amiss when you spoke to us before. So, you've been secretly toiling away, have you? Unemployed and keeping it from us. Is that it? It's not a crime. It's not as if you've committed murder. Why must you suffer in silence? We never expected you to achieve greatness. So if you're struggling out there, why not come back home? You could help us run the little supermarket. Though the earnings are modest, at least you won't starve. Isn't that better than toiling away outside, working yourself to the bone? Chapter 39. The elderly couple's sudden visit. Although his mother unleashed a torrent of words at Mingyang, it was evident that beneath her anger lay a profound concern. After all, due to the family planning policy, she had only him as a son. Witnessing the arduous labor Mingyang undertook daily, how could she not feel a pang of heartache? Despite the scoldings, the underlying message was clear. She wished for him to return home soon. As the elderly couple harbored no grand expectations for their son, they were remarkably open-minded for their generation, embodying the adage that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. Being ordinary folk themselves, they never expected their son to be exceptional. With Mingyang struggling to make ends meet, they felt no shame, only a desire for him to come home. Their small supermarket, though modest, thrived in a town with a decent economy. Each month, it generated several thousand yuan, and during prosperous times, earnings could exceed 10,000. Mingyang's father, a teacher at the local high school, earned around 9,000 yuan monthly, ensuring that the couple could comfortably enjoy their retirement. They entrusted the management of the supermarket to Mingyang, confident that their income was secure enough to sustain their lives without the need for him to toil away for meager wages elsewhere. There was no necessity for him to exhaust his body with laborious work. While it might yield a bit more income, the toll on his health would likely outweigh the financial benefits as he aged. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I am pursuing this path because I possess a certain aptitude for it, Mingyang explained. Had I discovered this sooner, I might have taken the route of an athlete during my school years. This is merely a temporary measure. I intend to explore other avenues when the time is right. Besides, I'm not merely engaging in manual labor. I consider myself primarily a short video creator. Surely, you've noticed my growing number of followers? In a matter of months, he planned to transition to a different phase of his career, though consolidating his popularity remained a priority for now. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, he felt warmth at his parents' concern. Although he had lost his previous parents, he was grateful to have a loving pair in this life. Consequently, he spoke to them gently, understanding their worries, recognizing that his mother's tone stemmed from a place of love rather than reproach. Ah, so you've grown up now, have you? Ignoring your parents' advice? His mother's frustration was palpable through the video call. She couldn't fathom why he needed to engage in such strenuous work when they were managing just fine at home. However, both parents acknowledged that their son had indeed matured, and through the screen, they felt powerless to change his mind. After exchanging a few more words, they decisively ended the call. Mingyang found the outcome somewhat amusing. He understood his parents' concerns and knew that they had likely scrutinized his videos thoroughly. Any reasonable person would worry about his health given the intensity of his work, especially his own parents. Yet what could he say? Should he reveal the existence of his extraordinary abilities? How could he explain that his physical condition reset at midnight each day? Such knowledge was his most precious secret, one he could never disclose, regardless of the recipient. The more people who knew, the greater the risk of exposure, and he preferred to keep such matters to himself. After all, he had no desire to wake up one day on an operating table in an unknown laboratory. Once the call ended, Mingyang returned to his video editing. Although viewership had dipped recently, his popularity still exceeded that of typical content creators. He realized that by increasing his output, he could solidify his audience. Now, having surpassed 5 million followers, he felt a sense of relief. Even if his growth stagnated, maintaining this number would ensure a comfortable life ahead. Moreover, he had plans for future transformations, and achieving this milestone as a short video creator meant he need not worry about his later years. As long as he refrained from excessive extravagance, even a few years at the pinnacle of this profession would yield enough wealth for a lifetime. Not to mention, income would continue to flow even after the peak, far surpassing the earnings of an average person. With this newfound relaxation, he continued his tasks until suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Unfazed by the safety of his surroundings, he instinctively approached the door, curious about who might be visiting. as he hadn't ordered any food or packages. Perhaps it was someone conducting a survey. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by two familiar faces he never expected to see, his parents. Stunned, Mingyang could hardly process the situation. Just hours earlier, they had been video chatting from home, and now here they were, standing at his doorstep. Chapter 40. Mandatory Health Examination. So healthy, it's almost unhuman. Mom? Dad? What brings you here? Come inside. It's sweltering outside, and the air conditioning is on. Have you eaten yet? I haven't had a chance to eat either. Let's take a moment to rest, and then I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. Although Mingyang was taken aback by his parents' sudden arrival, he quickly masked his surprise with a warm smile. After all, he couldn't quite gauge their sentiments. His mother's tone during their video call had been rather unsettling. Just a few hours had passed since they had traveled directly from their hometown to his doorstep. If he didn't project a positive demeanor, he feared the repercussions might not be pleasant. Perhaps this was what they referred to as familial pressure. Despite being an adult in his 20s, he felt like a child in the presence of his parents. Even when he had done nothing wrong, an instinctive sense of guilt crept in. All right, come in and have a seat. At this point, his parents had yet to offer him any warm reception. However, since their arrival, their gazes had not strayed from Mingyang. They instinctively scrutinized him, searching for any signs of trouble with his health. After all, the strenuous workload depicted in his short videos had left even seasoned parents like them astonished. Yet, from their observations thus far, Mingyang appeared to be in perfect condition. They exchanged glances, both wondering if they were merely imagining things. Nevertheless, the shared look of confusion in each other's eyes dispelled their doubts. It was unlikely that both could be mistaken. Have you grown taller? His mother instinctively glanced down at his feet, curious if he was wearing the fabled height-increasing shoes. But to her surprise, he was simply clad in a pair of casual slippers and athletic shorts, devoid of any contrivance. In their minds, their son could not possibly possess such height, which was why they were both left bewildered. At over 20, you are still growing? Indeed, I had intended to surprise you, but it seems you uncover my secret. After being compelled to resign from my job, I met a few fellow villagers. Lately, I've noticed an increase in my appetite. Both my physique and stamina have been rapidly improving. With little to occupy my time, I figure I might as well try my hand at some labor-intensive work alongside my compatriots. As a result, I discovered that through extensive physical exertion, my appetite has surged, and my body has become increasingly robust. It's as if I've undergone a second phase of development. Just look at these biceps, my chest, and my abs. If I were to claim to be a professional athlete, I suspect many would believe me. Most notably, it was only recently that the owner of a restaurant downstairs pointed out my noticeable height increase. I measured myself at home and found that I have grown from 176 centimeters to 186 centimeters. That's a full 10 centimeters. As he recounted this, a touch of pride crept into his tone. Height had always been a sensitive subject for Mingyang, both in this life and last. While it was somewhat acceptable in his hometown, venturing into the world often left him feeling inadequate at his previous height of 176 centimeters. Now, however, he had surpassed 180 centimeters and was closing in on 190 centimeters. Coupled with his muscular physique and handsome, rugged features, he embodied the quintessential image of a strong man. In recent times, Mingyang had indulged in a sense of self-satisfaction, even pausing to admire himself in the bathroom mirror while showering. Yet, upon finishing his tale, he noticed that his parents' expressions were not mirroring his own elation. Rather, their faces were etched with concern. Son, don't you find your situation rather alarming? It's one thing to grow stronger through exercise and labor, but to experience such a significant height increase. His mother, resolute, stood up from the couch, disregarding any need for rest. Come on, although it's a bit late, we can still visit the hospital for an emergency checkup. We need to ascertain what, if anything, is amiss with your health. You haven't contracted some bizarre illness, have you? I could understand a growth of 1 or 2 centimeters, but 10 centimeters is absolutely abnormal. Without allowing him any chance to respond or resist, she seized Mingyang's hand and exited the house, hailing a cab to the largest hospital nearby. Mum, yes, you. There is nothing wrong with me. A second phase of growth isn't unheard of. It's merely a rare, yet entirely normal phenomenon. Look at these health examination reports. Each item indicates that I am in exceptional health. Do you recall what the doctor said? He remarked that I am so healthy. I hardly seem human. Most individuals have some minor ailments during checkups, yet I am entirely free of any issues. Standing at the hospital entrance, Mingyang proudly waved the examination results in front of his parents, his face beaming with triumph. Chapter 41. How much? You claim to have earned what? While observing Mingyang's smug demeanor, his mother felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift reprimand to the impudent boy. However, considering that this was her own son, she decided to restrain herself. You rascal, although your health seems impeccable, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging in such strenuous labor in the future. In your youth, you might not perceive the toll it takes, but as you grow older, such heavy physical work can be quite detrimental to your well-being. I would hate to see you burdened with ailments in your 40s or 50s, unable to relish the joys of life. Money is a transient entity, neither brought into this world nor taken from it. It suffices as long as one has enough. We are not in dire straits, after all. Upon learning that Mingyang was indeed in good health, both parents sighed in relief. Nevertheless, they could not help but express their concerns. They were genuinely worried that the strenuous activities depicted in his videos might jeopardize his health. Rest assured, dear parents, I am acutely aware of my own body. If this line of work were truly harmful, I would cease it without your prompting. After all, I am your son, and you are well aware of my character. If I did not find this vocation suitable, I would not force myself into it. While earning money is vital, I value my health and life above all else. Therefore, you need not worry. I believe my increased appetite and boundless energy are merely signs of my body's growth. Engaging in this work does not deplete my strength. Rather, it invigorates me. I suspect that had I not undertaken this job, I might have become quite portly by now, rather than maintaining my current robust physique. Seeing his parents still opposed to his current employment, Mingyang felt compelled to reason with them. Although he understood their concerns stemmed from love, he also recognized the uniqueness of his circumstances. This path was his means of survival and prosperity. He was determined not to lead a mundane existence. Having been granted a second chance at life, he wished to seize it with fervor. Is it not money that underpins this aspiration? At the very least, I yearn for a degree of financial freedom, to live without the incessant worries of daily sustenance, housing, and transportation. While I do not aspire to luxury cars, I do wish for a comfortable life. If I do not exert myself while I am young, when shall I? Shall I wait until I am old and regret my inaction? You young man, if you seek to strengthen your body, why not pursue a more conventional job and exercise in your spare time? Must you persist in this current role? Perhaps you are oblivious to the potential long-term toll of such labor. Even the strongest physique cannot withstand relentless strain indefinitely. Regardless of Mingyang's arguments, his parents remained steadfast in their stance. He understood that even if he changed jobs, their concerns would persist. Yet, he did not wish to sour their relationship over such a trivial matter. Thus, he endeavored to explain further. Parents, honestly, what is wrong with earning more money while I am young? Just consider the costs associated with cars and homes. Each entails significant expenditure. I currently possess the capability to earn, and I must capitalize on these formative years before opportunities pass me by. Mingyang's intellect was keen, especially after inheriting memories from another life, allowing him to comprehend his parents' thoughts deeply. He anticipated their inevitable retort, which was precisely the reaction he sought. Earning money, indeed. You are right. I acknowledge that you possess a unique talent for this line of work. Each outing yields at least 1,000 yuan, and recently, my earnings have exceeded 2,000 per engagement. However, if you only work every 3 days, your monthly income caps at around 20,000 yuan. Surely, it is not worth exhausting yourself for such a sum. Even if you return to manage our small supermarket in town with diligence, you could still earn over 10,000 a month. While that may not match your current income, it will be considerably less taxing, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Mingyang struggled to suppress a grin. This was the response he had been awaiting. Parents, if only you would modernize your understanding. You may frequently browse short videos, yet you remain unaware of this industry. You mentioned discovering my work through my videos, Have you not noticed my substantial following? Over 5 million fans. Do you realize how much I have earned? These figures stem from contracts I previously accepted, and the funds have already been deposited after taxes. You can see for yourselves how lucrative the online realm has become. I suspect you may doubt it, but it is true. As he spoke, Mingyang revealed his bank account balance. Beyond previous contracts, he had recently acquired additional projects, and his balance had surpassed 800,000 yuan, 123,456. Is that 800,000? His mother, fearing a miscalculation, scrutinized the screen of Mingyang's phone, counting the digits before the decimal point. Confirming the amount, her astonishment escaped as an exclamation, and his father, upon hearing the figure, could not help but ask, "How much? You claim to have earned what?" Chapter 42. Recruiting a shooting assistant. Initially, the elderly couple had privately deliberated prior to their visit, contemplating the prospect that if their son, Mingyang, was disinclined to take over their small business, they could invest a portion of their savings, over 200,000 yuan accumulated over the years, into ventures that piqued his interest. Although this some may seem modest in today's context, they believed it could serve as a starting point for Mingyang's entrepreneurial pursuits. Having gained a modicum of business acumen over the years, they were confident that as long as the chosen business was not overly extravagant, there was little risk of failure. It would likely yield some profit and provide Mingyang with a purposeful endeavor. As their only child, Mingyang's financial contributions were not a pressing concern, especially since the income from their small supermarket, along with the old man's salary, was already substantial enough to sustain their family of 3. The couple had even reconciled with the possibility of failure, believing that their son would eventually accept the reality and return to manage their grocery store, a venture he had become quite familiar with over the years. As long as Mingyang did not act recklessly, the small supermarket could continue to thrive. However, upon glancing at the balance in Mingyang's bank account, the words of encouragement they had prepared faltered. After years of diligent saving, their modest 200,000 yuan seemed paltry compared to the over 800,000 yuan Mingyang had amassed in just 3 months since he began sharing videos, complemented by a fan base exceeding 5 million. If he could maintain or even grow this following, it was reasonable to predict that his income would continue to ascend, potentially reaching an annual figure of over 1 million, a goal that had once appeared unattainable to them, but now seemed like an easily achievable milestone for their son. Despite their age, both in their 50s, the couple remained adaptable to contemporary thoughts and trends. They recalled how, in their youth, they had defied familial expectations, opting for entrepreneurship over a conventional teaching career. This decision had proven fortuitous, as evidenced by their current lifestyle, which would have been impossible had they chosen a more traditional path. Now, witnessing the impressive digits on Mingyang's bank statement, they grasped the rationale behind his choices. If this endeavor could yield significant financial returns without jeopardizing his health, it was only natural to seize the opportunity. Given his current income trajectory, even a conservative estimate suggested an annual earning of over 3 million yuan. The thought of such a figure made the father, typically the epitome of success, tremble with excitement. Earning 10,000 yuan a day in an era where securing a monthly income of that magnitude was increasingly rare felt extravagant. Yet, this seemingly lavish figure had indeed become a reality for their son. Even if his income were halved, it would still eclipse the earnings of nearly everyone in their small town. "Mom, Dad, why does it feel like you are more enthusiastic about my work than I am?" Mingyang mused. Sometimes the swiftness of change is astonishing. Just a day prior, his parents had expressed vehement opposition to his career choice. Yet now they had performed a complete about-face, exhibiting fervent support and eagerness to assist him in finding a shooting assistant. As he pondered the best channels for recruitment, his parents had already begun to take charge of the arrangements. As they would say, "Have you never seen a pig run after having eaten one?" Although they had never engaged in significant business dealings themselves, they had certainly witnessed enough of the world to contribute meaningfully to the process of hiring. While they were not experts, their experience surpassed that of their son, who had only recently entered the workforce. "What are you saying? The previous concerns stemmed from our worries about your health," they explained. They had feared he might be pushing himself too hard, striving to earn more at the expense of his well-being. However, with the recent health reports confirming his robust condition and his remarkable earning potential exceeding their expectations, they understood his ambitions. If he could amass a lifetime's worth of income in just a few years, who would not desire to retire young and savor life? Now, enough of this discussion. Our scheduled interview is at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it is about to begin, they stated. After a preliminary screening of resumes, 3 candidates had been chosen for the interview. At this juncture, the couple felt their lack of experience keenly. While they had managed the initial selection, the final decision rested solely with Mingyang, as the assistant would ultimately serve his needs, and they were not entirely versed in the specifics of his work. Therefore, we shall leave the rest to you. As for your mother and me, we have come all this way. We might as well enjoy ourselves. You need not worry about us. We are not so out of touch with the times. Although it is our first visit here, we shall not lose our way. By the way, we may not return tonight. Now that you are earning, the little savings we have are of little use. We shall set aside some time to travel and enjoy life, they concluded. Chapter 43. The innocent prodigy with great justice after concluding their conversation. The elderly couple did not afford Mingyang any time to react. They had already assisted their son as much as they could. The remaining matters were beyond their capacity to help, especially with the impending end of the academic term, which kept the father, a teacher, quite occupied. Thus, the couple wished to seize the scant remaining time to enjoy themselves and explore the seaside city. Mingyang held no objections to this. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. To him, this was the epitome of a proper attitude towards life. In the past, his parents had toiled endlessly, perpetually fixated on earning money. Even after accumulating some savings, they seldom indulged in spending, choosing instead to invest in serious matters, such as purchasing a home or renovating properties in their town. From his earliest memories to his current age in his 20s, it seemed his parents had been trapped in an endless cycle of earning, borrowing, buying, and repaying debts. They had never truly savored life, never even experienced a proper vacation. Now that he was capable of earning a living, the burden on his parents had lightened considerably. This rare opportunity for them to enjoy themselves was not a bad thing at all. In fact, Mingyang even hoped they would travel more. With their own income, they could afford to indulge in outings and adventures without requiring his financial support. Their savings were ample enough to cover their desires. This was also why Mingyang had the courage to venture to a bustling metropolis far from home. Should he fail, he could always return home. After all, he had come to the city alone, and returning alone was of little consequence. He could always find sustenance back in his hometown. There was no risk of starvation. Is this truly a legitimate recruitment? His parents had always handled the selection of candidates, making this his first time scrutinizing the profiles of the shortlisted individuals. Upon examining the first document, he was taken aback, incredulous at the sight of the photo. Although it was an ID picture, the young woman's adorable visage was unmistakable. Most strikingly, even from this mere glimpse, Mingyang could ascertain that this youthful-looking woman possessed an extraordinary presence. As he continued to peruse the details, he noted the name Wang Yuqing. The name seemed pleasant enough, though it felt somewhat at odds with her appearance and physique. A graduate from a local media university? It was surprising that someone of her caliber would choose to apply as his assistant. Mingyang initially found this surprising, but then recalled the current employment challenges, realizing that, as a prominent content creator, it was not unusual for someone to seek to work alongside him. After reviewing Wang Yuqing's credentials, he recognized her undeniable talent. While many candidates embellished their profiles with artistic flair, she presented her qualifications straightforwardly, including copies of various certificates, establishing herself as an undeniable academic achiever. She possessed not only capability and beauty, but also an extraordinary presence. In that fleeting moment, Mingyang felt a spark of admiration, not from any nefarious intentions, but from pure appreciation. Who wouldn't he want an assistant who was so pleasing to the eye? Nonetheless, the ultimate decision would hinge on her personality. Mingyang's expectations for an assistant were not exceedingly high. As long as she could edit videos according to his specifications and assist with filming, he would be satisfied. However, if her character did not align with his expectations, if she were not the compliant type, No matter how impressive her abilities, he would not consider retaining her. Having acquired wealth, the purpose of hiring an employee was to enhance his own comfort. He had no peculiar inclinations nor a penchant for discomfort, especially when he could easily find obedient and attractive individuals in abundance. Hello, boss. I am Wang Yuqing, here to apply for the position of your filming assistant. Li Mingyang could not help but acknowledge the significance of first impressions. Although he had already reviewed the profiles of the other two candidates, he chose to call Wang Yuqing first to invite her for an interview. After all, who wouldn't he want a charming and gentle assistant by their side? He preferred not to have a male assistant if possible. He had expected a top student like her to exhibit a degree of arrogance, yet he was surprised by her demeanor. The young woman before him spoke with a slight stutter, clearly nervous and shy, which made her impressive achievements all the more remarkable. It served to remind him that appearances could indeed be deceiving. This alone significantly boosted his regard for her. A sweet and endearing personality was a welcome trait, and she seemed the obedient type. No need to be anxious. I have reviewed your materials, and you are an exceptional talent. However, I am curious. Given your expertise, you must realize that I am just starting out, without even a formal company. What prompted you to apply for the role of my filming assistant? The salary I offer is not particularly high, is it? While 5,000 yuan might be a reasonable wage for an ordinary graduate, for someone of her caliber, securing a position with a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan should not be overly difficult. Being candid about his curiosity, Li Mingyang posed the question directly. Wang Yuqing, true to her straightforward nature, replied, Boss, I actually do not have high salary expectations. 5,000 yuan is sufficient for me. The reason I chose to apply for the filming assistant position is twofold. First, you are relatively young, which I believe makes communication easier. Second, there are fewer colleagues to navigate, with you as my only superior. Most importantly, given the nature of your work, you will inevitably travel across the country and even around the world. I happen to enjoy traveling. Wang Yuqing did not continue, but Li Mingyang understood perfectly, unable to suppress a grin. Indeed, she was a straightforward and adorable girl, though she did not state it outright. It was clear she was eager to accompany him on his travels while enjoying the benefits of his budget. Chapter 44. The Expert's Touch. A starkly different efficiency and effectiveness. In response to the straightforward demeanor of the young lady before him, Li Mingyang felt no adverse sentiments, as long as she could fulfill the tasks assigned to her with quality and diligence. He harbored no objections to her taking advantage of the situation to explore a bit during her work. After all, it was merely a reasonable utilization of the conveniences afforded by the job, was it not? With that in mind, he decided to transition into the formal interview segment. Firstly, I must express my satisfaction with your initial impression. Your personality appears to align well with mine. I have little fondness for those who, when idling, seek to oppose their employer for no reason. Of course, I do not consider myself an irksome boss. Having been a diligent worker myself, I understand the frustrations of dealing with unreasonable supervisors who insist on micromanaging. My expectations for you are quite straightforward. As long as you can complete the tasks I assign, you may accompany me during filming. Once the work is done, I shall not concern myself with how you spend your time. Furthermore, we do not adhere to fixed working hours. It is more a matter of being available as needed. However, rest assured, given that you have likely reviewed my videos, you will find that I typically produce content every 2 to 3 days. Hence, there will be ample opportunity for rest. Now, if Miss Wang has no further inquiries, shall we proceed to test your capabilities? If all goes well, I shall be pleased to congratulate you on your successful employment. Li Mingyang was not one to dither. His own experiences as a worker made him keenly aware of the need for flexibility in work schedules. He was not akin to those oppressive employers who, even after tasks were completed, preferred to see their employees seated at their desks, reveling in their control, relishing the sight of their subordinate struggles for freedom over meager wages. Wang Yuqing had no objections to Li Mingyang's words. In fact, her performance exceeded his expectations. Initially, he perceived her as timid, yet when the subject of work arose, her demeanor transformed, exhibiting newfound confidence. An air of professionalism enveloped her. Are you asking me to edit some videos, boss? I wonder if there are any materials available? Even previously unused footage would suffice. I have studied your videos and noticed many contain excellent highlights that, regrettably, have not been fully utilized. After accumulating a sufficient volume of footage, we could create compilations, be it a comedic collection or a montage of exhilarating moments. While this may seem somewhat derivative, high-quality editing could yield favorable results, potentially bolstering your popularity. Once immersed in her work, Wang Yuqing appeared to metamorphose. Her shyness vanished. Her eyes were fixated on the computer screen, her movements fluid and purposeful, occasionally offering insightful suggestions. Mingyang found himself pleasantly surprised by her contributions. Why had he not considered this before? He often found himself reluctant to rest, pressed by the need to maintain his growing audience. Wrestling with the demands of both physical and behind-the-scenes work, tirelessly laboring throughout the year. While manageable in the short term, the prolonged effort had begun to take its toll on his physical and mental well-being. Had it not been for this, he would not have been so eager to recruit an assistant. After a brief span of over 40 minutes, as Mingyang idly scrolled through videos, the sound of Wang Yuqing's keyboard tapping ceased. "Boss, come take a look. I've edited 2 videos. One is a comedic compilation, and the other features high-energy moments. The voiceovers and music are complete. Please let me know if there are any elements you find unsatisfactory. I can make adjustments at any time." Despite her confidence in her abilities, Wang Yuqing understood that Mingyang had achieved his current success through discernment and insight. As her role was merely that of an assistant, it was essential for her to align her creative style with his vision. Taking her previous position, Mingyang observed that the combined length of the 2 videos was only about 5 to 6 minutes. After viewing them, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the past, each of his editing sessions had consumed several hours, often resulting in unsatisfactory outcomes, filled with revisions and corrections. Yet, in less than an hour, Wang Yuqing had delivered 2 impressive pieces that far surpassed his own work. "Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased with the quality of your edits. They far exceed my own efforts, and your efficiency is remarkable. It is clear that specialized tasks should be entrusted to those with expertise. I hereby announce your acceptance into the team. Moreover, your salary shall be increased from 5,000 to 6,000, and you will receive full benefits calculated at this new rate." Chapter 45. Bidding Farewell to Parents. Welcoming self-disciplined brother. "Thank you, boss. You truly are a wonderful person." The words echoed in Mingyang's mind as he watched the little girl depart in the taxi. This young lady, does she not realize that kindness cards should not be distributed so freely nowadays? Who among the respectable would wish to receive such a card? Upon hearing those words, he inexplicably felt a tinge of jealousy, and he resolved that this month her bonus would be forfeited. Do not inquire further. The task was merely completed without distinction, hence no bonus. Due to his parents' visit, the collaboration video that Gongzi had promised had to be postponed. Fortunately, Gongzi expressed understanding. After all, with Mingyang's current work ethic, even a muscular man like Gongzi couldn't help but be astonished, let alone his elderly parents. Therefore, the sudden visit, including a comprehensive medical examination at the hospital, was entirely understandable from Gongzi's perspective. If he were to have a child in the future, he might even surpass his parents in terms of exaggeration, for he clearly did not resemble an ordinary human being. "Parents, can't you stay a bit longer? After all, you've traveled quite a distance. It seems rather unfair to return after just a few days, especially considering the substantial cost of the train tickets." As he observed his parents packing to return home, Mingyang felt a pang of reluctance. Initially, he had been somewhat anxious about facing his lifelong parents, but upon their arrival, he discovered that their interactions were remarkably natural. There were none of the trivial concerns he had dreaded, akin to the way he had interacted with them in his past life. In fact, due to personality and familial atmosphere, this life felt even more relaxed and harmonious with his parents. No, it's still the end of the term. The coursework is quite demanding, and I must prepare for the final exams. The school has been urging us. If it weren't for my father's decades of standing at the institution, taking these few days off would be quite challenging. Moreover, there will be plenty of opportunities to travel in the future, as retirement is just a few years away. Even before retiring, I can still enjoy winter and summer vacations. Just remember to take care of your health after we leave. If you can't manage, don't overexert yourself. We are aware of your unique physical condition, but pushing your body too hard is not advisable. As the time to part approached, his parents could not help but offer numerous reminders. Yet, hearing their words, Li Mingyang felt no annoyance. He merely nodded in agreement. As for what he would do later, it was ultimately his own decision since they wouldn't be around. Rather than hastily contradicting their concerns and causing them worry, it was better to simply acquiesce. After bidding farewell to his parents at the station, Li Mingyang swiftly returned to his work routine as the popularity of his videos had begun to wane. It was no longer sufficient to wait passively for other creators to seek collaboration. He would also take the initiative to reach out to potential partners. He sought to connect with influencers whose content aligned with his vision and could enhance the program's appeal. Through months of video production, Li Mingyang had grasped the nuances of this profession. Collaborations among creators were not as convoluted as those among celebrities. After all, short video creators were more relatable and approachable than their lofty counterparts. Collaborative video projects benefited all parties involved, provided that the disparity in their respective followings was not too vast, and both enjoyed comparable levels of popularity. Furthermore, if collaboration could generate buzz, it was rare for any creator to decline. Hence, after careful selection, Li Mingyang had finalized his collaboration partner, a prominent internet celebrity known as Xiaolong, who boasted millions of followers and had earned the title of self-disciplined brother. His content predominantly revolved around fitness and strength, as he led a lifestyle of rigorous self-discipline that most ordinary individuals would find unbearable. Li Mingyang had a vague recollection of Xiaolong from his previous life. It seemed that this version of Xiaolong bore a striking resemblance to the one he remembered. Both were equally popular figures, with similar appearances. The only notable difference was that in this world, Xiaolong had yet to experience the heartbreak of a failed relationship or marriage and remained exuberantly single. Hey, you King, are you ready to come to work? This afternoon, our brother Xiaolong will be arriving, and you should come to record the essential points for tomorrow's filming. Additionally, let us brainstorm the shooting plan. After all, as they say, two heads are better than one. It's beneficial to have another perspective. The day after sending off his parents, Li Mingyang seamlessly transitioned into the next phase of his short video production. Due to his parents' unexpected visit, he had been unable to post for several days. But fortunately, two video compilations edited by Wang Yuqing during her onboarding had helped maintain his momentum. Otherwise, the drop in popularity would have been a significant setback for him. However, these two videos had earned him the nickname Water Brother among many fans. Thus, when he arrived at the airport to welcome the long-awaited Xiaolong, Li Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. Despite having collaborated with numerous creators, this partnership was particularly anticipated. Welcome, Xiaolong. I believe we should slightly modify our collaboration content. The typical lifting tasks may have become tedious for our fans. I think we need a fresh approach. Perhaps we could exchange experiences, with you immersing yourself in my work life while I experience a day of discipline with you. I even propose we film over 2 days. You can start with my work life, and I can join you for a day of self-discipline. I am also considering relocating the filming to a different city to introduce new challenges. This change would help alleviate audience fatigue and enhance the appeal and effectiveness of our collaborative video. Though this was their first face-to-face encounter, Li Mingyang already possessed some understanding of Xiaolong's character, primarily through their mutual acquaintance, Gongzi, who had a good relationship with Xiaolong. Thus, he was somewhat aware of Xiaolong's personality in real life. Chapter 46. Aaron arrives with a mission. Well, I have no objections. I merely came here to bask in your limelight. It has been quite some time since I had any fresh ideas. Although I yearn for my videos to achieve viral success once more, my mental stock is regrettably limited. If you young have any thoughts, that would be splendid. Aaron is quite forthright in his speech. Meeting for the first time, he speaks so openly, likely having garnered substantial insights about Li Mingyang through his acquaintance with Gongzi. However, Aaron's candidness still surprised Li Mingyang somewhat. While they shared a mutual friend, such familiarity upon first meeting was unexpected. Li Mingyang assessed Aaron in his mind, concluding that he was a rather straightforward young man. At least based on his current demeanor, he seemed to resonate well with Li Mingyang. Perhaps it was due to his previous employment at that dreadful company, where he frequently encountered the insidious nature of office politics. Despite its mediocrity, It operated like an imperial harem from a drama, with colleagues constantly undermining one another, which left Mingyang utterly fatigued. Thus, since embarking on his independent endeavors, he has grown to despise those who wear dual faces, one for public display and another for behind-the-scenes dealings. All right, since you're so forthright, I can confidently proceed with the arrangements, Mingyang said. First and foremost, you must be aware that the difficulty of the tasks here will only escalate. For each individual who participates, challenges become progressively more arduous. Many content creators have experienced crises of faith while filming here, so you must mentally prepare yourself for that. Next, there is the matter of the filming locations. It might require relocating, necessitating a flight and a day's journey. However, if we act swiftly, we could reach our destination before nightfall. Yet, after a long day of travel, one cannot guarantee their stamina for the following day. Therefore, to ensure a smoother experience, I propose we commence filming the day after tomorrow. Contemplating the situation, Mingyang decided to amalgamate his previous ideas with the current circumstances. Collaborating with other content creators inherently generates buzz, especially since he only partners with each creator once. While fans have grown accustomed to these collaborations, each fresh face still brings a spark of excitement. Now, Mingyang intends to take the unassuming Aaron with him to Mount Tai to experience the life of a porter. Others aim merely to ascend Mount Tai once, viewing it as a monumental challenge. In contrast, Mingyang plans to emulate the ancient warrior Zilong from over 2 millennia ago, intending to traverse the mountain repeatedly. Upon considering the difficulty of Mount Tai, Mingyang quietly adjusted his ambitious goal from 7 ascents to 3. Making 3 round trips to the pinnacle of Mount Tai would surely generate sufficient intrigue. After all, many creators relish the challenge of climbing Mount Tai. As if reaching the summit were an extraordinary feat, the internet is rife with memes suggesting that Mount Tai is a cure for the obstinate. However, Mingyang's undertaking is not merely to reach the summit. He intends to carry burdens while doing so, and not just once. If he can indeed accomplish 3 round trips, there is no doubt that this video will garner immense popularity. With that thought, Mingyang could no longer contain his enthusiasm for the task at hand. His modest rental accommodation was hardly in need of tidying, and the clothes he had previously worn were now too small. He had only a few new outfits. Wait, are we leaving already? Is this happening so abruptly? After a brief meal at a restaurant, the initially eager Aaron, who had hoped to rest at Mingyang's place, found himself bewilderedly back at the airport. Watching the bustling Mingyang and his assistant Wang Yuqing, he realized they had unwittingly arrived at the boarding gate. The boarding process had already commenced, highlighting the tightly packed itinerary. Of course, with work comes the necessity for a dedicated attitude and fervor. This time, they were heading straight to Mount Tai to challenge the role of a porter. If they could endure several trips, they would likely achieve remarkable video results. Having spoken, Mingyang turned to the visibly excited Wang Yuqing, playfully patting her shoulder with mock seriousness. Yuqing, you must keep pace with us as our filming assistant. Especially keep up with me, as I plan to make at least 3 round trips on Mount Tai. Don't think you can take it easy like a tourist. As he finished, a glimmer of mischief appeared on Mingyang's face. Did she truly believe that securing 6,000 yuan and benefits from me would be a simple matter? Even as a filming assistant, accompanying him, a man whose endurance was increasingly formidable, would be quite the ordeal. Of course, Mingyang was merely joking. After all, Wang Yuqing was just a recent university graduate, even if she were a fit young man. Keeping pace with Mingyang's rigorous demands on Mount Tai would be a significant challenge. Merely reaching the summit alongside him would be a feat, let alone making multiple trips. Thus, the primary focus of filming would undoubtedly fall on Mingyang himself. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist teasing his cheerful assistant. All right, no problem. Climbing Mount Tai is a noble endeavor, but you must ensure that you assist me in completing a task as well. Before Wang Yuqing could respond, Aaron interjected, but his remark piqued Mingyang's curiosity. He had not anticipated that Aaron had come with a mission of his own. Chapter 47. Professional Physical Data Testing. What task? Faced with this sudden assignment, Mingyang could not suppress his curiosity and directly inquired. This was something Gongzi specifically instructed me about upon learning of my visit. He believes that your physical condition is exceptionally extraordinary, even though you are visibly improving at an astonishing pace. He is genuinely curious about the extent of your current physical data. Of course, he is not the only one curious. I am quite intrigued as well, especially since you have become widely recognized as an exceptional physical specimen in our circle. I have observed that regardless of the weight being lifted, be it bags of cement weighing 100 pounds or other heavy items, you seem to handle them effortlessly, showing no signs of strain whatsoever. Notably, during a recent cement lifting task, you nonchalantly hoisted 2 bags at once, totaling an impressive 200 pounds. Yet, watching your movements, there's an impression that this is still not your maximum strength. It feels as though you are far from reaching your true physical limits. Thus, I am quite eager at the prospect of conducting a comprehensive physical data test while I am here to ascertain the level of your various metrics. When this topic arose, a hint of anticipation flickered across Along's face. Known for his discipline and fitness, he possesses a profound understanding of the field. However, this depth of knowledge only amplifies his curiosity. He is eager to discover the extent of Li Mingyang's physical capabilities, which, while appearing robust, do not seem to match the extraordinary physiques of those typically seen in the gym. Nonetheless, Li Mingyang's performance rivals that of these muscular titans. Although both he and Gongzi attribute this anomaly to Li Mingyang's rare physical talent, curiosity remains. Even though they acknowledge Li Mingyang's exceptional abilities, they still wonder just how extraordinary his physical condition truly is. Upon hearing this, not only was Along intrigued, but Li Mingyang himself could not suppress his curiosity. He recognizes his own daily improvements, but is uncertain about the current level of his capabilities. If a professional could find a suitable venue to conduct a proper evaluation, Li Mingyang would be more than willing to cooperate, as he too desires a detailed understanding of his physical metrics. All right, since we have no pressing matters tomorrow, let us schedule this testing for then, he proposed. While he is aware that his physique is not comparable to that of an average individual, he remains uncertain as to how far he has progressed. Unlike them, he has not been engaged in fitness for an extended period. He considers himself a novice, lacking in knowledge about many aspects. Li Mingyang readily agreed, displaying a sense of eagerness. Had it not been for the lateness of the hour upon reaching our destination, he might have wished to commence his physical testing that very day. This obsession with one's physical data is a common affliction among fitness enthusiasts. Although Li Mingyang does not fit the mold of a traditional fitness devotee, the aspirations he has set for himself far exceed those of ordinary gym-goers. Thus, his fixation on his physical statistics is even more intense than that of typical fitness aficionados. However, he had been so preoccupied lately that the thought had slipped his mind until Along mentioned it, igniting a sense of urgency within him. 100-meter sprint. 11. 3 seconds? Upon seeing this figure, Along could not contain his astonishment, noting that Li Mingyang's technique and execution revealed him to be an absolute novice. Although Along is not a professional himself, he understands that Li Mingyang is even less experienced, as he does not even know how to perform a proper squat. To achieve such a time while merely running upright is remarkable, nearly breaching the 11-second barrier, a performance befitting a national-level athlete. Do not underestimate this achievement. With proper training, Li Mingyang could easily attain a level 1 rating or even reach the elite national level. In disbelief, Along found himself momentarily speechless, ultimately muttering a silent complaint in his heart. However, once he regained his composure, his interest in Li Mingyang's other metrics intensified. With such explosive power, he wondered how Li Mingyang would fare in other areas. Bench press, 465 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 205 kilograms. Squat, 532 kilograms. As each impressive figure emerged, Along's initial shock gradually gave way to a numbing realization. Ultimately, all he could think was, is this even human? Surely, he must be some beast clad in human skin. It was evident that he possessed the prowess of a feline predator. After all, even the mightiest of beasts, despite their strength, lack such reaction speed and explosive power. The final data revealed Li Mingyang's height and weight, 188 centimeters, with a weight of an astonishing 96 kilograms. For an average person, such height and weight would suggest a clear case of obesity, nearing 200 pounds. Yet, on Li Mingyang, there is no trace of bulkiness. Even when dressed, he does not appear overly muscular. While he is certainly not frail, he does not display the excessive bulk typical of those with exaggerated musculature. Strength, speed, explosiveness, reaction time. After undergoing various tests, Along found himself utterly astounded. To be frank, I am genuinely beginning to doubt your humanity. How could an ordinary person achieve such metrics? If a specialized athlete were to attain this, it would be understandable, but you have not even trained in this capacity. Just look at these figures. If you told me you were like Captain America, having been injected with a super soldier serum, I would believe you. Chapter 48. Live Physical Assessment. Solidifying the title of Behemoth. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not help but roll his eyes in irritation. Although his physical data was somewhat exaggerated when compared to Captain America, what distinguished him from an average fitness enthusiast? After all, that man could deadlift a plane. If such a day were to come, I would be the first to sneak into your window and drag you out for a thorough beating. Though Li Mingyang mused this, he also held onto the belief that he possessed a spirit of perseverance. As long as he continued to strive and break through, perhaps one day he would not fall short of the legendary Captain America. Indeed, it was not impossible that he might even surpass this cinematic figure. However, such feats belong to the realm of science fiction. Regardless of his confidence, he could not allow even a hint of it to surface. If that day were truly to arrive, and if his brother could achieve such greatness, even if he were to drag him out for some punishment, he would accept it willingly. After all, if that day came, his brother would indeed be a true superhuman. To be bested by such an extraordinary individual would provide him with ample bragging rights in the future. That said, if his brother wanted to test his strength against him, he need not wait for such a day. Even now, with his brother's extraordinary physical data, he was far outmatched. At this point, a hint of melancholy crept onto Xiaolong's face. While physical prowess was largely determined by individual talent, witnessing Li Mingyang's rapid progress left him feeling left behind despite years of hard work and daily training. It was impossible for Xiaolong not to feel frustrated or disheartened, especially when considering Li Mingyang's seemingly abnormal stamina, able to work intensely for over 10 hours, surpassing even the combined efforts of 3 individuals. Yet, as he contemplated this, Xiaolong's mind sparked with an idea. Such extraordinary data could be a revelation to the audience. If they could showcase these testing videos, would it not yield exceptional results? Although it seemed he would not be gaining any popularity from it. Given that only Li Mingyang's account would be used to release the video, he still wanted everyone to see what true excellence looked like. Surely, he could not be the only one astounded into silence. Brother Yang, how about we retest and film a video to share? After all, didn't you mention that your video performance has been declining lately? Conducting a physical assessment could be a new avenue for content creation. Even if it's just a single video, with your rate of improvement, filming one each month wouldn't be an issue. It would allow everyone to witness your visible progress, and we could eventually edit it into a series. I truly believe this is a splendid idea. You should consider it. By the time he finished, even Xiaolong could not help but feel a surge of admiration for his own cleverness. However, he recognized that this method was only suitable for someone as extraordinary as Li Mingyang. Despite his own relentless training, he could not expect to achieve such progress. If he attempted to emulate this approach, it would likely lead to nothing but self-deprecation. Upon hearing Xiaolong's proposition, Li Mingyang felt a stir of excitement. Indeed, this suggestion held great merit for him. After all, he could not possibly continue carrying buildings forever. Even as his physicality became increasingly remarkable, the spectacle of lifting structures would grow ever more exaggerated. Yet, as with all things, familiarity breeds fatigue, and naturally, his popularity would decline over time. Thus, Xiaolong's suggestion was indeed a practical one. However, he mused that merely filming a video might lack the necessary impact. After all, there were plenty of online detractors. They would likely claim that everything was staged, and given his current follower count, he could certainly host a live stream instead. Rather than producing a short video, it would be far more compelling to conduct a live testing session, which could also be edited later. A live broadcast would undoubtedly be more thrilling. Li Mingyang's mind worked quickly. After Xiao Long proposed the idea, he swiftly integrated his own thoughts and enhanced it significantly. It was undeniable that both he and Xiao Long were proactive individuals, and once they decided to embark on this venture, there was no turning back. Given Li Mingyang's exceptional physicality, he had just completed a round of tests without breaking a sweat. There was no day like today to commence the live assessment. Before the live stream officially began, however, Xiao Long took the time to teach Li Mingyang some techniques to improve his testing performance, ensuring that his results would shine even brighter. After all, in tests such as bench presses or squats, technique played a vital role alongside innate physical ability. Brother Yang, I must say, it is genuinely disheartening that you have not pursued a career in sports. Leaving aside your natural talent, your learning speed is extraordinary. In just a short time, your form is already more professional than mine. Within just over an hour, Xiao Long had imparted nearly all of his knowledge to Li Mingyang, who had even surpassed him in some aspects. Observing this, Xiao Long felt a pang of despair, but could not help but admire Li Mingyang's aptitude. Are you ready, Brother Yang? Perhaps you should rest a bit more. We're set to go live at 3 o'clock. I have a strong feeling this test will be monumental, attracting the attention of many industry leaders. Most importantly, after this live stream, your title of behemoth will surely be solidified. Chapter 49. The shock brought by a live broadcast. In the end, there was one thing that Along had yet to express. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate to voice it before anything had transpired. Nonetheless, Along sincerely believed that today's live broadcast would undoubtedly stir up a considerable tempest across the internet, perhaps even a veritable storm. While previous feats like the building lifting had indeed been awe-inspiring, they lacked the immediacy of physical data testing. In this era of rapid advancement, many individuals are often oblivious to the actual weight of various items. Take, for instance, a seemingly modest bag of cement. Who could fathom that it weighs a staggering 100 pounds, far beyond the capacity of an average person to lift? Now, envision substituting that simple bag of cement for gym equipment, such as dumbbells. Once individuals glimpse the series of Arabic numerals displayed on the weights, they instinctively relate these objects to their own capabilities. For example, if Li Mingyang can effortlessly lift a bag of cement, it may not seem particularly astonishing to many. However, if he can easily hoist a piece of gym equipment weighing 100 kilograms, the sheer visibility of that number will evoke thoughts of whether Li Mingyang could lift a person with just one hand. Consequently, the impact of the video would become profoundly striking, as such direct numerical representations elicit a powerful sense of relatability. Goodness gracious, am I seeing things? Our formidable dragon warrior is actually going live today? Who could argue? Is it not the case that content creators solely engage in live streaming for sales? What could this sudden broadcast possibly entail? As Li Mingyang prepared to test his abilities, Along promptly initiated the live stream. Since he was utilizing Li Mingyang's account, Along refrained from appearing on camera, directing the focus entirely onto Li Mingyang. Yet, Along, being an experienced and seasoned content creator, adeptly controlled the rhythm from behind the scenes. Brothers, today's stream with Brother Yang is not about selling products or anything else. Many of you are aware that I, Along, have been eager to collaborate with Brother Yang on a video. However, upon meeting him, I grew curious about the true extent of his physical prowess. Coincidentally, Brother Yang himself is also unfamiliar with his precise metrics, which led us to this live broadcast. Indeed, brothers, today's broadcast is a test, a revelation of the astonishing physical statistics of our renowned building lifting warrior. Many may not fully grasp this, as Brother Yang's previous work did not provide a tangible comparison to the equipment in a gym. However, today, we have the opportunity to uncover Brother Yang's specific physical data. As Along observed the influx of thousands of viewers streaming into Li Mingyang's channel just moments after the broadcast commenced, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After all, Li Mingyang had no prior experience with live streaming, and his follower count was not even half of Along's, having only just surpassed 5 million. Yet, within 2 minutes of going live, thousands flocked to the stream, a feat that even Along found challenging to achieve in his own sessions. It was no wonder so many so-called million-follower influencers sought to collaborate with Mingyang. How those followers come to be, many in the industry are well aware. Just as with celebrities boasting tens of millions of fans, the true number of genuine followers is often a mystery, perhaps even to the stars themselves. However, Mingyang's followers had not been acquired through any marketing expenditure. They were all authentic supporters. The high engagement of these fans allowed for such popularity and fervor right from the start of the broadcast. Our first test today is the 100-meter sprint. Though nearly everyone has experienced this activity, as the saying goes, the most fundamental elements often reveal the most authentic data. The 100-meter sprint is undoubtedly the best way to test explosiveness and speed. As Mingyang took his mark at the starting line, Along embraced his role as the host. Watching Mingyang adopt a nearly flawless crouched starting position after only a handful of practice attempts, Along couldn't help but mutter. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Even professional athletes would struggle to achieve such proficiency in such a brief span of practice. Yet, this was advantageous with his refined running technique. Along believed it likely that Mingyang could break the 11-second barrier. Bang! With the sharp crack of the starting gun, Mingyang surged forth like a wild stallion. In merely 10 seconds, he crossed the finish line, and a vivid red number illuminated on the electronic timer. 10:78 seconds. Upon witnessing this result, Along need not provide any explanation, for today, as internet users are well-versed in various fields, true talents. Incredible. Based on Brother Yang's starting and running form, it appears he has not undergone any specialized training. This outstanding result is almost entirely due to his natural athleticism. This achievement is on par with that of a first-level athlete. To put it plainly, with a bit of training, he could easily clinch a championship at a provincial sports meet. With many viewers spontaneously educating themselves, the number of individuals in the live stream exceeded 20,000, and they began to comprehend the significance of Mingyang's sub-11-second sprint time. As Along observed the barrage of comments flooding in, a smile of anticipation crept onto his lips. This was merely the beginning of their astonishment. Next up, squats, 568 kilograms. Bench press, 481 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 208 kilograms. With each successive test, a wave of data emerged before the witnesses in the live stream. Compared to the earlier tests, this time, having honed his technique, Mingyang demonstrated significant improvement across nearly every measurement. Even Along, who had witnessed it before, found himself once again astonished. Mouth agape. What an absolute anomaly. He had anticipated that Mingyang would improve once he grasped certain techniques, but he had never expected such immediate and remarkable progress. Chapter 50. Exhausted to the point of vomiting. A doubtful life for Along. The test, from start to finish, barely lasted 2 hours, and this was a result of Along deliberately controlling the pace. Had Mingyang focused solely on the testing, it would have concluded in just over an hour. To ensure some entertainment value, Along had Mingyang film a few detailed showcases, which reluctantly extended the live broadcast to just over 2 hours. Yet, despite the efforts to enhance the program's appeal, the testing concluded amidst the audience's reluctant farewells and ecstatic cheers. It must be said that the impact of this live test was extraordinary. Initially, the live stream attracted a few thousand viewers, but by the time the testing commenced, the number had surged past 20,000. By the end of the broadcast, the online audience had exceeded 100,000. Even on Douyin, the largest platform in the country. Such viewership and engagement were undoubtedly unparalleled. The storm ignited by this live broadcast, centered around body data testing, was just beginning to brew. As Along had aptly stated, Mingyang's reputation as a beast was now firmly established. It resonated even more deeply than his previous title as the god of hoisting. After all, every data point Mingyang showcased was somewhat exaggerated compared to his physique. Crucially, Li Mingyang was not one of those gym enthusiasts who consumed protein powder, sporting exaggerated and bulky muscles. While that kind of musculature might offer significant strength, it often compromised agility. The data displayed by Li Mingyang revealed a physique akin to an agile feline, resembling a humanoid tiger. He possessed immense explosive power and nearly dominative strength, while maintaining exceptional agility. With each new fan-made video and edited clip taking root online, Li Mingyang's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. He anticipated that after collaborating with Along and sharing the video of his challenge on Mount Tai, his follower count might surpass the 6 million mark within days. Such figures only deepened his admiration for Along. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of the internet, a major influencer with millions of followers, possessing a remarkable ability to capture and sustain the audience's interest. Simultaneously, Li Mingyang resolved to follow Along's prior suggestion and conduct a live test once a month. He envisioned it becoming a staple of his account, believing that as long as he consistently demonstrated progress, he would undoubtedly attract a significant following. In this era, many nurturing games were quite popular, and his approach could be seen as a unique form of such a game, allowing viewers to witness his gradual transformation into a more formidable version of himself, fostering a sense of achievement not only within him, but also among the audience who followed his journey. Brother Long, I won't say much today. I just hope you can keep pace with me. For the second and third rounds, you can maintain your own rhythm, but for the first round, if we don't share the same frame from the outset, the impact of our collaboration may diminish significantly. Despite the success of yesterday's live test, Li Mingyang remained diligent in his work. He understood that the labor of the porters on Mount Tai began at around 3 or 4 in the morning, different from his previous experience of hoisting. This was crucial because as daylight broke, the number of tourists on the mountain swelled. If they were to transport goods at that time, they would clearly miss the supply demand. Thus, both Li Mingyang and Along rose early, arriving at the foot of Mount Tai by 4 in the morning. Surrounding them were numerous middle-aged men with sun-kissed skin, already gathered for the day's work. Climbing Mount Tai was inherently strenuous, and the added burden of transporting heavy bottles of water and beverages made it even more challenging. They were tasked with carrying standard cases of bottled water, each containing 24 bottles, with a fee of 60 yuan per case for transport up the mountain. Most porters typically carried around 6 cases, totaling over 100 kilograms, roughly equivalent to the weight of an adult male. Along chose a standard workload, but Li Mingyang, having set specific expectations for himself, aimed to earn at least 1,000 yuan for the day. Thus, under the astonished gazes of those around him, Li Mingyang boldly opted for double the weight, shouldering a staggering 12 cases. With nearly 300 pounds resting on his shoulders, he showed no signs of strain, maintaining a relaxed demeanor both in tone and expression. Rest assured, I'm merely carrying half of what you are. If I can't keep pace with you like this, perhaps it's best we abandon this challenge altogether. I might as well head home, take a shower, and embrace the role of a house husband. Though aware of the disparity between himself and Li Mingyang, Along felt emboldened by the fact that they both bore double the load. However, upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, Along's confidence surged. Then, Brother Yang, ahem, brother, hold on, let's take a break. It must be said that climbing Mount Tai was indeed a formidable challenge to human endurance. While Li Mingyang hefted nearly 300 pounds, his pace remained swift, overtaking numerous tourists along the path. Along, witnessing Li Mingyang's rapid progress, gritted his teeth and pushed himself to keep up. The consequence of this was that Along completely disrupted his rhythm, increasing his physical exertion. They had not yet reached the summit of Mount Tai, and with a considerable distance still to cover, Along was already on the verge of exhaustion. He was gasping for breath, struggling to speak, and his voice had grown hoarse. Just as Li Mingyang paused for a moment, eager to voice his agreement, a loud thud erupted behind him. It was evident that Along had dropped the 6 cases of water he had been carrying, followed by a series of retching sounds. Chapter 51, Late Night Snack. Transition to a fitness blogger? Are you alright? Upon hearing that voice, Li Mingyang immediately set down the water he was carrying on his shoulder, though his action resembled more of a hasty drop than a gentle placement. The movements within were considerably more relaxed, gradually and steadily lowered. If one cannot endure, there is no need to persist. One should follow their own pace, for the body is not something to be recklessly tested. It is merely a video shoot. There is no need to exert ourselves to such extremes. If one were to suffer from rhabdomyolysis, it would be an unwise bargain indeed. Observing the disheveled and exhausted Along, Li Mingyang could not help but infuse his tone with a hint of concern and apprehension. He had not anticipated that Along would struggle so terribly by forcing himself to keep up with his rhythm. Initially, he had envisioned daily workouts, at the very least managing to accompany him to the summit of Mount Tai. However, upon glancing at Along's slender physique, it was evident that while he had earned the title of a disciplined individual, his natural physical endowment was not substantial. Along appeared to weigh no more than 120 pounds at most. Carrying such heavy burdens while striving to match Li Mingyang's pace had understandably pushed his body to its limits. After accepting the water handed to him by Li Mingyang and taking a sip, Along nearly collapsed onto the ground. Phew, I have finally come back to life. To be fair, your stamina is truly remarkable, bearing double my weight and still managing to move at such a high intensity. After all this, I have only broken a sweat, and my breathing remains hardly hurried. I once believed that carrying only half your weight in water would allow me to keep pace with you. Yet, it seems I was overly naive. You are not just a beast, but a complete anomaly. It is futile for ordinary individuals to compete with you in terms of physique and endurance. As Along spoke, a hint of despondency crept into his expression. Although he had realized the substantial gap between himself and Li Mingyang during yesterday's physical assessment, he had not expected to falter even on a round trip to Mount Tai today. A wave of frustration washed over him, and he suddenly recalled the saying, "Genius? Talent is merely a threshold to meet me. If effort were truly effective, what need would there be for innate ability?" This sentiment perfectly encapsulated the disparity between himself and Li Mingyang. Despite his years of hard work, Along had felt a certain level of satisfaction with his physique prior to encountering Li Mingyang. Among individuals of similar build, he regarded himself as exceptional. Yet now, he found himself deeply impacted by Li Mingyang's extraordinary physical gifts. Li Mingyang had only begun to intensively train his body through labor for less than 3 months. Yet the chasm in their physical capabilities had widened immensely. What, then, was the significance of Along's relentless efforts over the years? Lost in his thoughts, Along found himself spiraling into a mental quagmire, reflecting on the countless hours spent training and meticulously planning his diet to maintain his physique. He had always imposed strict standards upon himself, rarely indulging in culinary delights. However, even under such stringent self-regulation, the gap between him and Li Mingyang felt as unfathomable as the Mariana Trench, truly inscrutable. At that moment, Along's resolve wavered. He could not comprehend the purpose of his perseverance over the years. Despite his efforts, he felt diminished in the presence of those endowed with natural talent, prompting a shift in his mindset towards resignation. I must accept my own pace and take it slow. Brother Yang, you need not wait for me. Continue at your own rhythm. Although we may not always be in sync, we have at least sustained our efforts for a while. And this stark contrast serves as a form of entertainment, does it not? As for me, I feel the need to rest properly here. Otherwise, I may not endure until the summit of Mount Tai. With that, Along lay down, disregarding the discomfort of the remaining steps, his expression reflecting a level of relaxation he had never experienced before. Very well. In light of Along's decision, Li Mingyang refrained from further commentary. It was his companion's choice, and Li Mingyang too had his own commitments. Setting aside the matter of Along, today's performance was paramount. He must showcase his capabilities atop the renowned Mount Tai. After reminding Along to prioritize his well-being and not to overexert, Li Mingyang resumed his arduous journey. 3 trips, a full 3 trips. Since dawn, Li Mingyang had worked tirelessly throughout the day, scarcely resting apart from brief meals. Under Along's numbed gaze, he appeared as an unyielding machine, persevering until nearly midnight, finally accomplishing his goal of traversing Mount Tai thrice. The rewards were substantial. Not only had he achieved the milestone of earning 1,000 yuan in a day, but he had also surpassed it. By merely completing 3 trips, Li Mingyang's earnings exceeded 2,000 yuan. However, after enduring hours of intense labor, when he finally reached the foot of Mount Tai, even Li Mingyang could not suppress the tremors in his legs. Fortunately, with midnight approaching, the sensation of his legs being foreign to him would soon dissipate. Let's go. Brother Long, let us grab a late-night snack. After lying quietly on a patch of grass until midnight, Li Mingyang sprang back to life in mere seconds, executing a perfect sit-up. However, in front of Long, he had to feign a semblance of fatigue, for his secrets must remain concealed. While he could attribute his remarkable recovery to an extraordinary physical constitution, he could not allow it to appear as if he had fully revived at a fixed moment in time. Thus, upon rising, Li Mingyang pretended to stagger, simulating the lingering soreness in his thigh muscles. To be honest, Brother Yang, your physical gifts are truly the most formidable I have ever encountered, without exception. If you continue in this line of work, it seems a tragic waste of talent. Have you ever considered transitioning to or exploring a different career? After all, persisting in this manner every day cannot be sustainable, as the audience will inevitably experience fatigue. If you have any interest, I believe becoming a fitness blogger could be an excellent path. Chapter 52. Planning for the future. Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Mingyang found himself momentarily taken aback. A fitness blogger? This notion was not entirely foreign to him. After all, his innate abilities or golden finger were evident. Achieving success would undoubtedly require physical training. The prospect of becoming a fitness blogger seemed to present a viable avenue. However, merely becoming an ordinary fitness blogger appeared to diverge from Li Mingyang's broader aspirations. Nonetheless, the advantages of becoming a fitness blogger were substantial. He recognized that while his physique was indeed formidable, it had not been cultivated through professional training. Instead, it was the result of his relentless efforts and robust recuperative powers. If he wished to maximize his physical potential and do so in a structured manner, Li Mingyang understood the necessity of engaging with specialized knowledge. He needed to learn about which exercises targeted specific muscle groups and how to train to achieve his desired goals, among other essential insights. Therefore, transitioning to a fitness blogger role could prove immensely beneficial. For now, he decided to let time pass before making any definitive choices. This suggestion would certainly warrant careful consideration. It felt premature to contemplate a career shift at this moment, yet he would proactively explore the realm of fitness. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude to Longa for the advice. After a brief reflection, Li Mingyang resolved to remain in his current position for the time being, though a career transition was inevitable. The path of a fitness blogger indeed appeared promising. However, it was imperative that he carve out a unique niche for himself. Should he blend into the crowd of ordinary fitness bloggers, it would not bode well for his future endeavors. Thus, he would dedicate time in the coming days to deliberate on this matter. Don't worry, I merely mentioned it casually. If it can assist you, that would be splendid. If not, I won't take offense. Everyone has their unique paths to tread, and what may seem fitting for one may not suit another. Not wishing to dwell further, he raised his glass. Cheers. We must indulge in this exquisite barbecue. It would be a disservice not to savor it thoroughly after coming such a long way. In stark contrast to Li Mingyang's previous impression of Along, the current Along exuded a carefree spirit. He dove into the sizzling skewers before him, clearly unconcerned about the impact of such indulgence on his physique or training regimen. This unexpected shift in demeanor puzzled Li Mingyang, yet he chose to respect it. Why overthink life? As long as one finds joy in living, cheers to that. Let's not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. Li Mingyang found Along's exuberance quite agreeable, and he deemed their collaboration a success, promising to maintain contact. From this day forth, if you don't mind, you shall be my good brother. The bond between men can form swiftly, even if they had only known each other for a couple of days, initially marked by a polite distance. Now, seated at a roadside barbecue stall, sharing modestly priced drinks, the atmosphere between them was remarkably congenial, akin to longtime friends. However, had he known Along would succumb to intoxication so quickly, he might have refrained from urging him to drink so much. Despite their earlier vows of not leaving until thoroughly drunk, within just a few hours, Along had collapsed beneath the table, unresponsive to Li Mingyang's calls, resembling a lifeless swine. In stark contrast, Li Mingyang, despite consuming more than Along, felt only a mild buzz, his spirits lifted considerably, but otherwise unperturbed. After bidding farewell to Along the following afternoon, Li Mingyang returned to his hotel, harboring no intentions of returning to his previous city. The lease on his apartment was nearing expiration, and the audience had grown weary of his mundane content. Thus, returning to that city seemed futile, even if Guangzhou had once represented the embodiment of his dreams. After a simple lunch, he reclined on his hotel bed, contemplating his future plans. What direction would be most suitable for him? If he genuinely wished to pivot towards becoming a fitness blogger, should he not dedicate his spare time to acquiring fitness knowledge? Although his innate abilities mitigated concerns over physical injury, the implementation of correct and professional training methods could significantly expedite his physical enhancement. With these thoughts in mind, Li Mingyang decided against hesitating. He promptly picked up his phone and called his assistant. Despite her exhaustion from their recent excursion to Mount Tai, it was midday. Surely, she must be awake by now. Yuqing, book 2 tickets. We are heading back to Qian province. With no immediate plans materializing, Li Mingyang resolved to return to his familiar hometown. Not only was there ample physically demanding work to engage in, akin to the porters on Mount Tai, which could yield compelling video content, but he also simply yearned to return home. The initial reasoning felt more like a convenient justification to soothe his conscience about going home. Chapter 53, My Body, Infinite Possibilities. Taste this. The herb known as folded ear root is not nearly as unpalatable as one might assume. To be precise, its flavor is rather elusive. However, it is simply a matter of your approach to consumption. Each time I stumble upon those so-called videos of people eating this herb online, I find myself quite unsettled. Who on earth employs such a method of consumption? Merely rinsing the folded ear root without any form of preparation and stuffing it into one's mouth is hardly appetizing. Such a practice would likely prove unbearable for anyone, be they locals or those unacquainted with the herb. In this technologically advanced era, life is undeniably invigorating. It was in a moment of inspiration that Li Mingyang decided to return to his hometown, with the formidable execution of his assistant. The pair arrived that very night in Linsheng, the capital of Guizhou province. What Li Mingyang cherishes most about his hometown is undoubtedly its vibrant nightlife. Whether during his studies or his subsequent employment in Guangzhou, the most intolerable aspect for him was the sheer lack of a true nightlife. In some areas, even after 10 p.m., the streets would be desolate, with scarcely a store open or a soul in sight. Even in bustling Guangzhou, after midnight, the atmosphere would gradually become subdued. However, the scene is entirely different in his hometown, where the nightlife thrives throughout the entire night. Li Mingyang recalls the famous words of Kobe, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? He wishes to apply this sentiment to his own hometown. For instance, have you ever witnessed a city still experiencing traffic congestion at 3 or 4 in the morning? Indeed, you read that correctly. Traffic jams occur even at such late hours, particularly around renowned culinary hotspots. This reality unfolds almost every night. At 10 p.m., midnight, or even 1 or 2 a.m., the streets remain teeming with people. For the people of Guizhou, even at the stroke of midnight, the nightlife is merely beginning. For instance, Wang Yuqing followed her boss to a bustling roadside stall, where she observed the owner fervently recommending the sizzling tofu. The dish, adorned with a generous helping of folded ear root and scallions, elicited a look of refusal from her petite face. While she had never tasted the herb, she had seen numerous attempts online and was well aware of its notorious reputation. Yet, encouraged by Li Mingyang's enthusiastic recommendation, she mustered the courage to take a small bite. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with newfound delight. Surprisingly, when combined with other ingredients, the folded ear root was not as daunting as she had anticipated. The fragrant chili powder paired with the silky tofu, along with the owner's secret blend of spices, culminated in a burst of flavor that ignited her palate. The taste was utterly captivating. Wang Yuqing, unable to resist, indulged like a little hamster, devouring one mouthful after another. Just moments ago, her face had conveyed reluctance, yet now she was savoring every bit. Her gaze fixated on the sizzling tofu with an unmistakable glint of desire. With a deeply satisfying burp, she reluctantly rose from her seat, glancing at Li Mingyang with genuine admiration. Honestly, with your appetite, I believe you could excel in competitive eating or even fitness pursuits. Your innate physical gifts are remarkable. Yet alongside your main vocation, why not consider a side gig in food broadcasting? If you ventured into the streaming industry, I am confident you would thrive. Even I, accustomed to your appetite, found myself eating more than usual. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang's eyes lit up, and he patted the assistant's shoulder encouragingly. That is indeed a splendid suggestion. After all, alongside daily workouts, one must eat, and dabbling in food broadcasting could be a delightful choice. This constructive idea warrants a reward. I'll increase your bonus by 1,000 yuan this month. The assistant, initially burdened by discomfort from overeating, transformed her expression in an instant, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. You are so generous. I adore you." Mr. Li possesses commendable physical attributes, surpassing many professionals with his current physique. It could be stated that his physical prowess is exceptionally esteemed, nearly reaching the caliber of top-tier athletes. However, Mr. Li, your technique is somewhat lacking. Wang Wen, having encountered a multitude of personalities in her nearly 5 years as a fitness coach, regarded herself as seasoned. With her striking appearance and solid expertise, she had swiftly become a star coach at a prominent gym. Having trained hundreds of students, she had seen a variety of competitors. Yet Li Mingyang stood out as the most peculiar of them all. His technique starkly contrasted with his formidable physique, creating a striking disparity that made Wang Wen question her own understanding. "It's fine, coach. I am aware of my own limitations. I lack even the most rudimentary skills. I will require your guidance during this period. I'm not overly concerned with results. I merely wish to acquire knowledge of proper techniques and expertise." Li Mingyang's intentions were clear. He felt ill-suited for conventional gyms, where the crowd and distractions hindered his full potential. Now that he had the means, he saw no need to compromise and could easily create a private gym at home. Thus, his primary goal was to learn techniques, with other ambitions remaining outside his focus. After 3 days of intense training, the difference with professional guidance was palpable, akin to a player who had invested in game enhancements. While Li Mingyang had previously been satisfied with his daily progress, his rate of improvement surged to new heights. No longer relying solely on brute strength, the incorporation of specialized exercises allowed him to feel an unmistakable and profound transformation. Every muscle in his body was thoroughly engaged, and his overall physical enhancement seemed comprehensive, with no apparent weaknesses. This body of mine truly possesses infinite possibilities, embracing a newfound sense of coordination. Li Mingyang felt his body had evolved from sheer power to a more harmonious form. Each muscle, akin to finely tuned components, worked in seamless concert. Thus, Li Mingyang could not help but express his awe. Chapter 54. The holiday season has arrived. In the following month, Li Mingyang seemed to enter a period of contemplation. He did not seek new collaborators among fellow content creators for video production, nor did he engage in any innovative endeavors for his own videos. Instead, he took the opportunity every few days to experience various unique forms of manual labor, such as carrying large baskets on the streets, or try his hand at jobs he had never attempted before, like unloading goods from trucks. Compared to his previous monotonous work, this variety was indeed a refreshing change for his audience. Although he no longer gained followers at the rapid pace he once did, he managed to maintain his current popularity. It was not that Li Mingyang had grown complacent. Rather, he had dedicated most of his energy to the study of fitness knowledge during this time. Initially, he believed that possessing a unique talent would suffice, regardless of whether he mastered the necessary skills. He thought that even if he merely practiced haphazardly, relying on sheer effort, he would eventually achieve his ideal physique, as he believed his body would naturally recover after midnight. He thought that by persisting in this manner, he would gradually develop a more formidable physique. However, After a period of systematic and professional training, he recognized the necessity of mastering specialized fitness knowledge. He did not wish to transform his body into that of a mere muscle-bound brute or a rigid automaton. Li Mingyang aspired to possess not only strength but also speed, agility, and explosive power. He envisioned himself as a versatile warrior, devoid of any physical shortcomings. To achieve this ambition, acquiring a certain level of professional fitness knowledge became paramount. Moreover, with the guidance of professional training, he noticed a significant improvement in his physical capabilities compared to before. Fueled by these two factors, Li Mingyang approached his studies with fervor. Aside from the obligatory workdays every few days, he spent almost all his free time in the gym. For a while, Wang Wen began to harbor suspicions, questioning whether Li Mingyang had romantic feelings for her. After all, her private coaching sessions were quite costly, averaging several hundred to even 1,000 yuan per day, yet Li Mingyang came almost daily. However, Wang Wen soon dismissed these peculiar thoughts, realizing that there was no hint of attraction in Li Mingyang's gaze. Regardless of how alluring her physique might be or how attractive her appearance, he remained indifferent, his eyes solely reflecting a pure thirst for knowledge. It was as if he were a parched sponge, fervently absorbing every morsel of wisdom available to him, with no other thoughts clouding his mind. At the conclusion of yet another training session, Wang Wen gazed at Li Mingyang with a hint of reluctance. It was not that she had developed any unusual feelings for him. It was simply that clients like Li Mingyang, who were generous and devoid of ulterior motives, were exceedingly rare. He was akin to a giant panda in a zoo, a true national treasure. Wang Wen even wished that if all her future students were like Li Mingyang, her earnings would come effortlessly. Regrettably, Li Mingyang had come with a clear objective from the outset, to acquire knowledge. Now that he had mastered all she could teach, their extensive course was drawing to a close. "Mr. Li, you need not come tomorrow. Your grasp of fitness knowledge is now quite exceptional, perhaps even rivaling my own as a coach. I have nothing more to teach you. It has been a pleasure spending this past month with you. I wish you a joyful life and all the best in your endeavors." Wang Wen was not one to linger, appreciating Li Mingyang's dedication. She offered a few encouraging words before decisively packing her belongings and departing, hardly giving him a chance to say farewell. However, Li Mingyang paid little mind to this, for his heart was brimming with joy at having completed his training, leaving no room for other thoughts. As the new year approached, Li Mingyang announced to his assistant, "With the holiday just a week away, I'm in a good mood and shall grant you an early vacation. You may take leave starting today and return after the Lantern Festival. As for your flight expenses, I shall not reimburse those." Finally, he added, "Farewell. I shall head home now. The hotel allows checkout only at 2 p.m., so manage your time as you see fit." Quickly packing his belongings, Li Mingyang left no opportunity for his bewildered assistant to react, hastily exiting the premises. After all, who in their right mind would work during the festive season? It was time to gather one's things and return home, leaving work behind until after the celebrations. Chapter 55, After Taxes 1, 63 million. Time to buy a car. The journey from the provincial capital back to the quaint town of his childhood typically requires around 3 hours by car, with direct buses available. Alternatively, one could take a train to the county seat and then a minibus for an additional 40 minutes. However, this time, Li Mingyang resolved to forego the bus and train. Instead, upon stepping outside, he hailed a taxi straight to the largest automobile trade city in the city. Here, one could find nearly every brand of 4S store available in the country. Seated in the back of the taxi, Li Mingyang glanced at the balance in his bank account, a satisfied smile creeping across his lips. Although the number of advertisements he had secured over the past month had been modest, the profits were nevertheless substantial. Coupled with the popularity of several of his expressive stickers, which had garnered him a modest sum in copyright earnings, his bank account had soared past 1.6 million, reaching over 1.63 million, an amount that was already net of taxes. Li Mingyang had no interest in tax evasion. Contributing taxes was a civic duty every citizen should fulfill. Though it pained him slightly to see such a hefty sum deducted in taxes, he understood that it was only after these deductions that he could spend his remaining funds with peace of mind. free from the fear of sudden visits from uniformed officials demanding restitution and potentially compromising his personal freedom. Now, the question arose, what kind of car should he purchase? Initially, as he packed his suitcase, Li Mingyang was consumed by the singular thought of buying a car. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of the automobile trade city and witnessing the vast array of brands, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. His desire to buy a car was undeniably strong, but he had never truly contemplated what kind would be most suitable. Foolishly, he had brought his luggage along without leaving himself an escape route. Would he really have to lug his suitcase to a hotel for the night before returning to deliberate over his choice of vehicle? Such a notion flickered through his mind for a fleeting moment before he dismissed it outright. That would be too embarrassing, a display of rashness akin to that of child. With no immediate choices presenting themselves, he decided it would be prudent to explore the options available. While he had yet to settle on a specific vehicle, he was certain of his preference for a type. He intended to acquire an SUV. Given the nature of his work, which required him to be on the move frequently, he anticipated that he might need to traverse some remote locations for video shoots. An SUV seemed the most fitting choice. Possessing excellent off-road capabilities, ample space for storage, and versatility for both personal and professional use. As for the issue of fuel consumption, it was of little concern to Li Mingyang, especially given his current financial comfort, which imbued him with confidence. After only a few minutes of walking, a sizable 4S store came into view. With over $1 million in his account, Li Mingyang did not intend to purchase an overly luxurious vehicle. His understanding of public sentiment informed him that, having only recently risen to prominence, it would be unwise to flaunt wealth by driving an extravagant car. Such ostentation could jeopardize his rapport with the online community, given the prevalent animosity toward the affluent. Therefore, while he could afford a vehicle, he was determined to avoid anything excessively grand. Moreover, Li Mingyang had a preference for domestically produced vehicles, believing that they were of commendable quality. When it came to domestic SUVs, there was no doubt that Great Wall Motors stood out as a preeminent brand, with a diverse portfolio of sub-brands, including Haval and Tank, each offering impressive off-road vehicles. Great Wall's Tank brand was particularly noteworthy, being dedicated solely to the production of SUVs. Shall we take a look inside? With Great Wall Motors as his preferred choice for an SUV, Li Mingyang felt confident he could find a suitable vehicle within this establishment. From the most economical Haval H5 to the mid-range Tank 300 and up to the premium Tank 700, Great Wall encompassed a wide range of options. Upon reaching the entrance of the 4S store, he paused for barely 2 seconds before decisively stepping inside. With his mind already made up about purchasing a domestic vehicle at a reasonable price with decent off-road capabilities, his choice was clear. He would find what he sought within this dealership. Good day, sir. Are you here to view our vehicles? Have you explored our offerings under the Great Wall brand? Is there a particular model that piques your interest? Despite the impending new year, the sales staff maintained an enthusiastic demeanor. For them, each vehicle sold represented a commission. Though modest, it was certainly better than none. Li Mingyang expressed his desire to explore SUVs, emphasizing that he sought one with robust off-road capabilities without being excessively expensive. Given his decision to choose from Great Wall's offerings and his limited time, he was straightforward about his requirements. Of course, our most renowned vehicles are indeed our SUVs. Do you have a specific budget in mind? Knowing your budget would enable me to recommend models that align more closely with your preferences. For those with tighter budgets, we often recommend the Haval H5, which is currently available at attractive discounts, landing around $150,000 to $160,000 if your budget allows for a bit more. Both the Tank 300 and Haval H9 are excellent choices within the SUV category. If you favor pure off-road capabilities, the Tank 300 is ideal. However, if you prefer a more spacious vehicle, the Haval H9 would be the better option. While the sales representative posed questions to Li Mingyang, they simultaneously began to enthusiastically promote the various models available in their dealership. Chapter 56. The H5 of Great Fulfillment. As Li Mingyang listened to the sales presentation, he wandered aimlessly around the showroom. To be honest, due to the ample funds in his account, nearly all of the off-road vehicles under the Great Wall brand met his expectations. Take, for instance, the most affordable Haval H5. This vehicle was certainly within his acceptance, and its reasonable price made it even more appealing. Presenting such a choice to the public would lend him an air of practicality. And considering that this model is within the financial reach of the majority of netizens, opting for it as his mode of transport would, in turn, bridge the gap between him and his audience, enhancing his rapport with them. As he considered the next tier of options, whether it be the Tank 300 or the Haval H9, both priced over 200,000 yuan, he noted their prevalence in everyday life. While they could be classified as good vehicles, they certainly did not qualify as luxury cars. Given his current status, driving such a vehicle seemed entirely appropriate. It would not only avoid ostentation, but also convey a sense of understated elegance. Even the most expensive Tank 700, with a price tag of around 500,000 yuan, did not seem excessive for someone with millions of fans. After all, it would be rather peculiar for a prominent influencer with such a following to be unable to afford a vehicle in the range of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Thus, Li Mingyang found himself once again engulfed in confusion. Every vehicle appeared to suit him well, yet when faced with the task of making a choice, his resolve began to waver, leaving him indecisive. Just as he stood there, somewhat uncertain, a particular vehicle caught his eye. It was a car with a Black Warrior aesthetic, clearly modified extensively, and most importantly, it was undeniably striking. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this was a modified Haval H5, transformed to such an extent that it bore little resemblance to the original. The stance and design elevated it to an entirely different class. At first glance, Li Mingyang was enamored with the vehicle's commanding appearance. It resonated deeply with his personal taste. However, he recalled that such modified vehicles were typically not street legal. Nevertheless, with this stunning car before him, he felt a tinge of regret at not inquiring about it. What is the situation with this vehicle? Was it modified by your dealership? Or, as Li Mingyang stood, captivated by the modified Black Warrior Haval H5, the salesman noticed the expression on his face. Recognizing that this customer was likely enamored with the vehicle, the salesman could not suppress a smile. Although many people had a passion for off-road vehicles these days, a significant number preferred to undertake the modifications themselves. This particular vehicle had cost the dealership a considerable sum to customize, and it had been on the lot for several months without finding a buyer. If it remained unsold, it would soon become a stock vehicle, resulting in a loss of several thousand yuan for the dealership. Sir, you truly have an eye for detail. This Black Warrior Haval H5 is indeed one of our dealership's custom projects, and all modifications have been duly registered. In other words, should you wish to purchase this vehicle, we can proceed directly to registration. All modifications are entirely legal, posing no safety or legal concerns. As the salesman continued to expound on the vehicle's merits, Li Mingyang interjected, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. How much? If you're certain about your purchase, we can offer the best possible deal, a total of 240,000 yuan, fully inclusive of registration and transfer fees. All components used in the modifications are of the highest quality, including the wheels, tires, and suspension. After all, this is an official modified vehicle from our dealership. Poor quality would tarnish our reputation. Moreover, we have made significant enhancements to the interior as well. We replaced the original seats with plush leather ones, equipped with heating, ventilation, and massage functions in both the front and rear. Additionally, many interior elements have been upgraded for comfort. Lastly, the audio system has seen the most valuable upgrade. The original speakers were subpar, with fewer than 10 units. We enlisted professional technicians to install a complete set of 16 Harman Kardon speakers, making this vehicle's sound system comparable to that of our Tank 700. Seeing Li Mingyang's genuine interest in purchasing the vehicle, the salesman's words flowed even more smoothly. As Li Mingyang listened to the sales pitch, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Setting aside the undeniable allure of the vehicle's design, though the price was slightly higher, nearly 100,000 yuan more than the standard model, he realized that the modifications were substantial and justifiable. The audio upgrade alone would cost several thousand yuan. After considering all factors, He concluded that the price of 240,000 yuan was not only reasonable, but rather advantageous. Coupled with his financial comfort and genuine affection for the vehicle, he posed a single question: if I decide to purchase this vehicle, can I drive it away today? Eager to return home for the new year, he had little time to linger and was ready to swipe his card immediately. Upon hearing this, the salesman nearly burst into tears of joy. They had finally sold this vehicle. He stammered, excitement causing him to falter. No problem. Yes, we will complete all the paperwork by 5 p.m. today. Mingyang. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 57. The ambitions of the strongest man on earth. It is undeniable that, fueled by the allure of financial gain, the actions of sales personnel at the 4S dealership are remarkably swift. Perhaps the large-scale dealership has connections with the vehicle management office, for within just over 2 hours, all the necessary paperwork has been completed. The only thing lacking is that the vehicle currently possesses only a temporary license plate. However, once the official plate is issued, the dealership will send it to Mingyang, thus sparing him the trouble of making a long trip to collect it. Although Mingyang's experience behind the wheel is not particularly vast, he was an adept driver in his previous life, which alleviates any psychological pressure he might have felt. Whether navigating the complexities of city traffic or soaring along the expressway at exhilarating speeds, he handles it all with ease. As the vehicle accelerates on the highway, the scenery outside captivates him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction creeps onto his face, despite the car being equipped with a 2.0T engine. Its substantial size and numerous modifications leave him feeling that the power is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he resolves to make do for now, contemplating a future upgrade to a 3.0T engine. He envisions gifting this car to his father, who he believes will undoubtedly take a liking to it. Recalling his father's passion for automobiles, it is evident that this fully modified H5 perfectly aligns with his father's ideals. Presenting the vehicle to his father would surely elicit a beaming smile from the old man. Despite Mingyang's extraordinary physique and remarkable stamina, a mere 3-hour drive requires no brakes. However, he possesses a habit, neither particularly good nor bad, of craving a cigarette after a while of driving. Thus, as he approaches the highway exit, he decisively pulls into the last service area, indulging in a cigarette with satisfaction. While smoking, he does not forget to take out his phone to scroll through short videos. Although his current focus is solely on earning money, this does not prevent him from appreciating the beautiful scenery showcased in the videos. However, his expression soon shifts to one of surprise. Why is his feed not filled with beautiful women, but rather a muscular man engaged in an unusual activity? Upon closer inspection, the source of his astonishment deepens. The figure in the video is none other than Mike Tyson, the legendary boxer. What is happening? Tyson has been retired for many years. How is it possible to encounter his videos now? Nevertheless, Mingyang has always had a fondness for Tyson. Unlike ordinary boxers, Tyson possesses an aura akin to that of a fierce tiger. His punches and combat style are exceptionally sharp, showcasing absolute dominance in nearly every match. Even someone like Mingyang, who is not particularly fond of boxing, finds pure enjoyment in watching Tyson fight. Having stumbled upon this content, he feels compelled to watch further. However, he soon senses something amiss, initially believing this to be footage from Tyson's retirement days. He quickly realizes that the video appears too high in quality to be from decades ago. The backdrop of the ring also seems too modern, lacking the vintage charm of the past. With a keen awareness that something is off, Mingyang promptly searches for information on Mike Tyson, and the results nearly drop his jaw to the floor. In his memory, Tyson should have long been a man nearing 60. Yet the search reveals him to be merely 20 years old. The current year is 2025, and the renowned Tyson is, astonishingly, a member of the post-2000 generation. If Mingyang recalls correctly, Tyson's peak career spanned from the ages of 20 to 24. Thus, the match he is witnessing must depict Tyson's emergence as a dominant force in the ring. With this groundbreaking revelation, Mingyang eagerly searches for other iconic boxers from his memory. The results shock him again. Many renowned heavyweight boxers from various eras are still active in today's ring. Most of them at their peak, with some just entering the professional scene and yet to make their mark. The heavyweight boxing landscape of this era is undoubtedly hellishly competitive. Due to the presence of these formidable fighters, this period in heavyweight boxing is arguably the most vibrant, a veritable clash of titans. As he observes one after another of these warriors dominating the ring through various match videos, Mingyang feels an exhilarating surge of passion. Suddenly, a bold idea strikes him like a thunderclap in his mind. He has embarked on a second life, endowed with a physique capable of limitless training and improvement. While the exact limits remain unknown, it is clear he is yet to approach any boundaries of this newfound potential. Moreover, these legendary fighters are still actively competing. Could he not aspire to challenge them? Despite his ignorance of boxing techniques and a minimal history of fighting experience, Mingyang possesses unwavering confidence in his physical capabilities. After all, his body is brimming with untapped potential. Even if he lacks innate talent and combat skills, compared to these elite professionals, he feels like a mere novice. Yet, an old adage rings true: sheer strength can overcome skill. As long as his physical prowess is extraordinary enough to overpower these top fighters, he believes he can triumph despite any technical shortcomings. In this moment, Mingyang feels that titles, such as champion of the arena, are not fitting for someone with his unique advantages. If he is to set a goal, it ought to be grander. Perhaps the title of strongest man in the world would suit him perfectly. Moreover, he does not believe that a driver blessed with such extraordinary potential could fall short in skill. As long as he is willing to exert 5 or even 10 times the effort, there is no reason his skills should lag behind those of elite professional boxers. With the dual advantages of technique and physicality, the title of strongest man in the world seems to be within his grasp. Chapter 58. A kind of slimness known as maternal slimness. Mother, I have returned. Li Ming, hailing from Mingyang town, a quaint industrial hub with a flourishing economy, found himself amidst a paradox. Despite the looming closure of the town's 2 thermal power plants, a relic of an era now deemed obsolete and incompatible with national energy policies, the town remained more prosperous than its neighboring locales. However, the air quality had deteriorated, a consequence of industrial growth, rendering it less than idyllic. The dust was overwhelming, and ordinarily, one might not consider it a suitable place to reside. Yet, this town housed over a decade of Li Ming's cherished memories. Regardless of the environmental conditions, it would always be home. For every individual, their hometown is inherently devoid of faults, and thus, as Li Ming drove into this simultaneously familiar yet foreign town, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Their family abode was situated on a street corner, effectively at the town's heart, albeit the house itself had seen better days. Nearing 2 decades old, its design and appearance had long since fallen out of sync with contemporary aesthetics, looking rather dilapidated. What astonished Li Ming was the noticeable wealth that now seemed to populate their town. As he drove along, he observed numerous luxury vehicles parked along the streets, including several Q7S and X5S, along with an abundance of 5 Series and A6 models. To his astonishment, he even spotted a gleaming Mercedes G-Class and a Lincoln Navigator, each valued over $1,000,000 yuan. It was hard to believe such opulence could be found in their small town. Suddenly, Li Ming's new car appeared somewhat out of place amidst this luxury. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed by this revelation. After all, a car is simply a matter of personal preference. Compared to those extravagant vehicles, he had a fondness for his fully equipped H5, which at the very least exuded a certain charm. Why'd you arrive so soon? Isn't work keeping you busy? I recall you mentioning that this was a pivotal time for your career and you needed to secure your popularity. Your father and I assumed you wouldn't be home for the new year, his mother exclaimed, rushing to the door upon hearing his voice. Her tone trembled with emotion at the sight of her son standing before her. She had braced herself for a quiet new year with just her and her husband, never anticipating that her son would return nearly a week before the festivities. Mother, that was ages ago. My popularity is stable now. Besides, even if I'm at home, I can still create a couple of videos. The audience might be growing weary of my usual content. Sharing some festive videos could surprise them. Moreover, I managed to earn a bit of money. As the saying goes, one should not return home in tattered clothes. I worked hard to achieve some success, so I thought it prudent to come home and celebrate. With a few well-chosen words, Li Ming managed to coax a smile from his mother, whose initial apprehensions began to dissipate. Well, since you've earned it, how you choose to spend it is entirely up to you. If you wish to flaunt your success, I, as your mother, won't object. After all, your accomplishments reflect on me as well. However, she continued with a hint of concern, but I must remind you, I urged you to avoid overexerting yourself. You seem to have lost weight since I last saw you. Have you been working too hard? At this remark, Li Ming contemplated retorting, but before he could muster a response, his mother added, "But fret not. Since you're home for the new year, I will ensure you are well fed. I aim to help you gain at least 20 pounds before you return to work." Hearing this, Li Ming opened his mouth, only to swallow his impending protest. It is often said that there exists a kind of slimness known as maternal slimness, and Li Ming found himself in just such a situation. In truth, he had not only maintained his weight, but had also grown taller, now standing at 188 meters and weighing a solid 12 pounds more than before. He could hardly discern where he had lost any weight. Rather, he appeared more robust than ever. As the thought of his mother's cooking danced in his mind, a plethora of delectable dishes flooded his imagination. Li Ming often marveled at his mother's culinary skills, lamenting that she had never opened a restaurant. Had she chosen that path, her business would likely have flourished far beyond their small grocery store. Under the tantalizing allure of food, Li Ming wisely opted for silence, nearly eager to raise both hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement with his mother's intentions. Oh, and by the way, I might not even return to work right away. The audience has grown weary of my usual content. This time, I'm contemplating a shift in my video style. If all goes well, I might stay here in my hometown. Given that I now pursue a career in the digital realm, I am not particularly constrained by location. By the way, Mother, our house has aged considerably. Perhaps we should consider renovating it? Do not worry about the expenses. While I may not be wealthy, I can certainly manage the costs of a renovation. Chapter 59. The Concept of Transformation and Initial Trials. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's words, my mother instinctively wanted to refuse. Although our home had indeed aged, it was still quite livable. There seemed to be no need to squander money on a complete renovation. However, just as the words of rejection were about to escape her lips, she swallowed them back, not for any particular reason, but because she suddenly realized that her little rascal was nearing marriageable age. If he were to marry, a suitable marital home would undoubtedly need to be prepared. Rather than scrambling to get everything ready at the last minute, it would be far wiser to begin the process now. Additionally, my mother harbored a small concern. They say that wealth can corrupt a man, and though she had watched her little rascal grow up, the allure of the outside world could be overwhelming once he had money at hand. If he were to fall into undesirable habits, what then? When it came to the vices of indulgence, my mother found the first two, eating and drinking, acceptable. After all, satisfying one's culinary desires is a natural inclination. However, the latter two, particularly gambling, could lead to ruin. Investing in a home, however, was a legitimate endeavor, and spending money on such matters seemed both reasonable and justifiable. With these thoughts, my mother not only refrained from rejecting the idea, but also solemnly nodded in agreement, even offering her own suggestions. Our house indeed requires some renovation. Since we are considering a complete overhaul, let us do it thoroughly. There are many ill-conceived structures in this house that need addressing. As the conversation shifted toward home design, Li Mingyang felt overwhelmed by his mother's myriad of proposed changes. While he recognized that the final outcome would undoubtedly improve living conditions, it fell short of his own aspirations and requirements. So, before she could finish outlining her plans, he interjected, "Mom, I believe this approach may be overly complicated, and the results may not be optimal. The fact is, our house is 2 decades old, and its original structure is outdated and unsafe. I propose that we demolish the existing building and instead hire a professional construction team rather than relying on local laborers. In just 2 to 3 months, we could erect a new, spacious house using a modern framework and contemporary design. A new home would undoubtedly be far superior to this old one." As he contemplated this, Li Mingyang added, "By the way, I remember there is a sizable vacant lot behind our house that remains unused. Let's incorporate that into our new construction. With the area of the original foundation, we could easily have 500 to 600 square meters of new space. We could leave the ground floor entirely vacant and establish a supermarket there, as our family is already engaged in this business. Expanding our scale would likely yield a prosperous venture. Then, on the second floor, we could design it as an apartment situated directly above the supermarket. The original second-floor area could serve as a courtyard, providing an elevated view, ample sunlight, and a degree of privacy. I believe this design is quite reasonable and would certainly prove more functional than our current arrangement. Even when you and Dad are older and no longer wish to run the business, the spacious storefront could easily fetch a good rental price, providing a steady source of income. As he spoke, Mingyang sketched his ideas rapidly in a notebook with a pencil. His mother, glancing at the hastily drawn yet clear design on paper, couldn't help but nod in approval. This proposed layout would not only ensure the family's comfort, but also maintain business operations seamlessly. The decision to renovate the house was swiftly made between Mingyang and his mother, leaving little room for dissent from his father. His father, with a carefree disposition, embraced the idea wholeheartedly. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a beautiful home or a fine car? Subsequently, Mingyang effortlessly transferred 1 million yuan to his mother, allowing her to manage the expenses. With several months before the construction was completed, he was confident that a substantial sum would arrive shortly. Building a house posed no significant financial burden, especially considering the proposed scale was modest. The principal construction cost would not exceed 1 million, with additional expenses arising from subsequent renovations and landscaping, issues that could easily be managed with the influx of new funds. Yes, let us set those items aside for now. Also, I need your help to secure all the equipment properly. We wouldn't want it to be asked you after only a few uses, he instructed. Given the impending renovation of the old house and his high standards for fitness equipment, which were rather bulky, Mingyang decided to rent a small warehouse in town, about 300 to 400 square meters in size, at a reasonable price. Though the conditions were somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed as a personal gym space. Having acquired a substantial understanding of fitness, Mingyang felt confident in his knowledge, rivaling that of so-called professional trainers. Now back in his hometown, he intended to utilize this time for comprehensive physical training. This endeavor also represented an attempt at transformation, as he aspired to film videos of his extreme workouts, hoping to present something fresh and engaging to the online community. The prevalence of fitness enthusiasts online indicated a considerable interest in this domain, and his concept of extreme workouts seemed promising. Similar to his previous endeavor of lifting buildings, he could design various challenges using the available equipment, collaborating with other fitness influencers. Such unique extreme fitness routines would set him apart, making it unlikely for others to imitate his approach. With this distinct differentiation, Mingyang could position himself as a frontrunner in the fitness community, swiftly earning the title of a leading fitness influencer. Chapter 60. Breaking Limits in 100 Days. 1, 2, 3. Go. The fitness equipment utilized here diverges significantly from conventional apparatuses. The majority of them are custom-made by Mingyang. Fortunately, despite having given his mother 1 million and spending over 200,000 on a new car, he still retains nearly 400,000. While this amount pales in comparison to the expenses of large gyms, it suffices for Mingyang's personal fitness needs. Moreover, the rental cost for the venue is negligible, merely a little over 10,000 a year. With this remaining capital, Mingyang can easily meet all his fitness requirements. Watching the laborers, red-faced and straining to lift his barbells, Mingyang couldn't help but chuckle at their plight. Deciding to lend a hand, he stepped forward and said, "No worries, gentlemen. Let me handle this. You can assist with the other items." The weight of Mingyang's barbells is no ordinary burden. For stability, they are permanently welded, starting at a formidable 200 kilograms, equivalent to 400 pounds. It is understandable that ordinary movers struggle with such heavy items. Furthermore, additional weight plates can be added to this already substantial base. Once everything was transported and installed, night had fallen. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with several lighting fixtures. Mingyang promptly installed a few high-wattage bulbs, illuminating the interior like daylight, despite the absence of windows. This allowed him to meticulously finalize the details of his fitness equipment. Training for explosiveness, endurance, strength, agility, and reaction time. Every conceivable aspect must be addressed. Having resolved to become a multifaceted warrior, it is imperative that his physical attributes exhibit no weaknesses. Even if his innate talents vary, he must ensure that even his least favorable traits surpass other strengths. Murmuring to himself, Li Mingyang leaned over his desk, drafting his training plan for the following day. With the new year fast approaching, he realized it was high time to share a little surprise with his followers. In this era of rapid digital consumption, any prolonged absence could spell the end of his reign as a top online influencer. As the clock struck midnight, heralding a new day, a refreshing wave of energy revitalized Li Mingyang's weary body. At that moment, he had just completed his rigorous training regimen, gazing at the once blank paper now brimming with notes. Even he was taken aback by the intensity of the plan he had devised. Such a brutal regimen could only be sustained by someone as resolute as himself. If imposed on anyone else, even the world's finest athletes would struggle to endure it for long, as it is undeniably a punishing ordeal. However, for Li Mingyang, this plan is perfectly tailored, integrating the knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past month, ensuring that every muscle and organ undergoes rigorous training, enabling his physique to strengthen at an astonishing rate. He decided to embark on this training journey for an initial span of 100 days. Although the daily training duration would remain consistent, the weights and equipment would progressively intensify in response to his evolving physique. Li Mingyang firmly believed that, after 100 days of rigorous training, he would emerge in an unprecedented state of strength. This conviction in his abilities and his meticulously crafted plan fuels his determination. Aspiring to become the strongest man in the world is no fantasy. It requires unwavering dedication and hard work. Even the title of this ambitious training program came to him in a flash, breaking limits in 100 days. With this thought, Li Mingyang could no longer remain seated. He decided to create a teaser for his upcoming video content. First, he meticulously filmed his training plan, then hurriedly rode his mother-s electric tricycle to the warehouse he had just prepared. He documented the array of fitness equipment inside. Meanwhile, in a distant town over 1,000 kilometers away, a young enthusiast resembling a golden retriever stirred from her slumber upon hearing her phone's notification. Unreasonable boss, you promised me a long holiday, yet here I am at this ungodly hour being summoned to work. Before Wang Yuqing could finish her lament, her phone chimed once more, revealing a sparkling transfer of 200 yuan. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. I'll get out of bed right away and we'll have your video edited within an hour. Li Mingyang mused, did I just sneeze? Could it be that someone is secretly cursing me? Wang Yuqing retorted, Who would dare malign such a wonderful boss? They better hope I don't catch them. Otherwise, they LLB in for a world of trouble. Chapter 61. The first day, Dad as the live streaming assistant. By the way, little one, I've noticed you've been quite busy in that warehouse of yours these past few days. What exactly are you up to? At the dining table of Li Mingyang's family, there is no unwritten rule of silence while eating. On the contrary, mealtime is a splendid opportunity for the family to boast and chat. It seems that if one does not indulge in gossip or conversation during meals, even the food on the table loses some of its flavor. As the conversation meandered, it unexpectedly shifted to the topic of the warehouse that Li Mingyang recently rented. This young rascal has been rather secretive, piquing the curiosity of his parents. The pivotal point was Li Mingyang's previous remarks that caught their attention, indicating that if possible, he intended to remain at home and not venture out again. While it was inevitable that he would have to travel for work from time to time, the primary focus would still be in his hometown. Therefore, his parents harbored certain speculations about the warehouse's purpose, believing it might be related to their son's work arrangements or perhaps a necessity for his job. The inquiry was not born from an obsessive desire to pry, but rather a genuine wish to see if there was any way they could assist him. After all, who would wish for their family to be scattered across the globe, achieving a harmonious blend of work and family life, living together, is perhaps the greatest happiness one could hope for. Thus, his parents truly wanted to explore how they might contribute, hoping their son would keep his professional focus in their hometown. Of course, this desire was contingent upon not jeopardizing Li Mingyang's future. If there were no prospects for growth in their locale, he must prioritize his career. While living together as a family is indeed a joy, it must be underpinned by a certain material foundation. If the three of them were to subsist on meager rations, then even being together around the clock wouldn't guarantee happiness. In any case, his parents would soon retire, and they could follow their son if need be. If Li Mingyang were to establish himself in a big city, they would simply accompany him. After all, his father's pension would suffice. They could manage in any city, and in places with lower living costs. They might even enjoy a more comfortable lifestyle. As for Li Mingyang, he was preparing to shoot videos and stream live from home. He realized that his current laborious work might not captivate viewers anymore. Thus, he contemplated a transition into fitness. The warehouse was filled with various fitness equipment he had gathered during this time. He intended to seize the opportunity while in his hometown to experiment with this new direction. After all, fitness was not particularly suited for the bustling environment of a big city, especially for someone with his unique approach. In a large city, he risked complaints from neighbors, not to mention the significantly higher costs involved. However, in their small town, renting a warehouse cost a little over $10,000 a year, and there were plenty of outdoor spaces available for use. He decided to give it a try and see if there was potential. If not, he could always rethink his strategy. Li Mingyang's explanations to his parents were a blend of truth and embellishment. While his words reflected his genuine thoughts, his true aim remained concealed. His endeavors were not solely for show. They were also to forge his physique and lay a solid foundation for his aspirations of becoming the strongest man on earth. Is everything ready? Is there anything you need help with? Although his parents were not well-versed in online streaming or short videos, they were well-connected in the town. If he encountered any insurmountable challenges, they could likely provide substantial assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang initially prepared to decline, as he believed his preparations were nearly complete. He only needed to carve out time to finalize the start date for his ambitious 100-day challenge. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he suddenly recalled that during the festive season, he might not have his assistant available. After all, he had just granted the assistant a holiday, allowing them to work from home. It would be unreasonable to expect them to travel from afar. Contemplating this, Li Mingyang looked up, his gaze intense as he fixed it on his father. To be precise, he focused on his dad, whose teaching job afforded him summer and winter breaks. Although his mother was busy managing the family supermarket during the new year, his father was the only one truly available to help. Moreover, with years of teaching experience, including online classes, he figured that being a live streaming assistant should not pose a significant challenge. Hey Dad, you might not believe it, but I actually have a task for you, and you're the most suitable candidate in our family. With that thought, Li Mingyang couldn't suppress a mischievous smile. The image of his father, in his 50s, reluctantly engaging in live streaming, was quite amusing. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's request, his father felt inclined to refuse. After all, as a man in his 50s, he was hardly adept at live streaming. The mere thought of holding a phone and talking to himself, with thousands of viewers watching, made him feel as though his toes were curling in discomfort. Yet, faced with Li Mingyang's eager gaze and the piercing look from his wife, he found himself unable to utter the word no, ultimately nodding in silent agreement. Seizing the moment, Li Mingyang decided to initiate his plan early the next day. Feeling restless after several days of inactivity, he figured he could take a break during the New Year festivities. So, the very next morning, while his father was still nestled in bed, Li Mingyang roused him, forcing him to join him in the warehouse with a smartphone in hand. Don't be nervous, Dad. Just treat it like one of your online classes. If you feel a bit anxious and can't find the words, that is perfectly fine. Just make sure to point the camera at me. This is your first live stream, so it's okay if it doesn't go perfectly. The primary focus is on how your son performs, so there is no need to feel pressured. Chapter 62. Is pulling an 800-pound tire for 10 kilometers merely a warm-up? Li Mingyang's thoughts were remarkably well-crafted. Bringing his father along not only provided him with a live-streaming assistant, but also a valuable filming aid. Even while engaging in strenuous exercise, he could observe the amusing antics of his father, treating it as a form of entertainment. However, what Li Mingyang had not anticipated was that his elderly father would commence with an unexpected bang. Welcome, everyone, to witness the live stream of my little rascal. With a resonant voice, he greeted the audience, only to be startled by the rapid influx of viewers. He immediately lowered his voice, muttering to himself, unaware that he was still mic'd up. Wow, how come there are already thousands of viewers? Oh dear, it's over 10,000 now. My goodness, how could there be this many people in just a few minutes? If this were a sales live stream, how much money could be made? What should I do? Speaking before such a large audience makes me a bit anxious. I hope I won't embarrass myself. It must be said, Li Mingyang's father possessed a certain charisma befitting a live-streaming sensation, as his opening remarks sparked lively discussions in the comment section. Oh, is this the old gentleman? He looks quite ordinary. How could he possibly have a son like Yang who is so extraordinary? Are the upstairs folks even aware of what they're saying? What? This old man is clearly our beloved friend, a brother in arms. Seriously, don't you fear Yang catching you in person? I can hear your little schemes, even for Syria. Nevertheless, one must admit that the family genes of Yang are indeed remarkable. Although the elder had aged somewhat, he bore a striking resemblance to his son. The discussions in the live stream veered off for quite some time until Li Mingyang could no longer contain himself. Welcome, brothers in the live stream. Many of you are likely aware of today as content. Indeed, we are embarking on a 100-day limit-breaking challenge starting today. This can be considered a trial version. The goal is to familiarize ourselves with various activities, especially since we are in the festive season. However, even if today isn't officially part of the program, we should commence properly by the first or second day of the new year. My objective is quite simple. Through rigorous training over the next 100 days, I aim to discover the extent of my physical capabilities. I trust that many of you have already perused the training regimen I posted, and I must caution you, I do not recommend that ordinary individuals follow my list. This regimen is not a pathway to strength. It could very well be a death knell. The average person's body cannot withstand such intense training. So I urge all my brothers to exercise utmost caution. Having said this, Li Mingyang took a breath and sipped from a water bottle before continuing. In this training, I will not follow the path of those muscle-bound giants who merely pursue strength and speed. In fact, speed was never a consideration for me. This training is comprehensive, encompassing strength, speed, endurance, and agility. I intend to train in nearly all areas, striving to develop into a versatile warrior. So please anticipate the transformation that will occur over these 100 days. What level will my physical data reach? As Li Mingyang began to establish a rhythm, the comments in the live stream shifted focus to the array of hardcore equipment in the warehouse. Indeed, I now believe this is the 100 days of breaking limits. The equipment here is enough to make my scalp tingle. Is that large iron mass a barbell? If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be welded together. I estimate it weighs several hundred pounds. The other items, though not particularly refined, exude a wild energy. Those upstairs are being too conservative. I feel that any piece of equipment here in my hands could crush me. Li Mingyang paid little attention to the comments, instead donning his training gear. Although he possessed a unique ability that restored him to full strength at midnight, he did not wish to risk injury during training. Even though all negative states would vanish after midnight, the pain endured prior was his burden alone. Therefore, to exercise prudence, he diligently equipped himself with professional sports attire. All right, although it is winter, the weather today is quite pleasant, with the sun shining, an ideal day for training. It is often said that a day's plan is made in the morning. Before we commence intense training, let us begin with a warm-up. Thus, today's training plan starts with a 10-kilometer warm-up. Upon uttering this, a flurry of comments erupted in the live stream. Is that it? After just a few days, Yang has reached this level? I thought he would introduce something spectacular, yet it's merely a 10-kilometer run. After this 10 kilometers, which of us here could not accomplish that? Observing the myriad of skeptical comments in the live stream, Li Mingyang refrained from elaborating further and simply directed the camera toward the massive tire behind him. Ordinary running would hardly serve as a perfect warm-up. Thus, for today's 10 kilometers, he intended to pull this formidable tire weighing 800 pounds. Chapter 63. The Stubborn Father in a Nostalgic Moment. Li Mingyang effortlessly secured an exaggeratedly large tire to his waist and dragged it to the entrance. After performing a few simple stretching exercises, he prepared to commence his training for the day. To his astonishment, he discovered his father standing beside him, holding a mobile phone. "Wait, Dad, are you really planning to run 10 kilometers with me while just holding that phone?" Mingyang's tone was one of incredulity. It was not that he underestimated his elderly father, but rather that he understood him all too well. For Mingyang, running 10 kilometers was not particularly challenging, even with the added weight of an oversized tire. However, considering his father's physique, it was unlikely he could manage to keep up with Mingyang's pace, let alone walk the distance. Yet, it seemed that Mingyang's skeptical gaze provoked a defensive response from his father, who retorted, "What? It's just a mere 10 kilometers. Back in my day, hearing that familiar opening line, Mingyang rolled his eyes in exasperation, setting aside the dubiousness of his father's claims. He couldn't help but point out that he was now over 50, and it was time to acknowledge his limitations. "Dad, you've already said it's just a thing of the past. Now that you're older, it's best not to push yourself too hard. The last thing I need is for you to exhaust yourself today. Who would assist me with a live stream tomorrow?" At this point, Mingyang gestured toward his mother's electric tricycle, clearly indicating that his father should ride that instead. Faced with his son's dismissive attitude, Old Li was tempted to argue. But the daunting thought of 10 kilometers loomed large. Only a youth would stubbornly insist on such a feat. A truly mature man recognizes his physical limits. Thus, with a somewhat comical expression, Old Li reluctantly mounted the tricycle and secured his phone to the holder above. After adjusting the angle, he positioned himself behind Mingyang, ensuring he could capture the latter's athletic endeavors on camera. With a thunderous sound, the 800-pound tire, under Mingyang's determination, seemed as light as a feather, allowing him to maintain a steady pace. He ran several kilometers without any indication of slowing down. Had it not been for the harsh noise of the tire scraping against the gravel, one might have suspected the entire endeavor was a ruse. Old Li, perhaps anticipating skepticism from viewers, occasionally slowed his tricycle to capture the distinct marks left by the tire on the ground. "Let me tell you, this rascal has inherited my robust physique. In my youth, I could not only run 10 kilometers, but could drag around a tire of this size all day without breaking a sweat." Remarkably, it seemed that this live stream had unlocked a boldness within Old Li. In just about half an hour, he transitioned from shyness to unabashed boasting. While the audience recognized the exaggeration in his claims, the atmosphere in the stream was unexpectedly lively and enjoyable. Indeed, back in your day, you endured tremendous hardships. You were forged by rigorous training, traversing mountains and scaling walls. "It's clear that today's youth cannot compare," viewers chimed in. The camaraderie among the audience was palpable, with Old Li aware of their playful banter. He had witnessed Mingyang's expressions when he recounted his tales, but he dismissed any concerns. "Why not entertain these young folks while I'm at it?" he mused. "To all my friends in the stream, if you find ordinary warm-ups ineffective, consider adopting my warm-up techniques. If your own weight fails to provide sufficient resistance, why not utilize external forces? Regardless of how rudimentary the equipment may be, anything that aids in strengthening our bodies is invaluable." The distance of 10 kilometers was roughly equivalent to 2 laps around the town. With his extraordinary stamina, Mingyang completed the daunting task in just over an hour. Upon returning to the warehouse, he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and downed nearly half a bottle of water before teasingly addressing the live audience. "Well, I've learned something valuable today. Thank you, dear viewers. Had it not been for your encouragement, I might never have realized I could drag an 800-pound tire over 10 kilometers. I do think 800 pounds is a tad light. Perhaps I should strap on a semi-trailer next time." The audience, ever quick-witted, responded gleefully, even invoking the legendary semi-trailer as a humorous addition to the conversation. Chapter 64. The attention of the former Asian heavyweight champion. Gentlemen, now that the warm-up is complete, it is time for us to transition into the next segment. Many of you may have heard about this particular exercise, which is undoubtedly the best choice for cultivating explosive power and strength. Simply training for strength often yields rigid muscles that lack agility and explosiveness. Therefore, to ensure that one possesses a formidable strength alongside sufficient explosiveness, Numerous fitness experts have devised a plethora of methods. However, when it comes to the simplest and most effective approach, it is certainly the one we are about to witness. As he spoke, Mingyang dragged the tire he had just run 10 kilometers to an adjacent open space. Simultaneously, he dashed to the corner of the warehouse to retrieve an enormous iron hammer, whose sheer weight was quite astonishing. It was several times larger than the oversized sledgehammers typically seen at construction sites, clearly a custom-made item, not something one could find in stores. After all, it is unlikely that an ordinary individual could wield such a heavy hammer, which appeared to weigh no less than 20 pounds, and could even exceed 30 pounds. Mingyang meticulously showcased the impressive hammer in the live stream. Upon seeing it, many viewers likely deduced that the exercise he referred to was none other than striking the tire with a hammer. This was not a figment of the host's imagination. Such training methods are widely employed by boxers, especially heavyweight fighters, who engage in hours of tire training nearly every day to ensure they possess fierce explosiveness. Of course, there are various other training methods, but tire striking is undoubtedly one of the most classic. The hammer in Mingyang's hand was custom-made, weighing precisely 30 pounds. To validate his claim, Mingyang even brought out a digital scale and placed the hammer on it. The scale read 30.03 pounds. This clear figure substantiated Mingyang's assertion, effectively silencing any naysayers in the live stream. As Mingyang prepared to commence his tire training, an influential figure stealthily entered the live stream. At first glance, one would never suspect that this seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, heavy-set man was a former heavyweight champion. Although he was merely the Asian heavyweight champion, he had garnered significant respect on the domestic boxing stage. Had it not been for an unfortunate accident that left him with a limp, his name might still shine brightly in the annals of boxing history. For quite some time, Wang Daniu had been keeping an eye on Mingyang, as the latter's extraordinary physical talent had certainly caught the attention of numerous professionals. Wang Daniu, a former Asian heavyweight champion with a plain name, had quietly observed Mingyang as one of those professionals. In fact, his interest in Mingyang was more fervent than that of many others, as he saw immense potential within him. Mingyang's physique was visibly strengthening at an astonishing rate. The once relatively short and slender fighter now seemed to be undergoing a second growth spurt, with his height approaching 1.9 meters. Although Wang Daniu had not measured it precisely, his years of experience in the sports industry allowed him to confidently ascertain that Mingyang's height was indeed nearing that mark. If he were to grow a few more centimeters, combined with his advantageous wingspan and extraordinary physical prowess, the mere thought of such potential sent a thrill through Wang Daniu's veins. However, due to Mingyang's still developing abilities, Wang Daniu had refrained from approaching him directly. Yet today, witnessing Mingyang's preparation for the hammer training piqued Wang Daniu's interest, initially intending to simply observe and then attend to his own matters. He found himself captivated by the sheer weight of the hammer and halted in his tracks. Without allowing Wang Daniu time to process his complex thoughts, Mingyang had already begun his vigorous training session. Although Mingyang had not previously experienced such training, he was familiar with the concept of using a heavy hammer. After all, few rural children have not experienced the sensation of wielding heavy objects. With a powerful swing, he brought the hammer crashing down. The tire, with its robust elasticity, absorbed the impact, causing the heavy hammer to rebound high into the air. Mingyang nearly lost his grip, but thanks to his extensive training, he quickly regained control of the hammer. Observing this somewhat comical scene, Wang Daniu, seated on the sofa with his eyes fixed on the live stream, couldn't help but smile, though his dark and somewhat fearsome visage made it appear rather intimidating. As the live stream audience of tens of thousands watched, Mingyang's technique with the hammer visibly matured. The hefty hammer, weighing over 30 pounds, moved with remarkable speed in his hands, with each strike causing the enormous tire to deform to its limits. Additionally, under Mingyang's cunning display, the camera captured not only the tire's exaggerated deformation, but also the solid concrete floor vibrating with the force of each blow. The ordinary viewers in the live stream gasped in awe, their mouths agape, gaining a deeper understanding of the phrase, "a beast in human skin." Even those unfamiliar with the sport were taken aback, let alone Wang Daniyu, who had been closely monitoring Li Mingyang. Witnessing such extraordinary strength and explosive power brought tears to Wang Daniyu's eyes, and he could not restrain his excitement, rising from the sofa. This was the talent he had been searching for all these years. Chapter 65. Height and physique are undergoing further development. Only Wang Daniyu is aware of the immense regret that lingered in his heart after the unfortunate incident years ago. He was once poised to be a rising star in the domestic heavyweight boxing scene, having already reached the pinnacle of Asia and ready to conquer the world. Yet, just as everything was about to unfold, fate dealt a cruel hand. A car accident resulted in a devastating compound fracture of his right knee, and despite securing the best orthopedic surgeon in hospital at the time, the severity of the injury rendered complete recovery impossible, even by today's standards, let alone in that era. Consequently, without exception, this once promising star fell from grace in a matter of months, like a shooting star extinguished too soon. As memories of those bygone days resurfaced, Wang Daniyu felt his eyes welling with tears and his fists clenched involuntarily. After years of grappling with his reality, he had nearly come to terms with it. The inherent characteristics of his ethnicity were evident. Perhaps in lighter weight classes, they could hold their own. After all, under similar circumstances, the people of Dragon Country, had the confidence to stand toe-to-toe with anyone. However, in the heavyweight division, the disparities in physique became glaringly apparent. Regardless of acknowledgement, it was undeniable that finding a gifted contender from his homeland in the heavyweight arena was a daunting challenge, even with sufficient height and weight. Other attributes often fell short of ideal standards. For years, Wang Daniyu had aspired to unearth a worthy protege to inherit his legacy. Yet as time passed, he had failed to find even a single young talent with the physical prowess to match his own. As he aged, whether out of despair or newfound acceptance, he gradually ceased his training regimen. Much like Thor post-Avengers, Infinity War, his physique had succumbed to the inevitable weight gain, transforming him into a formidable-looking but corpulent figure. A far cry from the fierce warrior who once stormed the boxing ring like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, from this moment forward, all of that was relegated to the past, for he had finally discovered the individual he had sought for over a decade, none other than Li Mingyang from the video. Although Wang Daniyu had closely monitored Li Mingyang's progress, the latter's physique had not yet reached its full potential at that time. Now, having witnessed Li Mingyang's remarkable strength, Wang Daniyu genuinely believed that even if the young man's physique had its limits, with such extraordinary physical talent and a commitment to training, he would undoubtedly carve out his own niche in the boxing arena and bring honor to their nation. Moreover, based on Wang Daniyu's assessment, Li Mingyang's physical development was far from complete. There remained considerable potential yet to be tapped. Throughout the period Wang Daniyu had observed him, Li Mingyang had consistently demonstrated visible progress, with no signs of slowing down. In fact, with the continuous acquisition of professional knowledge and improvement, his rate of advancement was accelerating. It was clear that this was not the zenith of Li Mingyang's capabilities. Reflecting on these thoughts, Wang Daniyu could no longer contain his excitement. Observing Li Mingyang's current training regimen, he felt compelled to voice his critique. The methods were crude, far too rudimentary for such an extraordinary physical talent. While they were indeed more effective than standard exercises, they lacked the specificity required to hone his body into a formidable weapon on the boxing stage. Previously, this might have been acceptable, but now that Wang Daniyu was inspired, he could not simply stand idly by, without even pausing to organize his belongings. He hastily stuffed a few outfits into his suitcase and booked the next available flight to Li Mingyang's location. Though Li Mingyang possessed extraordinary abilities, he was undeniably rigorous in his approach to training. After completing all his exercises for the day, the clock approached 10 at night. Even with such an exceptional physique, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground without regard for his appearance, gasping for breath amidst the dust. Witnessing this scene, neither his father nor the viewers in the live stream found amusement in it. They had watched Li Mingyang progress through an arduous training regimen from morning until now, completing a series of strenuous tasks that seemed nearly insurmountable. Upon self-reflection, they acknowledged that if they were in his position, they would likely have faltered after even a single exercise. Yet, under the gaze of all, Mingyang had persevered, enduring the challenges to the point of collapse. In that moment, a profound admiration filled the hearts of all witnesses. I have a premonition that the achievements of this streamer will extend far beyond what is currently visible. With such determination, if provided with a platform to showcase his talents, the streamer is bound to soar to great heights. In other live streams, such sentiments would have been met with ridicule, followed by a barrage of derogatory comments. However, in Mingyang's stream, no such negativity emerged. Instead, nearly all viewers instinctively resonated with the sentiments expressed. They acknowledged that talent is composed of 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration, while many claim that without that fleeting spark, hard work is futile. It is equally true that without the 99 effort, no brilliance can emerge. To the viewers, Mingyang epitomized an extraordinarily gifted yet diligent genius. Speculating on his future accomplishments, they hesitated to make predictions, realizing that regardless of where Mingyang's journey might lead, they would not be surprised. Son, it's time to get up. Resting like that after such intense exercise isn't good for your body. Also, have you noticed that your clothes seem tighter? It feels like you're still in a growth spurt. You seem taller than before, remarked his father, who had been quietly observing him throughout the day. Really? Mingyang responded, suddenly aware that his clothes did indeed feel constricted. Chapter 66. The True Man Challenge. Welcome to Debunk. It is perplexing how, after only a few months since purchasing these clothes, triggered by a noticeable surge in height and weight, I find myself once again confronting a significant change. It is evident that the garments now feel somewhat constricted. I am acutely aware of my weight gain, considering the rigorous daily training regimen coupled with my specific dietary habits. If my physique were not to expand, that would indeed be suspicious. However, I truly did not anticipate an increase in height, although, when I was a mere 176 centimeters, I had harbored discontent regarding my stature. The second measurement, which revealed a notable increase, had brought me a sense of satisfaction. Yet, the thought of my height perpetually escalating fills me with unease, as I envision transforming into a hulking figure reminiscent of the Hulk. Such a physique would be excessively exaggerated and absurd, far from what I desire. Nevertheless, regardless of my preferences, I currently find myself powerless to alter this situation unless I cease the relentless exertion and training. Yet, when faced with that choice, I would rather embrace the prospect of becoming a formidable beast akin to the Hulk. After all, this transformation would not jeopardize my health. Rather, it would endow me with extraordinary physical capabilities. Most importantly, should I achieve such a physique, any endeavor I undertake would undoubtedly yield substantial financial rewards. Even if my appearance diverges from a norm, the abundance of wealth would allow me to lead a life far more extravagant than the average person. This realization had eluded me until now, but with available equipment, why not measure my current height and weight? As I instinctively scratched the back of my head, I noticed that what had once been a comfortably loose shirt now clung to me like a second skin. My prominently developed biceps seemed poised to burst the sleeves at any moment. Observing this, both my father and the viewers in the live stream could not help but raise their eyebrows in astonishment. Reflecting on my physique when I first embarked on this video journey, the transformation is nothing short of remarkable. If I had once embodied the essence of a fresh-faced young man, the current Mingyang exudes a ferocity akin to that of a predatory beast, radiating an undeniable aura of aggression and dominance. Merely measuring height and weight is a straightforward task, taking less than a minute. The result confirmed both my and my father's suspicions. I had indeed grown taller. My height now surpassed 9 meters, reaching an impressive 91 meters. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was not merely my height, but my weight. Previously within a normal range, I now found myself resembling a beast cloaked in human skin, my physique robust and formidable, weighing in at a staggering 121 kilograms, equivalent to 241 gene. Such a rapid increase in weight over just a few months explains the sudden tightness of my clothing. Even accounting for the enhancements in bone and muscle density, the sheer mass I have gained is undeniable. This is remarkable. No other term seems fitting to describe my physique coupled with this weight. It is not an exaggeration to assert that my physical prowess has far surpassed that of the average individual. I must concede, had I not witnessed my transformation firsthand, I might have suspected that I had been secretly using performance-enhancing substances. To those skeptics, I pose the question, have you ever encountered a substance capable of sculpting such a physique? The rigid, lifeless muscles associated with steroids are a far cry from the explosive, dynamic musculature I now possess. Amidst the lively discussions in the live stream, I remained unfazed, calmly signaling my father to conclude the broadcast. After over 10 hours of streaming, it was more than sufficient. Had I not been fatigued and felt that the timing was less than ideal, I would have eagerly tested my physical data once more to gauge my progress since the last assessment. I possess a premonition that I have made considerable advancements. However, I have resolved that any future data testing will be conducted privately, as my previous results were already astonishing, nearing world records. With my current improvements, I fear that continuing to broadcast such tests could lead to my unexpected disappearance, perhaps becoming a specimen in a clandestine laboratory. Excellent. Today's video editing turned out quite well, especially the title, which I find appealing. I must commend my assistant for their efficiency. Without needing any prompts from me, they promptly sent over the edited live stream. The eye-catching title reads, "The True Man Challenge, Welcome to Debunk." Following this, the video showcases my highlights from today's training, serving as a compilation of my peak moments, accompanied by invigorating background music. Even I, the participant, felt an irresistible urge to train again after watching. After rewarding my assistant with a bonus of 500 yuan, I eagerly uploaded the video to my account, harboring a faint hope that someone might actually come to challenge me in response to the title. Engaging in a bit of playful competition can indeed be quite entertaining. Chapter 67. The Unexpected Visitor. While Li Mingyang lay soundly asleep in his bed on the other side, Wang Daniyu had just disembarked from a direct flight to the provincial capital. As a top-tier professional boxer, Wang Daniyu's character was anything but indecisive. Having resolved to personally approach a talent like Li Mingyang, he aimed to mentor this unrefined gem and guide him to greatness. To achieve this, he knew he must present both the requisite attitude and capability. Making the journey in person was merely the first step. Wang Daniyu believed that with his past accolades and extensive expertise, securing Li Mingyang as a protégé would pose no challenge. Moreover, from Li Mingyang's training regimen, it was evident that the young man harbored ambitions in boxing. His diverse training activities suggested he was preparing for a genuine foray into the ring, a pursuit not typically associated with ordinary fitness enthusiasts. Such a rigorous training plan led Wang Daniyu to conclude that Li Mingyang possessed a distinct ambition for combat sports. Consequently, he made a decisive choice, promptly purchasing a last-minute plane ticket without taking the time to tidy up his affairs. Mingyang town? Glancing at the location on his phone's navigation, Wang Daniyu noted that, despite it being late at night, there were no direct buses to the town. However, having once been a premier professional fighter and blessed with a dash of good fortune, he had invested his past savings into numerous properties. Over the span of more than a decade, these investments had multiplied in value, ensuring that he was financially secure, with substantial rental income each month. "Master, how much does it cost to get to this place?" "I'll cover your travel for the day. 800 yuan. Is that sufficient?" Despite his wealth, Wang Daniyu was no fool. The navigation indicated that the journey would take around 3 hours. A round trip, including rest and meals, would take no more than 6 or 7 hours. Even at a leisurely pace, 8 hours would suffice. After deducting travel expenses, 800 yuan would still afford a tidy profit. "Dad, let's go. You did great as my live streaming assistant yesterday. Let's keep up the momentum." Under the watchful gaze of old Li, who wore a complex expression, Li Mingyang set off toward the warehouse, seemingly unfazed. Previously, old Li had worried that his son's rigorous training might harm him. Yet now, witnessing Li Mingyang, who had appeared utterly exhausted the night before, fully rejuvenated and devoid of any fatigue, old Li found a profound sense of agreement with the online comments labeling his son as abnormal. Here it comes again. Even though this was not the first time witnessing such a scene, each occurrence left old Li in awe. How could a streamer endure such an intense training session and recover so quickly? Was such vitality truly characteristic of an ordinary human being? As the clock struck 8:30 a.m., Oldley skillfully set up the live stream. The moment the camera focused on the vivacious Li Mingyang, the audience in the stream could not help but begin to comment. Every normal person has experienced fatigue, and typically, one would expect sore muscles upon waking after a strenuous day. Yet, Li Mingyang seemed to defy these common physical responses, suggesting he possessed an extraordinary physique. Same routine, brothers. Today, we commence with a 10 kilometers warm-up. Upon rising, Li Mingyang noticed a marked improvement in his physical condition compared to the day prior, affirming that his training plan was indeed well-suited. Consequently, his enthusiasm for training soared, and he donned the tire resistance band around his waist, eagerly greeting his audience before embarking on the day's regimen. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the warehouse entrance. "Hello, is there something you need?" Even Li Mingyang was momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure before him. Instinctively, he switched to standard Mandarin for communication, as the stranger's physique was unlike anyone from their area. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the individual was robustly built with visible layers of fat. Yet beneath this, powerful muscles hinted at their presence. This was no ordinary overweight individual. Almost instantaneously, Li Mingyang concluded this in his mind. "Hello, you must be Li Mingyang. I'm here to see you and would like to discuss something if you have the time." At this point, Wang Daniu seemed to remember something and quickly added, "By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Daniu, a former professional boxer. If you have any doubts, feel free to look me up online. You should find relevant information." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang wasted no time. He pulled out his phone to search, and many viewers in the live stream did the same. The tall, middle-aged man exuded an aura that suggested he was no ordinary person. While he did not appear confrontational, it was prudent to gather more information about him. "Wow!" The exclamation slipped from Li Mingyang's lips, accompanied by a look of astonishment. He gazed intently at the middle-aged man before him. Despite the extra weight altering his appearance, Li Mingyang could still recognize the familiar, rugged features from his younger days. "You are Wang Daniu, the Asian heavyweight champion?" The one touted over a decade ago as the most promising Asian contender for the world boxing stage? Wang Daniu, witnessing Li Mingyang's astonishment, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Despite his current girth, he had once basked in glory. Yet, memories of a tragic accident flickered across his face, momentarily shadowing his expression with melancholy. However, this sadness quickly faded in the presence of Li Mingyang, for in his eyes, the young man possessed an innate talent far surpassing his own. If Wang Daniu once harbored aspirations of entering the world boxing arena, then Li Mingyang was destined to claim the championship belt. Indeed, but that is all in the past now. The reason for my unannounced visit is to ask you this. Wang Daniu paused, seeming to hesitate, but ultimately continued. "Li Mingyang, would you be my disciple?" Chapter 68. The former emperor's venture into boxing at this juncture. Wang Daniu, apprehensive of Li Mingyang's potential refusal, continued to elaborate. "I can discern the significance behind your training regimen. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor a certain fascination for boxing, correct? Take, for instance, the hammering of tires from yesterday's training. As you aptly noted, such exercises are predominantly undertaken by boxers. Furthermore, many of these training methods were quite prevalent in our era, and various other workouts undeniably bear the hallmarks of boxing techniques. Given your aspirations in this direction, and my modest proficiency in the sport, while I cannot profess to accompany you to the pinnacle, I could certainly serve as an introductory mentor." Upon finishing, Wang Daniu anxiously scrutinized Li Mingyang's expression, fearing a response laden with rejection. Li Mingyang represented Wang Daniu's final hope, should he decline. Wang Daniu reflected that it would be challenging to find a more suitable candidate. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to take note of the unfolding situation. They had previously found it perplexing that Li Mingyang had suddenly embarked on these rigorous training sessions. Although visually striking, the monotonous exercises lacked the entertainment value of his earlier videos. After repeated exposure to sensational content, even the most riveting displays can lead to aesthetic fatigue, rendering them commonplace. Many fans struggled to comprehend Li Mingyang's choice, but upon hearing Wang Danyu's words, they began to grasp his intentions. So that was it. Li Mingyang aspired to pursue boxing. After a moment of bewilderment, even the netizens in the live stream became inadvertently excited. They had entertained various potential paths for Li Mingyang's development, but had never anticipated that the host they initially followed due to his strength would one day step into the ring. Moreover, it was the former Asian champion who had taken the initiative to approach him, effectively offering to be his mentor. Although they had grown accustomed to witnessing Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique and talent, it was notable that Wang Danyu was the first professional to reach out to him. At that moment, nearly everyone in the live stream experienced a peculiar sense of pride, akin to watching a beloved pet transform into a military dog. This analogy may not fully capture the sentiment, but conveyed the essence of witnessing someone they had observed grow, suddenly achieving greatness. Noticing Li Mingyang's prolonga silenza, the viewers grew anxious. Host, why are you still hesitating? You should agree at once. Although our Asian champion has not been active in the ring for years, it was due to unforeseen circumstances. We have researched his background, and he is indeed a rare talent. If not for that unfortunate accident, host, what are you waiting for? Such an opportunity is right before you. Amidst the sporadic barrage of comments, Li Mingyang remained focused on Wang Danyu. Having gathered some knowledge about the man before him, he recognized that Wang Danyu was indeed a top-tier talent. In the realm of heavyweight boxing, it was unlikely one could find anyone more distinguished. The sudden approach of such an industry stalwart, offering to take him on as a disciple, felt akin to a stroke of fortune. However, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of the adage, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such propositions could not be accepted lightly. He needed to understand Wang Danyu's true intentions. While Li Mingyang possessed remarkable physical gifts and was confident in his ability to ascend to greatness without a professional coach, he knew that one could not simply rush into agreements. The world was rife with cautionary tales of individuals who hastily entered into unclear contracts. Thus, he decided to tread carefully. Why have you sought me out? Please, be specific about your intentions, Li Mingyang inquired after a contemplative pause, fixing his gaze on Wang Danyu. Upon hearing this, Wang Danyu reflected on the possibility that his abrupt approach might have raised Li Mingyang's suspicions. Amused yet somewhat gratified, Wang Danyu recognized that the competitive arena of boxing was not merely a test of strength. In this industry, every step taken could lead one into carefully laid traps. Thus, exhibiting caution was wise, even commendable. You need not worry about any ill intentions on my part. To put another way, I am not in need of money. I have come to you to fulfill a long-held aspiration. The world of boxing has been predominantly dominated by Caucasians and Africans, and I yearn to witness a heavyweight champion of our own Asian heritage. I had nearly relinquished this dream, but then I stumbled upon you online. I must say, your talent is unparalleled, the finest I have ever encountered. Hence, though it may be somewhat forward of me, I felt compelled to reach out. Chapter 69, Coach. Another physical assessment. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang could not help but acknowledge that the substantial figure before him was indeed a remarkable talent, displaying an impressive sincerity. Traveling such a great distance to personally recruit him was no small feat, however, when it came to the notion of apprenticeship that the other party proposed. Li Mingyang felt little enthusiasm. In this modern age, the concept of master and disciple seemed rather antiquated. With an elderly figure at home, and a father to boot, he had no desire to seek out another paternal figure to impose upon him. Thus, he decided to address the man as Uncle Wang. Given the considerable age difference and the fact that he had come seeking him, Li Mingyang was genuinely touched and grateful for Uncle Wang's visit, acknowledging the effort it took to come such a distance. Yet, he firmly stated that he had never contemplated the idea of apprenticeship. Perhaps it was due to the 21st century's new era, coupled with the fact that he was the only child in his family, leading to a certain aversion to strict control. Although the prospect of being guided by a powerful professional boxer was indeed enticing, certainly more beneficial than his current haphazard training, Li Mingyang was confident he could forge his own path. Even without a top-notch coach, he had devised a personal plan to first strengthen his physique and once he had accumulated enough resources, he could easily seek out a professional coach for one-on-one instruction. After all, it merely required financial investment, and while he wasn't too wealthy, he had sufficient funds to hire several professional trainers. Upon hearing this, Wang Daniu was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he had been so abruptly rejected. However, he quickly realized that his previous remarks might have been somewhat ambiguous. The concept of a master has deep historical roots in the country, and for contemporary youth, the idea of apprenticeship often feels like an overwhelming burden. Thus, it was understandable that Li Mingyang had declined his offer. Nevertheless, Wang Daniu felt compelled to clarify that Li Mingyang had misunderstood his intentions. He had no desire to impose authority. He simply wished to share his expertise and help cultivate the young man's talent. Wang Daniu's aspiration was solely to witness a heavyweight boxer of their ethnicity rise to prominence on the international stage, even establishing dominance in the heavyweight category. He sought merely to contribute to this goal, with no expectations of personal gain. No, you've misunderstood, Wang Daniu explained earnestly. Perhaps I was too enthusiastic and didn't express myself clearly. My intention in coming here was not to take you on as a disciple in the traditional sense. I simply wish to assist you. You may view me as a freely offered coaching resource. In both your training and your future endeavors, your opinions will remain paramount. I'll be here to provide support and suggestions, without interfering with your choices. After saying this, Wang Daniu worried that Li Mingyang might still not grasp his intent. So he quickly added, "Let us make a new agreement. Allow me to stay by your side to help you develop a comprehensive training plan. I will impart all my knowledge to you without reservation, and if at any point you feel uncomfortable, you can express your concerns or ask me to leave." How's that sound? You can think of me as just an ordinary coach or any other role you prefer. Witnessing this exchange, not only Li Mingyang, but also the online viewers were left astonished. Was this the same fierce figure from over a decade ago? Known for his dominance in the ring and dubbed as a tyrant? Why did he appear so humble in front of Li Mingyang? The term sycophant unavoidably crossed many minds as they witnessed this scene. Upon hearing these words and observing the genuine expression on Wang Daniu's face, Li Mingyang pondered briefly and concluded that this arrangement posed no detriment to him, only benefits. Gaining assistance from such an esteemed figure would undoubtedly save him from unnecessary detours, while placing no additional constraints upon him. This perfectly aligned with Li Mingyang's plans and expectations. Furthermore, given the extent of Wang Daniu's offer, refusing again would seem rather ungrateful, especially when presented with such a valuable, complimentary resource. All right then, I shall refer to you as Coach Wang from now on. No, let us stick with Uncle Wang. It feels more endearing, Li Mingyang decided. Since we've reached this understanding, I will entrust you with my training plans from here on out. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's acceptance, Wang Daniu could not contain his joy and erupted into hearty laughter, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. You can call me whatever you wish, but I do have some thoughts on the training plan. A professional boxer's training regimen should not be static. It must adapt to the individual's physical condition. Therefore, our immediate priority is to conduct a professional physical assessment of you. Only then can I devise a tailored training plan based on your current physical data. At this point, Wang Daniu felt a twinge of criticism towards Li Mingyang's previous training arrangements, but remembering that they had just met and were still unfamiliar with each other, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. Regarding your current plan, it could use some refinement. If possible, I suggest we halt that for now and take some time today for a proper assessment. I assure you I will present the latest training plan by tomorrow. It shouldn't impede your training too much. Chapter 70, A Pair of Deadly Fists. Due to Li Mingyang's previous rejection, Wang Zhuangliu spoke with a certain trepidation. After all, he had not forgotten his earlier words. If Li Mingyang felt uncomfortable, he could terminate this. Partnership, perhaps? His assistance would bolster Li Mingyang's strength, while Li Mingyang could aid him in realizing his long-held aspirations and desires. Certainly, there was no issue with this arrangement, for compared to a coach, Wang was undoubtedly the expert. If he could promptly rectify a more accurate training regimen, that would be ideal. Then, under the bemused gaze of viewers in the live stream, the session was abruptly declared over. Li Mingyang had resolutely decided that all future bodily assessments would no longer be broadcasted live. Thus, it was only natural to conclude the stream. Of course, presenting his physical data privately to Wang Daniu posed no problem. After all, as long as he remained silent, his father would not betray him. Even if Wang Daniu acquired his true physical data, he would have to consider whether such astonishing figures would be believed. As long as Li Mingyang denied it vehemently, claiming it to be mere slander from Wang Daniu, he doubted many would accept such an outrageous notion. However, this was merely the worst-case scenario. The more likely occurrence was that upon witnessing his true physical data, Wang Daniu would become even more exhilarated. Perhaps even more so than Li Mingyang or his father. He would gain a clearer understanding of how to harness Li Mingyang's physique, thus better tailoring a flawless training plan. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Wang Daniu would keep Li Mingyang's data under wraps, as he viewed him as the sole hope for achieving his ideals and ambitions. Outside of Li Mingyang, he would struggle to find another with such remarkable talent. Although the setting was somewhat rudimentary, they decided to conduct the tests there, as the gym equipment was prepared specifically for Li Mingyang. Secluding themselves would still yield approximate data, albeit less refined than in a professional gym. Li Mingyang dismissed Wang Daniu's suggestion to seek a specialized facility for a more gradual assessment. As his physique became increasingly extraordinary, his vigilance intensified. Even if he could afford to rent a gym for a day, the numerous cameras within posed a significant risk. Should substantive video evidence emerge, it would jeopardize Li Mingyang's privacy. Wang Daniu, naturally, had no objections to Li Mingyang's proposal. They had previously agreed that all decisions would revolve around Li Mingyang's wishes. Since he was unwilling to proceed inside, they might as well test in their current location. However, after surveying the area, Wang Daniu quickly expressed his thoughts. Testing here was acceptable, but they lacked a crucial element. Wait for me here for no more than an hour. I'll go fetch a boxing bag. Before Wang Daniu could finish speaking, Li Mingyang interrupted. There's no need for that, coach. Why complicate matters? Not only would finding a good boxing bag likely require a trip to the nearby city, but a round trip would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Besides, while a professional bag is essential for long-term use, for a simple test, we can easily find a sturdy sack and fill it with sand right here in town. We can always order a proper boxing bag online later. It should arrive within 2 to 3 days. Li Mingyang was unwilling to waste time on such trivialities. If they couldn't resolve matters today, it would delay tomorrow's training regimen, and he certainly did not wish to squander another day. Moreover, the true physical assessment relied on various data points. A boxing bag was merely a minor detail compared to other specialized evaluations. Upon hearing Li Mingyang's proposal, Wang Daniu readily agreed. His intention to procure a boxing bag stemmed from a desire to gauge Li Mingyang's talent and explosiveness in boxing. Hitting a bag was undoubtedly the best method. However, since they had yet to begin formal boxing technique training, such sparring exercises were somewhat premature. Thus, opting for a bag was the more prudent choice. After donning the necessary gear and protective equipment, the testing commenced. They began with the simplest task, a 100-meter dash. Compared to the last attempt, there was little discernible improvement, perhaps a mere 0.1 seconds. Next came several common strength tests, squats at 596 kilograms, bench press at 491 kilograms, and clean and jerk at 218 kilograms. Although he had previously viewed these figures in video edits, witnessing them unfold before his eyes rendered Wang Daniu momentarily speechless. Remarkably, so little time had passed, yet Li Mingyang's metrics had improved significantly. Such physical prowess was nothing short of astounding. Finally came the boxing bag test. Under Wang Daniu's brief instruction, Li Mingyang grasped the fundamental techniques for generating power in his punches. With a resounding thud, his strike sent the heavy bag, weighing no less than 200 pounds, soaring into the air. Wang Daniu had no doubt that if Li Mingyang landed a few more punches, he might very well rupture the bag. In his mind, Wang Daniu silently assessed this astonishing display. Even without systematic training, these were undeniably lethal fists. Chapter 71. Master the basics, then. Endure the beating. Indeed, even without any formal training, Li Mingyang armed solely with his remarkable physique and fists as solid as steel, could effortlessly take a life. From Wang Danyu's perspective, it was evident that even without striking vital points, an ordinary person would likely succumb to a blow from Li Mingyang's iron fists. A single punch to the chest could easily result in fractured ribs, piercing vital organs, leading to fatal consequences. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Danyu, with a serious demeanor, earnestly advised, Mingyang, you must remember this. Your physique is not something ordinary individuals can toy with. In the future, should you find yourself in a conflict, no, it would be best if you avoid conflicts altogether. I genuinely fear that a single impulsive punch from you could potentially kill someone. At this juncture, Wang Danyu paused, feeling that his words might sound somewhat peculiar. However, after a few moments of hesitation, he continued, if necessary, we could consider hiring 2 bodyguards whenever we go out. In the event of any trouble, we can leave it to them to handle it. Of course, these bodyguards are not there to protect you. Their primary duty is to safeguard others. Should they engage, it would only result in minor injuries, but if you lose control and strike, well, let us not even discuss the possibility of you reaching the pinnacle of the boxing world. It's likely you would spend the latter half of your life in prison. When Wang Danyu spoke these words, he was entirely serious. Li Mingyang, who had yet to undergo any systematic combat training, already displayed such destructive potential. If he were to receive proper training, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Li Mingyang would become a razor-sharp weapon, an emotionless killing machine, capable of inflicting harm merely by proximity. Wang Danyu recalled a news story from a couple of years ago, where a mere amateur with basic sparring training inadvertently kicked a man in his 50s to death. It was imperative to take precautions in advance for someone as extraordinarily gifted as Li Mingyang, who would undergo rigorous training. Understood, I will refrain from engaging in fights. Even if the situation arises, I will exercise caution, Li Mingyang affirmed, recognizing that Wang Danyu was not jesting. He was acutely aware of the potential destruction his physique could unleash. For the sake of his career and future freedom, Li Mingyang was determined to maintain this awareness. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, Li Mingyang aimed to savor every moment. Even if his current physique would allow him to survive prison, he could not bear to relinquish his freedom. A frog reigning in a well might find its existence far inferior to that of a toad roaming freely outside. Just keep your wits about you. However, once you step into the ring, the need for restraint vanishes. The ring is a stark world of survival of the fittest. The stronger you are, the more you are revered. The fiercer your displayed combat prowess, the higher your status within the boxing realm. Moreover, in the ring, one faced professional fighters whose skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even with his current strength, delivering a fatal blow would not be an easy task. Thus, when entering the ring, one must adopt a markedly different attitude from daily life, striving to give their all within the bounds of the rules. Contrasting his previous demeanor, Wang Danyu's face now radiated excitement as he spoke of these matters. Although he had once been a prodigious heavyweight talent, now a middle-aged man with a few extra pounds, he still possessed enough skill to potentially cause serious harm in a street fight. After all, Wang Danyu had always been among the more gifted heavyweight boxers, and his physicality was already leagues beyond that of ordinary men. If he were to engage in a fight with an average person, it would be akin to a grown man battling a kindergarten child. Days swiftly passed, and throughout this time, Li Mingyang's live streams continued unabated, with his father dutifully assisting as his live streaming aide. Aside from physical assessments, Li Mingyang's daily training was consistently broadcast, now guided by the carefully crafted training plans of Wang Danyu. Often, just a day would pass before Wang Danyu presented a new regimen, constantly adjusting to maximize Li Mingyang's innate physical gifts. Pay attention to your footwork. Combat sports are not merely about hand movements. At times, footwork is even more crucial than the techniques of your hands. It determines both your defense and offense. To execute a sharp attack and seek opportunities, one must possess excellent footwork. Observe the athletes in the ring. Regardless of their weight class, those who reach the pinnacle of the world exhibit impeccable footwork. The most iconic example is Muhammad Ali, whose float, like a butterfly, sting like a bee style left opponents bewildered, complemented by his exceptional hand skills. For a considerable period, he nearly dominated the heavyweight boxing scene. Thanks to Li Mingyang's extraordinary physique, he now engaged daily in not only strength training, but also fundamental boxing instruction. Whether it was the power behind his punches or the agility of his footwork, as well as the synergy between the two, Li Mingyang was still in the early stages of his training, barely scratched the surface of the fundamentals. Nevertheless, Wang Danyu's expectations for Li Mingyang were exceptionally high. Any hint of imperfection would prompt rigorous additional practice. Boxing is not merely an intellectual endeavor. In layman's terms, it requires the cultivation of combat awareness, or, scientifically speaking, the formation of muscle memory. Even if your brain has yet to process the situation, your body will instinctively respond with the most accurate reflexes, delivering powerful counterattacks to the opponent. For instance, if Li Mingyang continued training as he had been, the progress might seem minimal. Wang Danyu donned a pair of boxing gloves, stating, "It appears you have firmly grasped the foundational movements these past few days. However, to achieve rapid improvement, mere pressure-free training is insufficient. Therefore, moving forward." At this point, a mischievous grin spread across Wang Danyu's face. There's a well-known adage in the world of combat: to learn to hit, one must first learn to take a hit. Your task now is to use your footwork and guard to defend against my attacks. Just a friendly reminder. Your only job is to defend and evade my strikes. You are not permitted to retaliate. Chapter 72. The visible progress and speed upon hearing these words. Li Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this day, he had not anticipated its arrival so swiftly. However, having resolved to become the world's strongest man, Li Mingyang found himself embracing the training with enthusiasm rather than resistance. Even as an ordinary person, he felt a sense of determination and, with his unique advantage, he was even more resolute. After all, facing blows was merely part of the process, and with gloves on, he felt emboldened. Even without them, he would not shy away from the challenge. His physique was already far beyond that of an average individual, and even if Wang Danyu unleashed his full strength, the most Li Mingyang would suffer would be superficial injuries. He knew that by midnight, all negative conditions afflicting his body would vanish, including any injuries sustained during training. Thus, aside from the pain, this form of training seemed to have no real drawbacks. The discomfort experienced while being hit, in a certain sense, could even be seen as beneficial. After all, pain etches itself into one's memory, allowing Li Mingyang to swiftly develop muscle memory and instinct in combat. "So, come on, coach, I am ready." With utmost vigilance, Li Mingyang assumed a boxing stance that resembled an authentic fighter's, though regrettably, his training had only just begun, rendering him somewhat inept. Despite his aesthetically pleasing posture, when it came time for application, his body struggled to keep pace with his mind's commands. Do not be deceived by Wang Danyu's portly appearance, or the fact that he limped as he walked. Once he stepped into the ring and donned his gloves, a fierce aura radiated from him, transforming him into a formidable opponent. With an agility and ferocity that belied his appearance, he charged toward Li Mingyang. Bang! 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 Just days prior, Li Mingyang had managed to hold his ground, but under the onslaught of Wang Danyu's rapid attacks, his defenses, still riddled with errors, quickly faltered. With a resounding thud, Wang Danyu's fist struck Li Mingyang squarely in the abdomen. Damn! Although Li Mingyang had anticipated the power behind Wang Danyu's blows, he was unprepared for the searing pain that followed. It felt as if the strike had penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, resonating deep within his soul. Li Mingyang had overlooked one critical aspect. Although his physique was increasingly formidable, that strength did not necessarily translate to resilience against impacts. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in any training focused on absorbing blows. Consequently, the impact of that punch left him reeling, even causing a momentary pause in his breathing. Yet, Wang Danyu showed no signs of relenting. As soon as Li Mingyang registered the pain, another punch was already on its way. Almost an hour had passed, and both Li Mingyang and Wang Danyu remained in the ring. Unlike an hour earlier, Li Mingyang now bore a disheveled appearance, with a slight trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. not from any serious injury, but merely a small cut. Conversely, Wang Daniu, after such a prolonged and intense exertion, was also panting heavily. He was no longer the vigorous athlete he once was, and his stamina had waned considerably. Even without expending energy on defense, focusing solely on offense was taxing enough to deplete Wang Daniu's reserves. The fact that he had managed to last nearly an hour was a testament to his solid foundation. Most ordinary individuals would likely have collapsed long ago. Come on, coach. We've barely scratched the surface. I feel like I've made significant progress compared to before. My body can handle it. Let us keep the momentum going. It must be noted that Mingyang possessed a fierce spirit, having accepted the inevitability of taking hits. He resolved to treat every punch as a means of fortifying his resilience. With all his focus directed towards defending against and evading Wang Daniu's punches, he strove to enhance his skills amidst the barrage of blows, discarding any fear and embracing the mindset of training and improvement. Indeed, Mingyang's progress was strikingly apparent. Even the viewers in the live stream, who were largely novices, could discern the transformation. Wow. At first I thought the idea of the streamer entering the ring was utterly fanciful. But now, I genuinely believe that our country might soon see an extraordinary figure in the boxing world. The streamer's physical talents are remarkable, and it seems his learning ability is exceptionally strong. Look at how much his defense and evasion have improved in such a short time. This is what visible progress looks like. This is true talent. I truly understand now. For those who had witnessed the entire ordeal, their astonishment was no less profound than that of anyone present in the arena. Their perspective was clearer, allowing for a more comprehensive understanding of the situation, placing them in a relatively objective position. It was precisely for this reason that their shock felt even more intense, as they pondered the extraordinary talent on display. No way. No way. I am no physical freak like you. Let's call it a day for today's sparring session. The rest is up to you to reflect upon and digest. Wang Daniu, drenched in sweat, waved his hand dismissively in response to Mingyang's invitation, having utterly exhausted his stamina. Chapter 73. Finding a professional sparring partner is no easy task. Upon hearing those words, Mingyang cast another glance at Wang Daniu and realized that this middle-aged man had indeed exhausted himself. Wang Daniu was panting heavily, clearly unable to continue the sparring session. Reluctantly, Mingyang accepted this reality. He felt as though he had just entered the zone, only to find his opponent suddenly unable to keep up. It was akin to reaching a critical moment in a contest, only to discover that he lacked the necessary tools for the task. Such an unsettling feeling was profoundly tormenting. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Wang Daniu quickly sensed Mingyang's discontent. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he spoke earnestly. In the initial days of our training, I might have managed to serve as a sparring partner, but this is not sustainable in the long run. We need to seriously consider the issue of finding a sparring partner. With your level of stamina, even one or two partners may not suffice. It is not merely about quantity. The quality must be up to par as well. If we bring in two lackluster fighters with no strength, it will be better for me to train alongside you for a few more rounds. As he spoke, Wang Daniu pondered inwardly about his network of contacts, contemplating whether he could swiftly resolve this issue for Mingyang. However, after a thorough mental evaluation, he sadly realized that regardless of his connections, finding competent heavyweight sparring partners in the country was a daunting challenge, especially those with a certain level of skill. It was evident that securing qualified partners would not be an easy feat, nor could it be resolved in a short time. This issue was likely to be a source of considerable stress for him in the foreseeable future. Nonetheless, during the initial days, or even the first month, there was no need to impose overly stringent requirements. He could manage for the time being and bring in two reasonably skilled sparring partners to meet Mingyang's early training intensity. After all, at this stage, Mingyang's skill level was not exceptionally high. He had yet to even reach the entry-level proficiency. Although he had made significant progress compared to before, he still had a considerable way to go before he could be considered competent. While it would be acceptable to find a few partners who were passable for the time being, Wang Daniu understood the urgency of securing professional sparring partners. Based on the current training results, Choosing Li Mingyang as a stepping stone to realize his dreams was undoubtedly a wise decision. Not only did Li Mingyang possess remarkable physical talent, but his aptitude for learning was also strikingly evident. Most importantly, the fierce determination and mindset he exhibited were significant advantages in the ring. Almost after every training session, Li Mingyang surprised him with his progress, leading Wang Danyu to place increasing importance on his attitude towards Li Mingyang. Now, without even needing Li Mingyang to voice his concerns, Wang Danyu was already contemplating how to find professional sparring partners, even considering leveraging some of his valuable connections. Mingyang, practice on your own today. I'll step out for a while and should be back by noon at the latest. Although it may be challenging to find exceptional sparring partners on short notice, securing a couple of adequate ones should not pose a significant issue. During my absence, focus on strength training. You can manage your time as you see fit. If necessary, take a short break. After all, even professional boxers need to balance work and rest, Wang Danyu instructed. Seemingly struck by a thought, he hastily conveyed his instructions and, without waiting for a response from Li Mingyang, drove off in his modest vehicle. Although Wang Danyu was financially secure, he claimed he wouldn't be staying for long. So a practical means of transportation sufficed. Given Li Mingyang's training needs, he opted for a second-hand wooling van, which, while in less than pristine condition, did not deter Wang Danyu. In fact, he seemed to take a certain delight in it, occasionally displaying a mischievous grin that left Li Mingyang feeling a chill down his spine, as if being scrutinized by some ominous presence. Your eagerness as a coach is quite remarkable, as if you cannot bear to wait even a second, remarked Comrade Laoli, observing Wang Danyu's hurried departure. But I must admit, I rather appreciate this personality. It's far less bothersome than someone overly cautious. From what Li Mingyang could discern, Wang Danyu likely had no ulterior motives. It seemed that, as he claimed, he was genuinely interested in nurturing Li Mingyang's talent, perhaps envisioning a moment when an Asian fighter could stand atop the world stage. Listening to his father's musings, Li Mingyang continued his physical training without a glance back. He was indifferent to Wang Danyu's intentions. As long as the man possessed sufficient skill to help him grow stronger, that was all that mattered. Li Mingyang had not signed any contracts, so he harbored no concerns about any potential negative intentions from Wang Danyu. Moral coercion was the least of his worries, as it wasn't something he entertained. Thus, as long as Wang Danyu was willing to teach him, Li Mingyang would wholeheartedly follow his guidance for the day. As for future matters, he would address them when the time came, having already prepared himself for the worst and remaining unafraid of any unethical tactics. Meanwhile, Wang Danyu, after getting in his car, made his way to the provincial capital without delay, despite initially stating that 2 competent sparring partners would suffice. It was clear that as a former Asian champion on the cusp of the world stage, his standards were understandably high. What he deemed passable would likely be beyond the reach of ordinary athletes who had toiled for a lifetime. Fortunately, Wang Danyu still had many old friends actively involved in the boxing industry, even in Xian province. Finding 2 skilled heavyweight sparring partners would require some effort, but it was certainly within Wang Danyu's capabilities. After all, it was merely a matter of spending a bit more money, a trivial detail for someone like him who was not concerned about finances. Chapter 74, The Agile. Lame fat man come. You must attack. Your fists cannot be flabby, and your footwork must be in harmony. Envision yourself as a fierce tiger, exhibiting both agility and the ferocity of a lethal strike. It has been nearly a month and a half since Wang Danyu officially became Li Mingyang's coach. At this stage, the training has finally progressed beyond the basics of defense and evasion, having refined the foundational techniques of offensive strikes. In recent days, Li Mingyang has at last been able to engage in sparring that resembles actual combat, with his opponent being none other than his coach, Wang Danyu, alongside 2 temporary sparring partners. Although these 2 sparring partners are among the top contenders in the province, the provincial heavyweight boxing scene is rather lackluster. Even if they rank highly within the province, they pale in comparison to the nascent Li Mingyang, who is just beginning to find his footing. If Wang Danyu were merely a mediocre professional athlete, these 2 would be the bench warmers with little chance of stepping onto the field. Strike. Do not harbor any hesitation. Seize any opportunity to deliver a thunderous blow to your opponent. What? Do you really think that after just over a month of training, you can easily defeat me? Let alone whether your immature attacking skills can land a hit on me. Do you think the protective gear I wear is merely decorative? Are you truly afraid of knocking this old man out with a single punch? Compared to a month ago, Wang Danyu's physique has significantly improved. The layers of excess fat have vanished, replaced by a robust body fortified by muscle. While he may not have returned to his peak form, he is undoubtedly stronger, at least 30% more so, than when he first started. After all, playing the role of a sparring partner is indeed taxing, even without specific training. The high-intensity workouts have surprisingly revitalized his physique. Coach, as you said, I shall hold nothing back now. Indeed, as Wang Danyu pointed out, Li Mingyang had previously been somewhat restrained in his approach. It was not due to a lack of respect for Wang Danyu, a former Asian champion, but rather because his opponent was older and somewhat impaired. A man in his 40s cannot be compared to a sprightly young lad in his 20s, and Li Mingyang was genuinely concerned about injuring him with a single blow. However, upon reflection, Wang Danyu's words do carry weight. Setting aside the fact that his opponent possesses a solid foundation, Li Mingyang has come to realize that despite the decline in physical prowess, Wang Danyu's boxing skills remain remarkably refined. Just as Wang Danyu stated, it was uncertain whether Li Mingyang could land a hit. Moreover, with the thick protective gear and Wang Danyu's naturally robust physique, even if Li Mingyang were to land a powerful punch, while it would be painful, it would not likely lead to any serious consequences. With these thoughts in mind, Li Mingyang cast aside his doubts, his face illuminating with a fierce grin. Over the past month, he had endured a myriad of punches in various forms. If anyone had struck him the hardest, it was undoubtedly this middle-aged, portly man standing before him. Now, he finally had the chance to retaliate, and with his opponent donned in heavy protective gear, Li Mingyang felt liberated from any reservations. With his fists raised and stepping cautiously yet fluidly, Li Mingyang resembled a tiger on the hunt, charging fiercely towards Wang Danyu. Witnessing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Wang Danyu's eyes. Although he still perceived Li Mingyang as somewhat inexperienced, the young man's spirit had evidently begun to take shape. With a swift motion, Li Mingyang unleashed a powerful left hook, the strength and speed behind it creating a discernible whoosh through the air. Yet, as the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. While Li Mingyang's punch seemed nearly unavoidable to an ordinary person, Wang Danyu deftly evaded it with a nimble dip, taking advantage of Li Mingyang's momentary lapse in defense. In an instant, with barely a moment to react, Wang Danyu's gloved fist struck Li Mingyang's left abdomen with considerable force. Had this occurred a month prior, during the initial stages of his impact training, such a punch would likely have left Li Mingyang grimacing in pain for quite some time. However, now, time has a way of changing one's perspective, especially after nearly a month and a half of rigorous training. With the support of his enhanced capabilities, Li Mingyang's resilience had grown immeasurably. Faced with Wang Danyu's nearly full-force punch, he merely responded with an even more sinister grin. "Old Wang, have you forgotten to eat today?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Mingyang followed up with a right hook. Although Wang Danyu evaded it with agility, Li Mingyang remained unfazed by this minor setback. After all, he was a seasoned veteran, while Li Mingyang was merely a newcomer with just over a month of training under his belt. It was entirely expected that he would struggle to land a hit against such a seasoned opponent. Yet, Li Mingyang was acutely aware of his strengths. His punches were powerful, and his stamina was nothing short of remarkable. It is often said that youth can overpower age, no matter how agile this aging fighter may be. Fatigue will inevitably set in over time. He did not require many opportunities, just one solid strike. If he could land a single well-placed punch, he was confident he could impart a significant lesson to Wang Danyu, serving as a small form of retribution for the physical toll he had endured over the past month.